the daf a little bit quickly. Which was spoke about the cases where a korban was offered up shalom lishma. Even though it was offered up shalom lishma, in the socket, suffering the socket, are still offered up as part of that korban as well. And we discussed the reason for that, right? Because halacha l'maisa, during the time after up to the socket, ultimately the korban itself would become korban. So we're not even why the difference of the so the Rabbi Abba on the Mishnah of always. So saying the cases that we quoted yesterday in tomorrow, it makes sense because those are all the cases of always. Tap of Tzaddik, Ilav, Ilo, Chazul, the Olas Koda, Kave, the Olas Koda. Also, when it comes to Koda, the worst case scenario is if it's not offered up as an Olas Koda, it can always be offered up as an Koda. Maybe what the Gemara is saying is that Halacha L'Maisa, the cases that we spoke about yesterday, with the cases we spoke about yesterday, so even in the event that it can't be offered up as an obligatory offering, it can absolutely be offered up as a voluntary. And the Hacha, no misleading will say, in our piece of the care, we do not go ahead and offer it up in its original fashion. Asham, the Dava Midika, was that ultimately again, is there ever a case of Asham which could be offered up as a Dava? And of course, the answer to that is no. So, Tayin Kavasi Dava. Right side supposed to be right. Hashem Mitzvah Sheshachtu Shalom Lishma. The Hashem Mitzvah was shechted not for its original intention. Shalom Lishma. Oh, Shalom Nasan Midamo Al Gadi Bahom. All those things that matter, the blood was not placed on the Mitzvah. Allah is Ariza Allah Al Gadi Bahom. Ultimately, again, consider it Allah. For the death purposes, the Ta'am Sakin, and if it's right, the Sakin, it's our Hashem and Kavim Hashem. It's our another Hashem, ultimately again to so as it's Falach L'Maisa, where the marriage is Anzach. I say in this quoting the Maisa, but the Yochanan means that if you go and you offer up to Hashem until Shalom Lishma, then you offer up just the Shem Hashem, and not the Shem Hashem Sorah. So the halacha ultimately is that you offer it up, and the covenant itself works. You have to bring the Shakim, but it does not satisfy the obligation of the Sorah. So she will say, is the halacha ultimately again that we've seen in many covenants? That if they offer up Shalom Lishma, the covenant itself still works. The novelty of our sugya now is that it works, and you also have to bring the accompanying Sakim, but halacha l'maisa doesn't satisfy your obligation, and you're obligated to bring another korban ultimately to satisfy your obligation. Beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Let's say Mishnah Tzadik Amud Aleph. Kol midot shemamekdos hayu nikdoshos. Suppose another very interesting halacha. All of the measures, we're speaking specifically now about dry measures. All of the dry measures inside of the Beis Hamikdash were nikdoshos. We'll say nikdoshos means heaped. Remember again, there are two ways that you can fill up a dry measure utensil. You can level it, or you can heap it. So Mishnah here says that all of the measures in the Beis Hamikdash were heaped. And we discuss what that means. Chutz, mishal chalav. I was like, to understand what that means. What that means is that halacha l'maisa, if you say that something is heaped, then what that means is that remember the amount of flour, right, for a regular korban is how much? Is 1 sarah. So remember, I already spoke about the idea that there was a sarah utensil. So what it means is as follows: if there was a sarah utensil, that means if you hold up your receipt, that the utensil itself, meaning the hole in the walls of the utensil, did not contain any sarah. The way the utensil was designed is that the inside of the utensil was have a chada, the inside of the cavity of the utensil, right, held X, but in order to complete the sarah measure, you had to pile, right, you had to heat ultimately the dry measure. That altogether created the sarah measure. Chutz, Mishal Kohen Gadol, with the exception ultimately again of the Kohen Gadol, meaning of the Haditi Kohen Gadol, Shei Godsha L'Sofa. Let's say Godsha L'Sofa means with the exception of the Kohen Gadol's utensil, which again, the cavity of the utensil contained the full measure of the sorrow. Rashi says, Shei Godsha L'Sofa, Shei Gidola Kolkach, Shekishahisa Intakas Haya Ba'in Sorrow. That it was so large that even once it was leveled out, it still contained the sorrow. So the Gemara goes like that. Midas halach. We'll say, what about to get the measurement for lach, for a liquid measurement? So midas halach, they would say in kodesh. Midas is supposed to actually not very What about the spoke about this in passing the other day? What about spillage, right? What about spillage? What about if something goes over the side of the utensil? What's the status of the spillage? Overflow, overflow, right? If overflow of the utensil, is that kadosh or not? So the Gemara says, so midas halach, they would say and kodesh. Also, when it comes to liquid measurements, ultimately again, the overflow is kodesh as well. Midas hayavesh, they would say and chol. Was it interestingly enough when it comes to the overflow of the dry measure? So that ultimately again is going to be chol. It's very interesting. So overflow of liquid measures will be kodesh, overflow of solid measures of chol. Rabbi Akiva says, midas halach kodesh. Rabbi Akiva this piece, he says that even Rabbi Akiva says that ultimately overflow of liquid is kodesh. The bichach beirut sehen, I should say. Rabbi Akiva says midas halach kodesh, which means, let's say that just follows just a moment. Rabbi Akiva holds that utensils used to measure liquids, those utensils themselves were consecrated. The measuring utensils themselves were consecrated. Therefore, because the measuring utensils are consecrated, the overflow is consecrated as well. Midas hayavesh chol, but the utensils used to measure dry measures were not consecrated. Therefore, the fichach berutzehen chol. Therefore, their overflow was chol as well. Rabbi Yossi Omer, so let's say Rabbi Akiva seems to be adding. Well, we'll see Rabbi Akiva is adding. Rabbi Yossi Omer, lo mishum zeh. Rabbi Yossi seems to disagree with Rabbi Akiva's logic, and he says, "Elo shalach ne'akar va'yavish inena." Let's say Rabbi Yossi, it's interesting. Everyone seems to agree with the distinction between liquid and solid, right? That liquid measures the overflow will be kodesh. Remember again, that everyone seems to be saying from the beginning. And the overflow, ultimately again, from dry measures will not be kodesh. Rabbi Akiva understands that it's not a function of the identity of overflow, it's an identity of the function of the utensil. Liquid measures, the utensils themselves are kodesh, therefore the overflow is kodesh. Dry measures, the utensil itself is chol, therefore the overflow ultimately is also chol. Rabbi Yossi says, no, it's not that. Rabbi Yossi says it's something different. You can even say that both types of utensils are kodesh. So why difference between an overflow of liquid and solid? This is amazing. But Rabbi Yossi understands that the science of liquids is as follows. When you go ahead, see, we often understand that when you pour in, it's like a full cup, and I pour in more liquid. So what happens? So the liquid overflows. Which liquid overflows? So let's say, so we often assume a LIFO, right? A LIFO method, right? Last in, first out, right? So whatever comes into the coffee cup glass is what comes out first. Rabbi Yossi says not necessarily. It's also possible that with liquid, when you pour more liquid in, what does it do? It churns up the entire utensil of liquid, and it's possible that that which was already in the utensil comes out. They'll say, what's the chiluk? See, if you tell me LIFO, last in, first out, then that means the liquid that was poured in last really was never in the clean. So it was never in the clean, never became kodesh. Never became kodesh, it's not kodesh. If on the other hand you hold that the kli itself gets churned up, I know churned up is the right term, you understand. Gets churned up, and therefore again, it's possible that liquid that was already in the utensil comes out, and it's possible that ultimately again that would be kodesh as well. So, I'm sorry. Right, Yaakov and Esav. Oh, it's a LIFO versus FIFO focus. Right, by the Yaakov and Esav. Last and first out, first and last out, which there's no, I don't think there's a philo. Right, it's okay, good. In any event, it says the Gemara. Money. So let's analyze this. So listen to this. So whose opinion does the Mishnah reflect? See Rabbi Meir. So let's say, remember again, the Mishnah said that all of the measurements in the Beis Hamikdash were all mikdashos, were all clean, with the exception of the account of the Kohen Gadol. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Meir, Chad Gadol. Let's say it's Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir ultimately held that there was one utensil for measuring out the melachos, and it was a huge utensil. So that was one utensil for regular carbon and the Kohen Gadol's carbon. Rabbanon, anything that says Rabbanon, Chada Umachim Chada. The Rabbanon hold also that there was one measuring utensil, but the Rabbanon hold that what? That ultimately it was a level utensil. So whose opinion does our Mishnah reflect? But I kissed him over Rabbi Meir. Really, it's Rabbi Meir. In my Chomidos, what does Rabbi Meir say that he speaks Chomidos? Called Medivos. So we'll say, interestingly enough, the Gemara suggests there is the position of Rabbi Meir. And Halacha Lamaisa, Chomidos doesn't have to be read as all measuring utensils, but rather, again, can be read as what? All measurements. All measurements that were taken every time something measured was taken in the Beis Hamikdash. Hayu Mikdashos. Ultimately, again, it was a heat measure. But Midas Halach, they would say the Kodesh. So remember it now. We have the Machlokes in the Mishnah. So remember, we have on one hand the Tanakama telling you that ultimately, well, see, here's what's interesting. Everyone seems to agree that overflow liquid is Kodesh, overflow dry measure is Chol. Right? So Rabbi Akiva gives his logic. Rabbi Akiva ascribes this halacha to the nature and identity ultimately of the utensils themselves, versus Rabbi Yossi, who understands that this is more about the movement of liquids versus solids. Says what I'm writing with the Tanasavar, Tanakama Savar, so we'll say Tanakama holds like this. It's actually very interesting halacha. Tanakama Savar, Midas Halach, Nimshecha, Bein Mibifnim, Bein Mibachutz. Midas Yavesh, Nimshecha Mibifnim, Velo Nimshecha Mibachutz. It's really quite fascinating. So Tanakama holds that halacha l'maisa, the liquid measurement utensils are concentrated both on the inside and on the outside. Which means that what? If liquid hits the utensil, either on the inside of the utensil or on the outside of the utensil, halacha l'maisa, the liquid itself will be kodesh. Therefore, again, the overflow, which I will say again never touches the inside of the utensil, but certainly what? Touches the outside of the utensil will also be kodesh. On the other hand, dry measured utensils are halacha l'maisa considered to be they are kodesh on the inside, but not kodesh on the outside. Let's say why the difference. This is just the way that the kedusha of the utensils on the Beis Hamikdash was set up. And therefore, again, fine. Let's look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi, the regular Rashi, so because the outside of the utensil was not consecrated, therefore, again, any kind of overflow remains unconsecrated. Because that is the opinion of the Tanakh. I have Rabbi Akiva, so Rabbi Akiva holds Midas Halach, Vimshichan maybe Vimshichan Mevachos. So we'll say Rabbi Akiva so far agrees. He agrees that yes, the liquid utensil, measuring utensil, is kodesh on the inside and on the outside. Therefore, again, overflow will be kodesh as well. Midas Yavesh, Lo Yimshichan Kol Hikam. We'll say now what's fascinating about this is in Rabbi Akiva's model. Rabbi Akiva holds that halacha l'maisa, the utensil used for dry measures, is not kodesh at all. It's not kodesh at all. Now, what does that mean? If it's not kodesh at all, then I have a bigger question than overflow. What's my question? The actual contents of the utensil itself. So we're going to look at Rashi. Top part of Rashi. Rabbi Akiva the utensil itself is not a consecrated utensil. So we'll say the flour that is contained inside becomes kadosh. Why? Because I'm verbally designated as being kadosh. Hilchach, Madikitzurich lei Mekadesh, Berutzim Motzarech lei Lo Mekadesh, Lefichach Berutzimcha. Therefore, we'll say only that which I need do I verbally designate as Kodesh, and therefore only that which is in the utensil ultimately is Kodesh. But that which overflows is ultimately not going to be Kodesh. So we'll say, so already begins to be focused. So you already see the first point of contention over here is the dry measure utensil. Tanakama telling you that what is the status of the dry measure utensil? Halacha l'maisa again, it's kodesh on the inside, but not kodesh on the outside. Rabbi Akiva, the dry measure utensil is not kodesh at all. I say, how are the contents of the kli kodesh? I verbally designate what's being kodesh. What am I verbally designating? Only that which is necessary ultimately for the cover itself. That which is not necessary, i.e. the overflow, is not kodesh. So it comes along. Rabbi Yossi says, so what's Rabbi Yossi's shita? This is actually a really divided machlokes. Rabbi Yossi's shita is that both the dry utensil and liquid utensil are both consecrated on the inside and not on the outside. So how do you account for the difference between overflow of liquid, which is considered to be kodesh, and overflow of solid, which is not? I'll tell you. Shelach ne'ekar umigavad demanakaasi. And the reason, the distinction that I say is because we assume that when liquid is poured into a kli, it displaces. It displaces the liquid that was already inside of the kli, and therefore the liquid that comes out may be liquid that was already inside of the kli. Now I will say, well, if you hold that halacha l'maisa liquid going from inside the kli, so remember again, Rabbi Yossi's model is that both liquid utensils and, or when I say liquid measured utensils and dry measured utensils are about chodesh mikufim, not chodesh mirachos. So if you hold that a liquid is poured in, it displaces liquid that was already inside the utensil. That liquid inside the utensil is already chodesh. Therefore, again, when it overflows the kli, it's because like the overflow liquid of also was liquid that was already inside the kli, not just in the liquid that was poured last. You don't say lifo, but rather that was liquid that was already inside the kli, that was already concentrated, and therefore, again, we will say that the overflow by liquid will be chodesh. On the other hand, the hayavish and onasa. We'll say by solids, there's no such thing as displacement. In other words, we'll say, so a very simple idea. If you have a utensil that is filled with flour, then you pour on a huge measure to the point that the flour overflows the sides of the kli. There's no havamina that the flour that was at the bottom of that kli was the flour that overflowed, because that's just not the properties of solid. Therefore, again, we assume that which overflowed was never what? Was never inside the kli. Because it was never inside the kli, therefore what? It's not kodesh. As opposed to, so I'll say really quite a riveting machlokes that really, if you think about it, really is centered on the very identity of the measuring utensils of the Beis Hamikdash. Did they have sanctity or not? Hanakama Kalimi, dry measures inside, liquid measures inside and outside. Dry measures inside, yes. Outside, no. Rabbi Akiva, ultimately, again, liquid measure inside and outside. Dry measure, not at all. And Rabbi Yossi telling me that the truth is, it's really not a function of the, you can assume that the inside of the utensils, ultimately, again, Kodesh, not the outside, and this is really an issue of displacement. Liquid displaces liquid that was inside the utensil, therefore also liquid inside the utensil is the one that's poured out. Solids do not displace one another, and therefore again, whatever pours over the side is stuff that was never inside the key to begin with, and therefore is not incredible. So the Gemara says, "V'chi ne'ekar my happy." And listen, even if we say, I'm sorry, "B'ha the time of the lach, the ne'ekar migavad the manakasi, v'yavish ne'ekar." V'chi ne'ekar my happy. But ultimately, again, even if we say that's halacha l'maisa, that liquid displaces liquid that was already inside the food, so that the overflow is liquid that was inside the food, who cares? Gavra the might be tzaref kamachabe. We'll say in general, there's an understanding that when it comes to measuring things out for Rabbinic purposes, there may be a bit of extra. And I will say, a person's kavana is that I only intend on what? On being makdish that which I need. I'm only going to be makdish the amount of flour that I need. I'm only going to be makdish the amount of wine that I need. And therefore, by definition, anything that is extra should be fluid. Anything that is extra should simply not be kadosh. I'm not being Rav Shishna Vishmeitirav Zosomeres Kisharis Mekashin Shlem Das. So also what do you see from here? You see from here that a Kisharis, a service utensil, has the ability to sanctify an item even without the intention of the oil. So the fact that these items hit a Kisharis, by definition, sanctifies them, even though my das may be to the contrary. Ravina says no. The olam im lachak Kisharis in the Kachin Elmi Das. Not necessarily. Ultimately, we can say that God. That a Klisharis is Mekadesh only midas. So also the only way a Klisharis is Mekadesh is if you have intention for it to do so. So what's the issue here? Zera Shemayomu Motzir Klisharis Nachor. And also the concern over here is that Allah people will think that you could take it. If we see that ultimately again that you're taking overflow and ultimately using it for unconsecrated purposes, people don't understand the halachos of overflow and spillage. But rather, ultimately, again, what people see are items in the klisharis. If you go ahead and you take items from a klisharis and now you start to use them for human purposes, even though maybe you can, right? Halacha l'maisa would want this back on. So apparently, when it comes ultimately again, when it comes ultimately to likta solid, so people understand that solid itself is never inside of things. When it comes to liquids, which much more concerned because people understand the halachas from the science of displacement. So because of that, once the liquid hits the sharis, even though again the overflow may have never been actually inside the kli, because it's possible that it was inside the kli, we're not going to let you use it for cooling purposes, because people will come to erroneously think that you can take something out of a kli sharis and use it for unconsecrated purposes. So most of Rabbi Zera is the Kashon. CDS Halach is actually a fascinating piece. CDS Halach and that's how it's different after Shabbos. So listen to this. You made a mistake. The halach is lechem aponim. It's supposed to be placed on the mizbeach when on Shabbos itself, and it's supposed to remain there for an entire week until the next Shabbos. When you take it off, give it to the kohanim, put the new bread on. Listen to this case. In this situation over here, you forgot to put the bread on the shulchan on Shabbos. You put it there on Sunday. The hikkias habazifim b'Shabbos. And once you go and you effort the bazifim, the spoons of frankincense on Shabbos. So once the halacha b'sula, the bread, it's a problem, right? It's possible. Why is it possible? Also because the halacha is that the lechem has to be on the shulchan for 2 Shabbos. The first Shabbos that it's placed on, and has to be the second Shabbos ultimately when it's taken off. There's Sunday no problem. So what can you do? Kate and Yasek, Yani Chino Shabbos Abba, leave the same lechem on the shulchan for 1 more Shabbos. Leave it on the shulchan for 1 more Shabbos. Shafidu, tu ala shulchan yamunad in the kafkul. So we just apparently there is no issue with leaving the bread, the lechem on the shulchan for a prolonged period of time. So fascinating. The Gemara says if you have it there for Shabbos, so you put it there on Sunday instead of Shabbos, no problem. Leave it there 1 more week. Leave it there 1 more week. So effectively, the same lechem will be on the shulchan for 2 weeks. So ba'amai. But why is that? Hasam nami lema kizera sheri yogru mafkidim l'kisharis. So we'll say again, why aren't we concerned that people will come to erroneously think based on that they want, that you can leave sacrificial and consecrated items in a kisharis for a prolonged period of time? Now, we'll say, now normally the halacha is, if you leave something in a kisharis for a prolonged period of time, what is that called? What is that called? Lina. That's called lina. Right? That's called ultimately again leaving it for a prolonged period of time, which is a psul. So what? So we just said beforehand they were nervous to allow you to use this village, right? Because overflow, because people will say you take from a klishares and use it for full. Why aren't we concerned to leave the lechem on the shulchan for 2 weeks? Why aren't we concerned that people will say, oh, you can just leave consecrated stuff in a klishares and it's no problem? You wish you might say better. Name, remember, the lechem hakonim is done inside the Beis Hamikdash. Who sees the inside of the Beis Hamikdash? Right, a couple of kohanim. Versus chutz, versus what said the measuring utensils. This was done in public view. Mim lav kuli amayadi, chutz kuli amayadi. We'll say, what happens in the Beis Hamikdash stays in the Beis Hamikdash. So ultimately, again, people who sees what's happening inside the Beis Hamikdash. No one sees it. So because no one sees it, ultimately, again, people aren't going to come to make any kind of mistakes. Versus outside of the Beis Hamikdash, that's when people come to make mistakes. Not hustle. Those who are there. Both are suck in the case of his back. So it's another interesting halacha. We'll get to the. I want to show you the halacha myself also, but we'll get to the John Hassan. Both are suck in the case of his back. So we'll say the leftover of the sucking is given for what we call dessert for the mizbeach. What does that mean? My most are sucking. So what does it mean the leftover of the sucking? So my focus. If everybody wants to say, "Oh, they losing me this." If everybody wants to say, it means the additional measures, right? The overflow. Overflow ultimately again is dedicated to what we call the kids of his death. Once we saw kids of his death before, the idea is when it comes to his death, you don't like his death to remain dormant or idle. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa in the event that no one would bring in karbanos, there was always like what we call the dessert fund. The dessert fund was there to ensure that his death was never idle. And the base of this would bring karbanos if no one else would bring karbanos. So therefore, again, any of the overflow from the suffering dedicated ultimately again for this particular purpose. When Kiva Yosef Amar Beiruse Midos. When Kiva Yosef says, no, it's not the overflow, but rather again it was the heaping of the measures. So also Kiva Yosef says that the measures were normally leveled off. When you leveled it off, anything extra was set aside ultimately again for the king's son as well. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Kosa Shishim. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds as follows. Rabbi Yochanan says, Rabbi Yochanan Kosa Shishim. Let's say a person takes upon himself to provide a flour for the Beis Hamikdash. So he commits himself ultimately again to provide flour at 4 sit-in per seller. That's the amount that he's committing to. 4 sit-in per flour per seller. And what happens? So then what happens? The price goes up. So now you can only get 3 sit-in of flour for a seller. But you need to belong to the Beis Hamikdash for sit-in per seller. What's the halacha? Yastik be'arba. Because you have to provide the Beis Hamikdash the flour at the price that you essentially, when you give flour, when you pledge it to the Beis Hamikdash, you lock in the price at the time of the pledge. So even if the price goes up and you can only get 3 sitting per seller, you still have to go ahead and give 4 sitting per seller. On the other hand, on the base, I will say what happens if at the time you made your promise, you can go ahead and what? Only provide 3 sit-in per seller, and then what happens was that the price goes down. So now you can go ahead and provide 4 sit-in per seller. What's the halacha? The sapik yarba. You have to give 4 sit-in per seller, not 3 sit-in per seller. What's the logic? Sheyad hakekdish al ha'oyah. Ultimately, you're going to say, Yad Hekdish is al ha'oyah. Whereas the Beis Hamikdash always has the advantage. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, so this would be an example, by the way, of Mosar, and the Safik. They'll say, so over here, what do you see? Let's say in this particular case, where you pledged 3, but it turns out that what? That you're giving 4, because the price went down. So we'll say, what do we do with that extra saw? So we set that aside for case on his back. We put that in the what we call additional carbon fund, that in the event that ultimately the covenant of his back is dormant, the Beis Hamikdash has funds to be able to use the additional carbonos. Kanye Kavasi did here. Ayos, you said right, that's the words of Kibayos. So Kanye Kavasi have your Kanye Kavasi in Kibayos, Beirut Sing does halal mahu. When we say ultimately again, Beirut Sing does halal mahu. When you have these additional measurements, remember when you leveled off the flour, you add an additional flour. So what do you do with it? There's another cover being offered that requires this extra measure offered up with this other cover. And if they sit overnight, you slew the leader. You know, it's supposed to become Muslim. The in-law, and it wasn't that they're not yet become Muslim today, which is not eaten by Hannah's on his bed. You can go ahead and use it for the dessert of his bed. Kate's Zet mountain, and ultimately again, all the uprock for Kate in his bed. Olos. So we know from Olos, Abbas of the Shane Olos, Abbas of the Shane, the meat would go as a cover for the disposal. But Olos of the home, and ultimately again, the hides would be used for the Kohanim. And Abbas of the Yochanan, so it's your vice versa for the Yochanan. And the couple Allah the Safik Salah says to Isaac. The person took upon himself to provide flour for the Beis Hamikdash at a rate of what we call 4 sit-in per seller. But on the Mishalosh, and then the price goes up, you can only provide 3 sit-in per seller. So the sapik me'arba. Now, what is you have to still provide the 4 that you promised. On the flip side, Mishalosh va'amdu me'arba. And also ultimately again, if you promise 3, but then the price went down, you can do 4 sit-in per seller. The sapik me'arba, you give 4. Why? Shiyat hekdish al ha'oyah. Ultimately, again, the Beis Hamikdash has the upper hand. Also, this is the example when we say that the extra measurements ultimately again go to the dessert fund of the dessert. So, also, what is the extra measurements? So, this is an example of this. I pledged to give 3 sit-in per seller, which was the goy marketplace by commitment. Price then goes down, and now to get 4 sit-in per seller. I have an obligation to give 4 sit-in per seller now, but I only pledged 3. So what happens with the extra 1? Plus the Beis Hamikdash sets it aside and uses it for what we call this case. So in the event that the back is dormant for some reason, so this fund we go ahead and we use to bring additional cover. Good. So what's this? Now we go back. So first of all, that ends this video. But again, we want to just close out. What's the story with the utensils? Because remember, again, going back to the beginning, I heard this kind of come out, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yossi. What's the halachic status of the liquid utensils, the dry measure utensils? The Rambam says like this. Kol hamidos, this is in Hilchos Mikdash Park Al Halach Yudas. Kol hamidos ha'ilu kodesh u'mikli sharis. Elo shemidos halach nimshiku mibifnim mibachutz, u'kli hayavesh lo nimshiku elo bifnim. So we'll say, so the halacha is that ultimately, again, liquid measured utensils are kadosh on the inside and on the outside, versus dry measured utensils, which are only kadosh on the inside, not on the outside. Therefore, again, I must say, halacha l'meisa, overflow from the liquid utensil is kodesh, because the overflow, whether it's coming from the inside or it's the outside of the kodesh, will be mitzay midas aggravation flow. And ultimately, again, the overflow from dry measured utensils will be full. And once again, all comes together. And what do you do with the additional amount of the overflow from the rubbish? It would, even though it's full, it would still use it for the base of the for what? For what? For the ketam is back for the dessert fund. Why not just let it go out to full? Because that's what we said before. Zero, we're concerned that people will come to think that you can take something from a kusharis and just suddenly use it for mundane purposes. So ultimately, again, the Rambam has to like the position of the Tanakh. Says the Mishnah. Really interesting. Says the Mishnah. Kol karbanos hatzilos. So here we go. Let's go back to it. So all communal offerings, vayachid, and individual offerings, to me themselves. So we'll say in general, all karbanos come with nisach. Okay, you're going to see all karbanos. The rule is going to be all karbanos come with nisach, except what? Except the ones that don't. Right? Except the ones that don't. So watch this. So kol karbanos hatzibur vayachid to nisach. Those are all general. Communal offerings, individual offerings require nisach. Chutz min habachar v'hamaiser v'hapasach. With the exception ultimately again of the Bechor offering, of the Meiser offering, the Pesach offering, Chatos and Asham. That's all. Right? Those are all the exceptions. Hello. And however, there is in the even though we just said a chatos and a asham only doesn't get in the socket, there is a chatos and an asham which does get in the socket. The chatos of mitzora and the asham ultimately again require the socket. Require libation. But says the Gemara, here we go. So we'll say now we're going to go through and try to understand how we know which kabbalas require the socket, which kabbalas don't require the socket. So Tanrabana. So the pasuk says, "You shall go ahead and make for them a fire offering to Hashem." So Yachol Kala Olam Yishim Yehital Misachim. So it's an metaphor for anything that is placed on the fire. Ultimately, again, requires Misachim, which will say would include every single couple. After with Mincha, maybe even a Mincha ultimately requires Misachim. Talmud Lomar Olam. If it wasn't the pasuk says Ola, then it's Dafkun Ola which requires Misachim. I Shlomo Minari. So okay, so now I know that Ola requires Misachim. How do I know that Shlomo requires Misachim? Talmud Lomar Seba. If it wasn't the pasuk, uses a more generic term, ultimately a month of Seba. Seba just means a carbon. Told me, I know that I told you requires Misachim. Talmud Lomar O Seba. So we'll say the O comes to include something additional. So at that point, if you're going to say O Zevach, maybe O Zevach comes to include what? All karbanos. So maybe I should include Bechor, Meiser, Pesach, Chatos, and Asham. Therefore, the pasuk says to fulfill the neder or in the dava. But the neder in the dava was only the type of carbon which technically can be brought as a neder or as in a dava, ultimately requires the sum. She'ino but the neder in the dava, there is a carbon which cannot come as a neder or as in a dava, ain told in the sum. So it's like here for the first time espousing a rule. The rule is a carbon which could potentially come as a neder or a never requires the sum. A carbon which can never come as a neder or a nedava does not require the sum. So let's say now all begins to come together. Now we begin to understand the exclusion. You cannot bring a neder chatos. You can't say, you know what? I feel like I just want to bring a chatos. Right? I didn't do anything wrong, Baruch Hashem, but you know, I'm kind of like a team player. Someone did something wrong, so I'm going to go to bring a chatas. You can't bring a chatas like that. You can't bring a pesach like that. So we'll say, so if it can't be brought to neder or nedava, then halacha lemaisa doesn't get nisach. So mashma lo'otzias elu. So we'll say, so now I understand the consequence to exclude. But let's be said above. Otzias chovos habos machmas harega. So berega. So we'll say ultimately, maybe I should also exclude obligatory offerings which come on the elective because of Yom. So we'll say ultimately again, what's the example of this? Olos Riyah Shami Chagiga. We'll say maybe ultimately again, Olos Riyah Shami Chagiga, which are the different kabbalos ultimately affected, shouldn't go ahead and get Pesachim either. Lomar O the Moadim. Therefore, we'll say the pasuk says, or the kabbalos which are brought on your Yom Kippur. Chala above the Moadechem Ta'on Yisachim. Ultimately, again, anything that is brought on your Yom Kippur, i.e. Shami Chagiga, Olos Riyah, requiring the Sachim. Mashma Lahavi is Elu. She will say, okay, so now you tell me you can do these other kabbalos. Avi Siri Chatos. So maybe I'll go ahead and include the case of the Siri of the Chatos as well. Holder Gufa in Foga Regel, ultimately again because of it. Because this can be brought as an obligatory offering on the Regel as well. I will say, if you look at Rashi says over here, Avi Siri Chatos, the Holder Gufa in Bemoed. You need to win in the second. Since the Siri Chatas ultimately again is brought on the Moed, therefore halacha l'maisa, it should require the second as well. Now, if you look at Rashi in Kisveyad, Rashi says Siri Chatos shall musir gadol v'nekru sefer Siri Chatos echad. So it's amazing, no? It's amazing. There's a Siri Chatos brought in every Yom, including when? Including on Rosh Chodesh. Look at that. Just as I'm gonna thought, therefore, again, you just told me before that any carbon that is brought on a Yom Tov requires Nesachim. Well, Yom Tovim also have a Chatas offering. So if that's the case, I should bring Nesachim I should bring Nesachim for the Chatas as well. Which leads to what it says, Talmud the Chin Sa'asad Ben Bakar. So what says there, the Pasuk says, so shall you do for the Ben Bakar. Now, what does this mean? Ben Bakar, the Bakar. Most like the Ben Bakar was the general principle of all kabbalos. But I'm a yotza. Why is it for to single it out? The hakishela to make a hekish. Not Ben Bakar because Bob the get the net that the gaba. Was it just like the common the Ben Bakar to be brought as a net on the gaba? Achkopa the net of the gaba. Ultimately, again, so to us which type of carbon requires the second. Only kabbalos which can be brought as a net of them. So as we begin to see over. This is the guiding light principle. If the carbon can be brought as a neder or in dava, then what? In halach l'maisa, it comes with nisa. If it cannot be brought as a neder or in dava, it goes down to get nisa. So why does the Pasuk come along and say, to create the pleasing of Allah for Him from the Bakar? The fish and the Olah, when the Pasuk said before Olah, Shomer and Afilu Olah's Ha'ol Kinashmo. I'm going to say, so now you established before that an Olah gets the stuff. I would have thought that applies to even what? Olah's Ha'ol. Even a bird Olah. So the Gemara says, Talmud Minat Bakar or Minat Son de Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Yoshua says, no, it's not from Minat Bakar, Minat Son. Only if it's Minat Bakar, Minat Son does it get the Sachim. But ultimately, again, if it's an oath, it does not get the Sachim. But Yonah said, Omer Inot Sarif. But Yonah says, you don't need this Joshua. Are you Omer Zevach? But oath, are you Omer Zevach? Sorry. The pastor will say Zevach. And what? But oath, Zevach. Oath is not the Zevach. It was a Zevach only because it's an animal offering, and oath is not a Zevach. If that's the case, why does the person have to say Minabaka Minatzon? Fish and Amar Adam Yakub, we can cover Hashem Minabahema or Minabaka Minatzon. There's one since the Pasuk. This is a person from among you. Will offer up coming to Hashem. From the Hema, Minabaka Minatzon. Yochel, Haomer, Hari Alai Ola, Yavim Mishnehem. I'm going to put that the person says, so Hari Alai Ola, I have to become myself Ola. Maybe I have to bring both Bakar and Son. Lomar, Minha Bakar, or Minha. The Pasuk says, from Bakar or from Son, Ratza Echad maybe, Ratza Shnai. Ultimately, again, if you want to bring one, you can bring one. If you want to bring two, you can bring two. So stop over here for today. We're going to pick up, still in the middle of the drasha, but pick up with the Jonas and we're going to Alright, can I say good morning, a great spot. Let us begin. Here to left off in Oops, again, the regular double about once again, given some of the various players, symbolism of those players, but it's people we're speaking about which really exists. So that's your experience of it. The Mala with the Mala. And that which happens in this field what is happening with the emotional right to seven. Now we're going to say the introduction. Now we'll go to the meaning of the different Mishnahs. Sha'aba Rishona, Sha'aba Rishona. To one side. The first understanding is that the brother should always cries out and roars out by each of the Mishnahs, by each of the different branches of faith. And he says, I the Banim, go to the church because of your sins. I have been forced to destroy my base of flesh, and go to the Father who is forced to go ahead and exile his children. So remember again, what we said to his boss is that every mission. Now, the topic is going to bring together these two ideas. Those showing wars, so we see crowds out there every mission. But remember again, the three missionaries are represented in this world by three different things. So the first mission was the donkey raising. So what's the connection? So we're going to start with something amazing. This is the Sha'aba Rishona, the first one that was focused cries out at night. In despair for Claudius, but also in despair for himself. Despair for Claudius, ultimately again as the Rebbeinu Shalom had to exile us, and despair for himself because a father who was forced to exile his children. So what's the meaning of this? He's going to this one, I'm reading the Biblia Hasidus. I give him babies, and then there's Biblia Hasidus, right hand column, left column there. Shasilim Apachen Chamerno. Remember again, the symbol or the sign for the first watch is the donkey grave. He says, as had Sa'ar the brothers Hashima, brothers Sotah, עד ששעבו שהקדוש כל כך ותוקף, עד שניתו שעבדו גם בחומר הנור, אז תקוצו משעבדו. This is what Rabbi says. The pain of the Rebbeinu Shalom is so acute that it's felt even by the chomer. It's felt even by the donkey. So what is that? I mean, why the donkey never any other animal? It's pretty right. He says, real pizza creation. The dance is considered to be like the lowliest of all the animals. Mitzad Chumiyitza. Because of its physicality, because of its intelligence, the dance is considered to be the lowliest of all animals. Remember, you actually see this mostly the world. Even the moon, remember, the people is called to, and that's not so this is people. So letters are meaningful, names are meaningful, everything can be meaningful, right? If you look at the word donkey, so I'm sure the word donkey has some type of etymological use to it, obviously, but for myself, there's no inherent meaning, or actually the holiness in that. Masha'inkin, Hamar, which is the Hebrew word for donkey, so represents something about the identity of the donkey. Because remember again, Hamar we translate as donkey, but Hamar is also the same Russian as Chumius, as Chomer, as material, as mundane. So the donkey, being the beast of burden, represents the epitome or the paradigmatic example of something that is so physical, so mundane, the exclusion origin of that which is holy. Meaning the notion of the donkey is a beast of burden means that it is laden with materialism. It's laden with materialism. Such as the donkey of the Hamor is a paradigmatic example of that which is material to the exclusion of the spiritual. So says that it's something amazing. So the Gemara tells me that in the first Mishnah, after the Baruch cries out, woe to the father who had to exile his children, or say woe to the children of an exile, and woe to the father who has exiled his children. And in that Mishnah, what happened? The donkey's crying out. Says the Tzaddik, what does mean the donkey's crying out? It means that even the donkey feels the pain of the streets. Even the donkey feels this sense of agitation of the Ribbon Shalom. So what's the message? He says, also we are getting to also the rest of the here he explains that Chazal discussed that the donkey is the lowliest of the animals. Now left hand column. Arushinatu Chazal Sachama Mutuzma, Achumiusan, Hadassah, and Emotion. Not only that, but some of the nations of the world are compared to donkeys. Why are they compared to donkeys? Because the nice again, just like the donkey is considered to be the example of that which is physical, material, to the exclusion of the spiritual. Often that's the combinations of the world. He goes on, he says, Moshe, Anu Chazal Bavitama, Chaverchas Karya Chamra, Uchbon Gabe Mush, Vishachavercha Karya Chamor, Kedem Bagos. From Ukov Shel Chamor, Vasirei Eilacha, Vesim Oshal Gabracha, Lahatzik Kidu Be'emer Simcha Chamor. Lomar, hold them as Varev the Altarnei. As well as here, because if your friend calls you a donkey, if your friend calls you a donkey, what should you do? Put a saddle on and accept the fact that you're a donkey. Which again was a separate discussion about how to deal with name calling, how to deal with insults, but that's not our discussion for today. So whatever goes on in Shuvah, that's the point. So what's the message here? Hare Shebene Azam Lokin Asakine Chamor, Kede Lachashtu Asvidasam, Even Shechamori Adeya Shura Bacham. So listen, so the first lesson says that Tzaddik is as follows. That even the Hamor, even that which is closely physical, even that which is almost like the antithesis of spirituality and holiness, has the ability to feel the pain of the street, has the ability to feel the pain of the rebellion. Which I guess like this is fascinating, dramatic, beautiful, overwhelming lesson. And again, this is the same idea that the Tzaddik said before, right? So remember again with the Hamor. This is the ideal scene that sometimes we think that in order to go ahead and pour kind of into that spirituality, one must be on some elevated, exalted state. And if I'm not living in that state, then how could I have a relationship with Melech Malkei Amachim, the King of Kings? And we know the Tzaddik highlights and reinforces over and over that that is not the case. That is not the case, which of course, what the Tzaddik is reinforcing is one of the terms of Siddhis. Remember again, one of the reasons that starts about something a movement was the feeling that Judaism was becoming the proprietary property of the intellectual elite. With only wise people, people who could learn, people who could study, who had access to the Torah. Well, what about the rest of us? Right? Sometimes we have this image in our mind. It's like all of Jewish history was like the days of Hiskiah Malach Yehuda. Like you mentioned, the days of Hiskiah Malach Yehuda, even children do the halachas of Tumen Tara. Tumen Tara, those figures that look in Dakiani, very, very, sort of these glance to see how long the Gemara actually is until it's over. Right? So in the days of Hiskiah Malach Yehuda, all the children knew. So we have to mean that that's like Jewish history. That was a blip. Right? That was like an exception to the rule. Most people, the Philadelphia Eagles have not been educated. Right? And most of the Philadelphia Eagles have not become the Chachamim. So the Hashem was ordered to the one who's going to do so it's not to make a really easy fight for everyone. So he was perfectly saying, what does it mean that the donkey graze at the first Mishmar? That first time at night, when that Mishmar cries out, the calm snow, is for himself, even the donkey feels that. Even the donkey feels that. What's the message for me? The message for me is that even if I'm a donkey, and a lot of times in life I'm just a donkey. A lot of times in life I'm just somewhere. I'm just homeless. I'm just homeless. I make bad decisions. I make wrong plans. I make foolish mistakes. I'm often devoid of spirituality and just a very physical, material aspect. Let's do things in those moments. A relationship with our fellow is not expressive of you. The first thing in this world to recognize that we are authority is just one God. Even if you're a donkey in life, our relationship and connection with our friends is possible. So listen, we'll see it's possible, but the someone has a very basic and lower level relationship. So the relationship is always possible. The relationship is always accessible. The quality and intensity of the relationship is fundamentally dependent on where I'm holding on. So it's not going to be for today, but at least now we know the first Ishmael, and we'll see this progression as it plays out among the subsequent Ishmael.
Look at this butter. Look at this little. Look at this butter. Look at this one. Look at this one. Look at it. Look at it.
Bravo, bang, bravo. Alright, children, so good morning. We have our begin with picking up today in Mirza Hashem with a new old skin. So Pastor Tzaddik, record number Mirza Hashem Os Kef Beis. I'm sorry, actually, we're going to skip. We're going to pick up actually with Os Kef Gimel. Os Kef Beis, the Rebbe really restates a lot of what was in Chaf Aleph. We're going to pick up with Chaf Gimel. Before Maaseh Hashem Yisbarach, Yesh Siman Nikar Lamat. We'll say here, the Rebbe really introduces something quite amazing. And again, this is also still a continuation. Remember again, in Os Chaf Aleph, so the Rebbe understood that within the Mishmoros, within the different watches of the night, were different messages for how to create or how to structure one's Bodas Hashem, one's service or religious devotion, one's even in times of night, even in times of challenge or difficulty. So along those same lines, the Rebbe says as follows. So actually, if you take a look in the Bihuri HaChasidus, let's have a look at it in there. The Chol Ma'aseh, U'Ku'ula, Shepol Hashem Yisbarach Ba'olam Hayom, in everything that Hashem does above in the celestial sphere, Afilu Ba'olam HaGavoa B'Hane'ela B'Yoser, Yesh, I'm reading this from Bihuri HaChasidus, Yesh Eze Roshem Siman Nikar Mizeh Lemata B'Nevan Ba'olam Hayom. This is really a very dramatic idea. So, the Rebbe explains, in everything that Hashem does in the celestial sphere, everything that Hashem does above, there is some manifestation, or some almost like, I don't want to use the word mirror image, but some recognition of that in this world. So there, which you see what the Rebbe is doing, is developing this yesod about this incredible interconnectedness between what he calls the Olam HaGavoa, so the Ribbon Shalom Israel and the Olam HaGavoa in this world. So he does anything that happens in the Ribbon Shalom world, anything that happens right in the celestial sphere above, is somehow mirrored in this world as well. Go on with the Bihuri HaChasidus. Yesh Eze Roshem, Siman Nikar Mizeh Lemata, B'Nivraim Ba'olam Hazeh. Ukimo Shekasa B'Sefer L'Kutei Amorim. They read that there's a quote over here from the Maggid of Mezrich. The Maggid of Mezrich says as follows: Holy sorrow, Shuhuach Idu Dash Mishamadia Tal. This is how this manifests itself. So this manifests in a very fascinating way. He says, you quote from the Maggid of Mezrich. You know, the Maggid of Mezrich was the primary disciple of the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. So the Rebbe right there, the Maggid of Mezrich says, Kol Chisaro Shu, Ba'afilu Bashmi Shamagia L'Tzadik. This is what the Rebbe said. He said, any time there's some lacking, there's some chisaro, there's something lacking in the life of the tzaddik, you go shenitzach lo parnasa or refuah. Say, for example, again, the tzaddik, he needs parnasa, or he needs refuah, he needs livelihood, or he needs healing. Misvav lo min hashamayim. This particular lack, this particular deficiency was specifically given to him from the Ribono Shel Olam. For what purpose? The siman lo, in order that the tzaddik should have a siman. They're both saying, now I want to point out something very important that the Maggid is highlighting over here, which is that the Rebbe is not saying that the tzaddik doesn't have parnasa, or the tzaddik doesn't have refuah, that that's an onus, or that's a punishment for them. What the Rebbe is saying is, if the tzaddik doesn't have parnasa, the tzaddik doesn't have refuah, that's a simon. That's a simon. Right? This is Mikdash Baruch Hu is dispatching a message. What's the message? What's the message? He says, Avur Kiddush Yida Yisrael Lahavim Yizeh She'osa Yisrael Shayit Shechram Lemala B'Shmini. So it's still wild idea. The man is saying that when the tzaddik doesn't have parnasa, or the tzaddik doesn't have refuah, the message that the Ribono Shel Olam is dispatching is that somehow the Ribono Shel Olam is missing the same thing. It's an incredible idea. Somehow the Ribono Shel Olam, so if the tzaddik doesn't have refuah, the Ribono Shel Olam is also lacking or missing some type of refuah. The tzaddik doesn't have parnasa, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol is missing some type of parnasa. I don't think obviously one has to be very careful with these concepts because the Ribono Shel Olam lacks nothing. The Ribono Shel Olam is absolutely nothing. So again, as we're going to see that the Rebbe is talking on a much more metaphorical level, but he's so is quite dramatic. Whatever the tzaddik is missing in Olam Hazeh, whatever the tzaddik is missing in this world, that's a sin. The Ribono Shel Olam Kiviyachol is missing it as well in the Olam Ha'alyon. Mechivan, that was saying, what's this logic? What's this logic? Mechivan, Shinishmose, U'ever, Me'ashchina, Kiviyachol Kitipa Min Hayam Hayin Shabara. The logic behind this is because the neshama is like a limb of the Shekhinah. It's like a drop from the sea. Meaning, if you understand that the neshama of the individual is a limb of the Ribono Shel Olam, then what happens to the limb is symptomatic of what it is that is happening to the body. So if the limb is deficient in some way, that deficiency, of course, impacts the body in its entirety. So the tzaddik is missing refuah, the tzaddik is missing parnasa. That means that the Shekhinah is quote unquote missing something as well. You have to take a look. Obviously, you look at this concept and it seems theologically uncomfortable. I do what is that? The Shekhinah is missing something, especially some of things like Pulab and Nasa. So we'll have to see what the Magid is trying to find over here. But I understand that on a very basic level is this incredible interconnectedness between what the Rebbe calls the Olam Ha'alyon and the Olam Ha'tachton. But Ribono Shel Olam's no power around this incredible connection. Look at footnote Reish Chafalef. At least to begin to take a look at it. He says, "V'zeh Shono, Kishetzarech levakish things of Daran Ha'abol Yisrael, Yachshov Shenishmoso V'Iver Mehashmina." So it's actually very difficult. This is the warning of the Magid of message. That when a person needs to ask something from the Ribono Shel Olam, he should view it as if his neshama is a limb of the Shekhinah. You want to say that the truth is, in all conditions of faith, you've often heard of the concept that the neshama is a nucleus, that the neshama is a spark of the Ribono Shel Olam. Like our Zabal Kanye writes, "Chilek Eloka Mima'al Mamish." Literally, again, a portion or a piece of that Baruch Hu. Here the message is seeing something very different. He's saying that the neshama is in fact a limb. Is a limb. Either match. First, I have to say the wording is very dramatic because a limb is obviously something much more connected and much more real than a spark. Right? The spark, so remember, you have a fire. The spark comes up the fire. But it's true that the spark emanates from the fire. The spark is no longer a piece of the fire. A portion of Hashem is about Tanya, right? Portion. It was once part, now it's no longer part. But you want to tell me an Adak, you want to tell me a limb. So we'll say a limb mamish means that what? That's what? A limb is only meaningful when it's attached to the body. Right? So when the limb is no longer attached to the body, so the limb no longer really has that much of an identity as a limb. So that's what the Magid of Mezrich is suggesting is that halacha l'maisa, not just the pshat that the neshama is a piece of the Ribono Shel Olam, but rather again that the neshama is a Ida. The neshama is a limb of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And therefore, the Yivakish al Ashkina sha'uso davar v'chasol Ashkina. That's the difference in the Magid Mezrich. Therefore, when you ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu something and you're lacking something, just know that whatever the limb lacks, body lacks it as well. So if I am deficient in some way, so the Ribono Shel Olam Kiviyachol feels that level of deficiency as well. So as we'll have to stop over here for today. Therefore, the Maggid says, but this other for this, the Maggid says that therefore, when you daven for something, so daven for Kodesh Baruch Hu, so Ribono Shel Olam, Mimale Ma'aseh Sarah, fill that which is lacking in me. Because if you fill that which is lacking in me, then what? Then you complete yourself as well. If you fill that which is lacking in me, you're mamalik your sorrow as well. Because it's such an incredibly dramatic idea. Now, what this actually means, right? And what it means that the Rothschild has a chisorah, Chapter Shalom, is something we're going to have to inform us. So we'll stop over for today. We'll continue with the chisorah in America. All right, what's up, good morning? Let us begin. We are beginning a new section, unit 6 of Cycle. This morning, Osh Kaf Aleph. Osh Kaf Aleph, I sent it out on the yesterday. So with that being said, it's like actually reading the short Osh that you can see in the Rosh Hashanah today and Friday, which you can see is a very powerful resource. Think about that. This Alusa Yurkasa Da'avodas Hashem. What we are Lamada. So let's take a step back because we know this here is quoting a very fundamental soul and concept within Hasidus. And if you think even above Hasidus, the fundamental concept within Zohar, in the Kabbalistic literature, the notion of Isarusa Delaila is Arusa Delaila. Isarusa literally means an awakening, a spiritual awakening from above, spiritual awakening from below. So on the most basic level, the way this is often understood as follows is in the world of inspiration, the inspiration comes from two places. Sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam would send a wave of inspiration down to me. Like I haven't done anything specific, but I can start with gives me this beautiful bracha, this beautiful blessing of inspiration. There's sometimes you just feel inspired. You don't know why you feel inspired, you're not understanding where that inspiration is coming from, but just like I'm not going to say, it's not really powerful. A spirituality that comes over. And then there's this, because that's his Alusa Gila. Then there's this Alusa Gila Tasa, which the best way to define it is self-inspiration. Self-inspiration. It's just literally, again, the word is Alusa, so it comes from the letter short of awake, an awakening. So is it an awakening from a historical, an awakening from me? So is it that a historical is sending me a wave of divine energy? And that's especially my inspired state form, and I self-inspire. You know, it's interesting. Some of the emotions in this is the difference. Some people begin this more with David, and some people begin with David Mizmor. It's interesting enough, the ones that begin Mizmor with David often refer to circumstances where David Amalek is self-inspired versus the David Mizmor, where David Amalek is only in state of inspiration from above. This Alusa de la Ila, this Alusa de la Casa. This is a fundamental yesod in Hasidus in general. Here we are speaking of this concept from a little bit of a different perspective. This is something very interesting. This Alusa de la Casa Bavodah Hashem. So when we inspire ourselves, and we say, the other piece is this concept in general of this Alusa de la Casa, right? This spiritual awakening below also teaches us an incredible yesod in general in Avodah Hashem, which is that not rely on other people or other things, or even as a majority, to inspire you. If you want inspiration in life, that is something that a person must run after. See, sometimes people say, I'm inspired, and with the English language and the undertone of that statement is, I don't have any inspirational people in my life, right? My Rebbe doesn't inspire me, my teachers don't inspire me. Okay. So, while that's true, and of course, a person has to find inspirational figures in life. It's nice at the end of the day, like most things in life, the bulk of your life starts with you. So you say, listen to the person, if you want inspiration, you must self-inspire. You must awaken from within. You must awaken yourself. So Rabbi here says that this concept of this Arusa de la when we self-awaken, when we self-awaken and self-inspire, Ma'ura Lamala Dugnasa. This is incredible. What that does is it awakens inspiration of God. Now we're going to see what this means because just to understand the thematic connection. In Usaf, the Rebbe is speaking about the connection between the Mishmoros in this world and by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the celestial sphere. And later Rebbe made those connections by saying that the Mishmoros represent how we build our relationship with Hashem. They teach us how to connect with God. Continuing on the same theme, the interconnectedness between our world and the celestial sphere. So the Rebbe says that when we awaken ourselves, when we inspire ourselves, when we engage in this arusa dilokasa, when we engage ultimately in a spiritual awakening here in this world, that has an effect on our Holy Spirit. Literally, ma'orer lamala dugnasa. It awakens a similar energy or a similar quote unquote inspiration above. Now, where did the Rebbe get this? This is really incredible. It says, you know, Shani Bezar Kamahalim, and this is mentioned in Zohar a number of times. He says, Moshe Amrikot Gemara in Hashita, Ashkichi Rabba Barshiva Le'Idio, Amalei Akshav Amar Mishnei Rabbi. So what is this talking about? If you listen to the Uriah Hasidas, this is really an incredible piece. You go to this Gemara from Hagila. So what happens in this Gemara Hagila? Well, listen to this. So I mean, if you really have to see this in the right hand column, the second paragraph in the right hand column about Islam's Ashkei, Hadash, Rabbi Barshila Le'Ilio. Amali Rabbi Le'Ilio, Mike Abra Kodesh Baruch. So listen to this story. So Rabbi Barshila bumped into Ilio. Take it out the right. He bumped into Ilio and Nazi. So Rabbi asked Ilio, tell me, what is the Rebbeinu Shel Olam doing right now? Like, what is he up to right now? Right? What is the Kodesh Baruch Hu engaged with? Amali Ilio Rabbi, Hamashmaisa, Yichumayim B'Kul Rabbi, Umikumi Rabbi Meir Lo Ta'amah. So Ilio Navi tells Rabbi Barshila, the Rebbeinu Shel Olam right now, saying over Torah teachings in the names of all of the different rabbis, but from the name of Rabbi Meir, he's not quoting it. Amali Rabbi Le'Ilio. So again, first of all, it's a dramatic amount on a number of levels that apparently the Rebbeinu Shel Olam does in a special series. He sits in his meditation and learns, and what does he do when he learns? Quotes from the Rabbanim of this world. This rabbi says this. The one rabbi he did not quote was Rabbi Meir. So Rabbi Rothschild says to you, why doesn't he quote Rabbi Meir? I mean, you should the Tagama Shmaisa Miknei Dak. Wow. Because remember Rabbi Meir was the student, was actually the Talmud Chacham, right, which is like the student slash peer of Rabbi Shimon of Achad, right? And when Elisha ben Avi becomes an Apikoros, or he becomes a heretic, all the other rabbis disassociate from Elisha ben Avi. He's a heretic, remember. Not only was he a heretic, he was a dangerous heretic. Right? He actively tried to uproot learning, tried to uproot observance. So all the other rabbis cut themselves off from him, except Rabbi Meir. Right? Except Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir was his Talmud, and Rabbi Meir still tried to extract learning from his rabbis. So the Gemara says, Amar li Rabbi Le'Ilio Amai, Hari Rabbi Meir Rimon Masa, Toho Achol, Kli Pasal Zara. So what did Rabbi Meir do? So Rabbi Barshila is defending Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir, he found the pomegranate, he ate the fruit, and threw away the peel. In other words, that he understood that Elisha ben Abi was the repository of Torah knowledge. So he was trying to extract that knowledge from Elisha ben Abi, but of course not Shalom adopting any of his heretical views. And it wasn't not only that, by the way, Rabbi Meir's real intention with maintaining our relationship with Elisha ben Abi was what? To bring Elisha ben Abi back. That was the ultimate goal. So he goes on, he says, Amarle, Amarle V'Yod Rabba, Akshav Shamar Kotel, Rimarka Lavsus, Amra Kodesh Baruch Hu B'Shmil Gavner. We'll say sorry. You can imagine the scene, it's so incredible. So Ilya Navi pauses for a moment. He turns to Rabbi and says, now that you have been Malani Tzvus, now that you have gone ahead and made merit, right? You've gone ahead and justified maybe there's action, right? You went out of your way to go ahead and find something positive in him. Which Baruch is now sitting in Shabbat and quoting the Shrei Rabbi. He's quoting things in the name of Rabbi Rothschild. So he says, so what do you see from here? Hari Shaka Bishbaruch is like the Malo, the Fisha Orer Rabba by Shiva. The British Rebbe said that the actions of the Rebbe from Olam in the celestial sphere were impacted by Rabbi Rothschild's actions in this sphere. Hence, creating this construct for the Tzaddik, this notion of Israel. You said to the Pasuk Avodas Hashem, Ma'orer L'Malot B'Nasa, that which you do in this world arouses some type of reciprocal divine energy in the celestial sphere. Which I will say, we're going to continue with this as I said on Friday, which you understand the dramatic idea, because we often say that the most we can impact is our world, right? I can impact myself, I can impact my world, I can impact my thoughts, but that I impact the British government, representing the 17th century, absolutely because whatever you do in this world, with this world you simply also, whatever you do in this world with your awakening from below, with your earthly awakening, your self-inspiration, is moreover of some type of reciprocal energy. Ultimately, working for the So Rabbi Shila was Malami Tzchus, right? Found some favor, found something redeeming about Rabbi actions, and if we start to be supporting him, that's why I have to stop right here for today. We're going to continue with this thing. This, by the way, is part of the master teaching of the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. The Baal Shem Tov writes, what is there many times? The Pasuk in Torah says Hashem Tzilcha. Hashem Tzilcha. So often we translate that, I think the problem, we translate that as Hashem is your shade. And the imagery that's being painted is just like shade provides relief on a hot day. Just so through the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in my life provides relief. The way to translate is Hashem Tzilcha means Hashem is your shadow. What's your shade and shadow? Shade is wonderful, but shade does not change based on the shadow moves whenever I am. We also understand what some of the things shadow. But there's reciprocity. What I do ultimately is mirrored in the way that the ownership over the that's the concept that the subject is building on. Not for which today we're going to continue to put that subject in your question. All right, Jeff, say good morning. Let us begin with a few moments. Started we're ready to start our day. So we left off last week in O's Kuf Beit. And again, the rabbi was making a beautiful idea, a beautiful statement out of distinction. He was speaking about the fact of a chassid. And in order to highlight that point, he was making a distinction between Shammai and Hillel. And that how Shammai would go out and spend his entire week preparing for Shabbos, and ultimately again would build up throughout the week in order to go ahead and make his akila, his consumption for Shabbos, one of incredible holiness and kedusha. Whereas Hillel, on the other hand, was able to bring that Shabbos-like kedusha into his everyday consumption. And according to the Tzaddik, that is truly the definition of a chassid. A chassid is a person. So let's take a look. So we're on page Reish Mem Gimel. Page Reish Mem Gimel in Oskuf base. It's the same PDF that I sent out last week. In the right-hand paragraph in the Be'orei Chassidos, about 6 lines in, it says, Zeu be'emes hanikra b'toar chassid. This is someone who is truly called a chassid. Ritzoni lomar, shebe'avodaso la'Hashem yisbarach, kulav davka medaktek rak motzei sidei chavas apishuras hadin. A chassid is not someone who is only concerned to go ahead and fulfill the mitzvahs according to the technical details. Shuras hadin means that, again, a regular Jew, any good Jew, has an obligation to make sure that he lives his life in conformity with halacha. So again, I therefore am medactic and careful to go ahead and fulfill the dictates and mandates of everyday Judaic practice. A chassid is not simply satisfied with going ahead and taking care of the obligations. Elo, mishtadel lemalos ritzon Hashem yisbarach gam yoser echavos. A chassid is someone who goes above and beyond. I don't just satisfy my obligations, but rather, again, Lashon is so beautiful. Mishtadel tries lemalos ritzon Hashem yisbarach to fulfill the will of God gam yoser echavos, even more than my obligation. And again, it's such a beautiful idea. So according to Rabbi Tzaddik, here lies the difference between a tzaddik and a chassid. A tzaddik is a person who lives according to shuras hadin. Tzaddik is a person who says, I know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu expects of me, and I'm going to do whatever I can to live up to that expectation. A chassid is someone who tries to surpass the expectation. I know what the expectations are, but I want to go above and beyond the expectations. So again, it's interesting because according to Rabbi Tzaddik, he's almost like framing this in the realm of like Hillel and Shammai. So Shammai, again, what was the expectation? The expectation is that your Shabbos consumption should be one of Kedusha. That's the expectation, that on Shabbos Kodesh I should take all of the mundane activities of life and I should lift them up to an elevated plane. What's that? That's a tzaddik. What does a chassid do? A chassid says, why should I wait for Shabbos to go ahead and elevate my acts of consumption into a whole new endeavor? I want to elevate my weekday consumption into something holy as well. That's a chassid. That's a chassid. Also, I'll point out, by the way, that this definition is that not unique to Rabbi Tzaddik. In fact, the Ramchal, we learned this many moons ago, the Ramchal brings this down in the Silas Yisharim as well, that the definition of a chassid is interesting. He has a little bit of a nuanced difference. He says, a chassid understands through the mitzvos what the Ratzon Hashem is. What is the will of God? And once a chassid understands what the will of God is, he strives to live his life in accordance with that will, even if that will is not explicitly articulated by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In other words, what the way Ramchal explains it is, a chassid understands mitzvos are an expression of divine will. So, it's like, how like in any relationship, if you're close to someone and then you begin to see what it is that they like what it is that they enjoy, so you go ahead and you go above and beyond to try to give them that which they enjoy, even if they don't ask for it. Don't ask for it. I know you appreciate this, I know you appreciate that, so you go out of my way. So a chassid, says Ramchal, does the same thing in a relationship with Hashem. I know what Hashem likes. How do I know what Hashem likes? How do you possibly know what Hashem likes? It's very simple. Hashem gives us taryag mitzvos. So taryag mitzvos is what Hashem tells me, I like it when you do this. I like it when you do that. Okay. So now once I know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu likes, now that I know that, I can give him what he likes even if he doesn't demand it. So it might be that this is, for example, I know that Hashem likes it when I'm a Baal Chesed. I know that he likes it. How do you know that? Come on, how do you know what God wants? Very simple. Because the Torah says, "V'hapta l'reacha kamocha." Torah says, Pasach tiftach lachicha ha'evyon. Torah gives me a whole bunch of mitzvahs where it's clear that Hashem likes it when I am kind to other people. Great. Now, once I know that, if I go ahead and I'm kind, even in expectations, where it's not a situation where it's not demanded of me, that's called a chassid. So I'm just pointing out that Tzaddik is espousing a very similar idea, that a tzaddik is a person who lives up to expectations. A chassid is a person who surpasses expectations. Which I will say, by the way, you begin to see how becoming a chassid is not so partial. Right? How do I should be a tzaddik? Live up to expectations, but to be the kind of chassid. I will say, I'll point out, by the way, it's not all or nothing. In other words, you could be a tzaddik in certain areas and a chassid in other areas. In other words, it's nothing out of nothing state of being. He goes on, he says, let's just do one more line and we'll have to stop. He says, בעניין זה המיוחד לחסיד נקרא בלשון החסיד ויחדת השם אלוקיך בכל לבבך. So what's the true definition of a chassid? One is fulfills the mitzvah to love Hashem with all of your heart. על פי מה שפירשו חז"ל בשני יצריך. היינו בצד טוב וביצר הרע. So we'll say this is actually incredibly beautiful. We're going to stop with this for today. And I'll tease you with this a little bit, and the rest of something we'll focus on it tomorrow. So we've seen this concept in Rav Tzadok a number of times. So what we're going to see according to Tzadok is that the concept of a chassid is a multifaceted yesod. So element one of being a chassid is where the tzaddik lives up to expectations. The Ratzon Hashem, the chassid surpasses them. Now Rav Tzadok introduces us to something else. A tzaddik eliminates his yetzer hara. A chassid channels his yetzer hara. And we've seen this in a number of different ways. In other words, it's like the chassid understands that my yetzer hara just represents an energy. And it's an energy that currently is being misused or is being used, ultimately, again, to commit negative actions. But Lamaisa, if I can harness that energy, harness that passion, and simply channel it in a different direction, there is no telling what I can accomplish. So we'll stop over for today, but in tomorrow's shir, we're really going to focus on that core distinction. A tzaddik vanquishes the yetzer hara. A chassid rechannels the yetzer hara. How that manifests itself, and ultimately, again, how we get to that level, and that's Hashem tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin here. Yeah, 4 minutes in the closet. We left off actually we began yesterday post-cliff base. So it was in this particular section that the Rebbe was describing to us the concept of what he called his tzaddik brother. What's the notion of it? Or I should say, it's really a chassid. That's how we should use the word chassid. So the Rebbe explained what's the definition of a chassid. A chassid is someone ultimately, again, who performs all of his life activities. Right? Both, of course, mitzvahs, right? Mitzvahs are the obvious one there, mitzvahs, but even what he called tzarchei gufni, physical needs, divrei rishus, optional things. These are things that are all done with kedusha. That's the highest level. That's the highest level. Ultimately, again, a person does them. The Rebbe's words was Machnis man Abdus B'Ritzon Hashem Yisbarach. A person goes ahead and in everything he does, there's an element of avodas Hashem, service of Hashem. There's a fulfillment of the will of Hashem, and all of that is part of anything and everything that such an individual does. So again, the Rebbe says such a person like this is called the chassid. So we began yesterday. The Rebbe wanted to illustrate this a little bit with the interesting discussion between Hillel and Shammai in the Sefes Beya. So remember again here, just review. So we had an interesting difference in approach. Shammai, he would find a nice animal on a Sunday. He would say, "Oh, Harei Zula covered Shabbos. This is Shabbos." And then what would happen? Beautiful, he would set it aside. Then if he would end up going ahead and finding another beautiful animal, he would go ahead and consume the first, and go ahead and designate the second the covered Shabbos. So ultimately, again, Hillel, what did Hillel do? Now, also picking up page Reish Mem Gimel in the Be'uria Hasidus, the right hand column, 4 lines in, last word on the line. The Hillel Azakim, what did Hillel do? So we'll say this is a quote from the Gemara. What did Hillel do? Hillel Azakim, Hayukomasa L'Shem Shamayim. Hillel, all of his actions were for the sake of heaven. And I was like, that's beautiful. Except it's a very strange statement in the Gemara, because it doesn't tell us what. What did Hillel do? What did it say? Hillel called Maas of L'Shem Shamayim. Everything that Hillel did, he did L'Shem Shamayim. So what's the pshat? So Sashir is beautiful. If you take a look in the footnote, Kuf Samach Gimel. What does it mean that everything Hillel did L'Shem Shamayim? I will say, now the Pashup shot is that the way Hillel conducted himself is Hillel would find a nice animal, and he would go ahead and wouldn't necessarily immediately save it for Shabbos, because he would always assume that he'll find something nicer later on in the week. So a fundamental distinction between the Hebrews and the approaches of Hillel and Shammai. But hashkafically, what's happening over here? So look in Kuf Samach Gimel. Footnote. Re'ei ma shekasa Rabbeinu b'Yisrael Kidoshim. V'zeh she'amru gamkim. Aval Hillel Azakim mida acheres heisamon. Hillel, this is the quote from the Gemara. Hillel, he approached things differently than Shammai. Shekol ma'asav l'shem Shammai. All of his actions were for the sake of heaven. Okay, what does this mean? Let's say, here we go. Ratzalomar. Shelavinia Hana l'Shabbos Kishamai. I will say this is so profoundly beautiful. We're going to see, so essentially, what did Hillel do? Unlike Shammai, who would see an animal and say, "Oh, beautiful animal, you covered Shabbos. So already on Sunday, if Shammai came across a beautiful animal, Shammai was set for Shabbos. Okay, find something more beautiful later on, or replace. Hillel wasn't like that. Again, Pashup Shad is that Hillel would wait until later on in the week, ultimately again to see what was available, and he was confident that he would find something beautiful for Shabbos. But listen down, Rav Tzaddik explains this. Ratzal Omar, Shelohinia Hana l'Shabbos Kishana. So Hillel did not delay his spiritual and lofty consumption for Shabbos like Shammai did. Ki hu haya ochal gam b'yamos hachol al taras kodesh. Hillel ate the entire week in a state of tara. We'll define what this means in just a moment. Lios called ma'achalo b'kedusha beruchnis ma'achol Shabbos. Essentially, Hillel didn't just eat on Shabbos like Shabbos, but he ate throughout the week like it was Shabbos as well. That's not a statement on value, right? Or that's not a statement also on the quality of food. You see what he means? The Zenikra Hamas Alishim Shabbos. So that's how it's outside for just a moment. You see, in Shammai's world, there was one event of lofty, elevated, heilige eating. And when was it? Shabbos. So Shammai's entire week was focused on Shabbos. Right? So Shammai's entire week was, okay, there's one day out of the week where everything is transformed into something dramatic, everything is transformed into something beautiful, everything is transformed into something different. And that happens once a week. Every week. And so Shammai's fixation was how do I maximize that spiritual act of eating? How can I maximize it into something dramatic? Hillel understood something different. Hillel understood that every single day consumption could be holy. That it doesn't just have to be that on a Shabbos. Consumption is something that is elevated and lifted up from the mundane, but rather each and every day a person has the ability to infuse Kedusha into their consumption. The person has the ability to make even the most mundane act into something special, into something unique, into something that indeed is a form of Avodas Hashem. That Rabbi Tzadok says herein lies the fundamental difference between a Hillel and a Shammai. Everyone agreeing that Shabbos is Shabbos. And the beauty of Shabbos is that you take everything mundane. If you think about this, what's the essence of Shabbos? You take every single thing that is normally mundane during the week and you lift it up. You sleep on Shabbos, that's Oneg Shabbos. I sleep during the week as well. Shabbos, I take sleep, I lift it up. You eat on Shabbos, I eat during the week as well. Take eating, which could be amongst the most animalistic things, and ultimately lift it up. And also, even again, the Rambam brings down that again, part of Oneg Shabbos is intimacy with one's spouse. 1 second, you do that during the week as well. You lift it up on Shabbos and it becomes something holy, it becomes something special. That's the essence of Shabbos. You take everything mundane, and you just simply lift it up. So, but Hitler came along and said, 1 second, why is it only on Shabbos? Why is that only on Shabbos? Why can't I take that same experience and take all of those mundane things and somehow lift them up and somehow transform them into something meaningful, into something beautiful, into something uplifting as well? And that, says Rabbi Tzadok, is the meaning of the statement of the Gemara when the Gemara says, "Vehillel hazokein hayu kol ma'asav l'shem shamayim." Hillel's actions. Sorry, I was saying the lashon of the Gemara is actually a bit different. In the footnote in Kuf Samech Gimel, he quotes the lashon in its entirety, and it's so beautiful. Listen to the lashon. You don't have to listen; you can see it inside. Aval Hillel hazokein, Hillel the elder, mida acheres haisavo. He had a different approach. So what was his different approach? Shekol ma'asav l'shem shamayim. All of his actions, all of the time, were this for the sake of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I will say, do you think that the Gemara Maseches Beis is just coming to tell us the different Shabbos shopping habits of Hillel and Shammai? Like Hillel shopped for Shabbos one way, and Shammai shopped for Shabbos another way. So fantastic, but I don't care how people shop. It doesn't make a difference to me. There's a no, because it's not just how they shop. It's like something so much more profound. It's telling you how they related to seemingly mundane activities. Shammai seemed to be of the opinion that you can lift up the mundane, but you can't do it every day. You can lift up the mundane on Shabbos. That's the power of Shabbos Kodesh. That's the power of Shabbos. Hillel said, absolutely not. Hillel's approach, again, says the Gemara, Hillel mida acheres. He had a different approach. And what was his different approach? Shekol ma'asav l'shem shamayim. You could lift up every single mundane activity, every single day, and transform it into something holy. Shabbos is the paradigm. Shabbos teaches us that it's possible. Without Shabbos, a person will say to themselves, it's impossible. There's Kodesh and there's Chol. Hamavdil ben Kodesh l'Chol. Right? There's holy things, there's mundane things, and that's the way of the world. Shabbos teaches us that that's not true. Shabbos teaches us that even the mundane can be lifted up. But with just Shabbos, I would think, okay, one day out of the week I could accomplish that, the rest of the week I can't. Comes along Hillel and says, absolutely not. Mida acheres haisavo. You can go, Hillel says, you can live life differently if you choose. To live life differently if you choose. What kind of different life can I choose? A life of Kedusha. A life of where mundane things are lifted up not just once a week, but each and every day. Right? So we have to stop over there for today. We're going to take up the next session. Now that we have the Machlokes Hillel and Shammai, now that we have the approach of Rabbi Tzadok, we'll see ultimately again how to actually bring this alive and create the identity of a chassid. Shkoyah. All right, Kevin, so good morning. Let us begin. So for your Erev Shabbos is Hashem, we start Hallelujah, Tzidkas HaTzadik. I'm jumping out of order just a little bit. And because last night also we went to this really did a beautiful piece by the Rebbe. So today also we'll begin something. We're not going to finish it today, but we're going to begin in Os Kuf Lamed Dalet. I sent it out on the chat last night. Kuf Lamed Dalet. So we'll say in these couple of pieces, the Rebbe speaks about Shuvah. There's actually a couple of very profound ideas that the Rebbe espouses. So let's take a look. Kuf Lamed Dalet, and we only have Hasidus. Let's start in the middle section here. So the Rebbe writes as follows: Yish Pamin. שנבנה לאדם שפרשת כראי בתשובה שלמה, בחרט הגמורה, ונמחלו לא חטאיו. So Tzaddik writes as follows: there are times when it looks like that to a person he has done complete tshuva. Right? There are times that's the thing that is just in our own lives. I've done something wrong, and I have gone through the steps of tshuva. Gone through the steps, I've done the work. Shav kerai b'tshuva shlima, I've done complete tshuva. Charata gemura, complete remorse. V'nimchulu lo chatav, and as far as I'm concerned, I feel that I've done what needs to be done in order to have my sins fully forgiven. Okay, so we'll say, so remember, how does a person feel in the aftermath of that process? I made a mistake, but I also did what needed to get done in order to rectify that particular mistake. Then something interesting happens. The Acharzman, who holds her umisorer belibo, v'yismarner al chata'ot. But then something happens. Sometime later, the pain of the sin is awoken inside of my heart again. It's an interesting thing. Sometimes I do something, I do the work in order to do tshuva, I kind of file it away, and then it comes back. I haven't done it again. I have not repeated the act again. I'm still only b'tshuvasa, still holding strong in my tshuva, but in my mind, I begin thinking about it again. And again, I will say, the Kofi is not saying in my mind that I'm thinking about it because I want to do it again, or I'm thinking about it again because I'm about to relapse, but I just begin to think about it and remember that faith. And it's so strange because in my mind, not in my mind, I know I did the crime, right? I committed the crime, I did the tshuva, and I made my peace, and I moved forward. And why is it back? ומרגיש בעצמו שני המחשבות הללו על אף היוסם סוסום זה לזה. אין דמיון בלעד. And I will say, in my mind, I see myself, why am I having these contradictory emotions or thoughts? On one hand, the idea of tshuva, which allows me to file it away and move forward, but then at the same time, I'm thinking about this particular idea. I'm contemplating it, and I'm wondering, what's happening here? Why is it back? If I'm still holding strong in my tshuva, why is it back? And the Rebbe writes something amazing. He says, with the MS, Shneihem Eimanes. But also the truth is both of these thoughts are correct. In other words, the idea that I have filed the faith away and need to move on, but the idea that it's also coming up in my mind, it's like bubbling up in my mind every once in a while. Those are not contradictory. Why says the Tzaddik? This is so profound. Kam Hadavar, Mushum de Kaimaron, Shaminotim Halacha, so I say Kotur, the Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov, Shesover, Sha'averos, Shezvada Alein Yom Kippurim Zeh, Chozer Umisvada Alein Yom Kippurim Haba. Just a little bit of background. There's a fundamental focus. How should a person relate to sin after he's done tshuva? Right? I committed an avera. Now I did tshuva for it. How should I relate to that particular avera? And there's a focus in the Gemara. One opinion says, once you go ahead and you do tshuva, file it away, don't talk about it anymore. Actually, let me be more specific. The actual machlokas in the Gemara is, let's say in Tafshin Pei Beis, right, this year, let's say I did a particular Avera. I did Avera A, and I did Tshuva for that Avera. I went through the entire process of the Avera. Comes Rosh Hashanah, I did Tshuva for it again. Yom Kippur, good. I close it out. In Tafshin Pei Gimel, right, let's fast forward a little bit. So in Tafshin Pei Gimel, which is this coming Rosh Hashanah, do I have to do Tshuva for that Avera again? In other words, do I have to do Tshuva for Averos that I've done Tshuva for already and have not repeated? It's a good question, right? Because it was like the shaila is, hopefully a person comes into it. Well, it's coming to Rosh Hashanah. It's not coming to every day, but let's say finish all Rosh Hashanah with a list of things that I've done wrong, right? And what I need to work on. So we'll say, here's the shaila. Is that a running lifetime list? Or do we say, no, the stuff that I did wrong but fixed the tshuva for, I could close the door on those things and they do not have to be part of my list. Or no, is it a running list? They say, I can't tell you. I say, it's the chiluk, by the way, it's the chiluk between coming into Rosh Hashanah with like a little piece of paper in your matzah versus like a 3-ring binder. You know, like is this a running list of like Averas? Or is this just the stuff that's kind of open? It's open right now. In other words, the file's open because I haven't done what I need to get done. I will say, so how do we paskin? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Rothschild says, the Rambam says also, we paskin like Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov. Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov says, Averis that you did tshuva for last Yom Kippur, you should continue to do tshuva for on this Yom Kippur, even if you obeyed the tshuvas, even if you have not repeated the sin. Which will say this is a very overwhelming idea. Again, how this actually plays out, it's true, we're not going to get into right now. The topic is just focusing on this in one very specific way that you're going to see. But there is this notion, I will say, which even though I've closed out the file, I've done the tshuva, I've done what I need to do, Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov says, continue to do tshuva for these averos year after year, day after day. Close your misfadlim Yom Kippur Mabba. Mishum Shene'emar, quote away the pasuk from Tehillim, Ki b'sha'ai ani eida, I know my sins, v'chatasi negdi sonit. My sin is always opposite. And I'm going to say that's the operative phrase. My sin is always opposite. V'chatasi negdi sonit. So Rabbi Yaakov says, part of the process of tshuva is I bring my averos with me. I never file them away. I'm constantly and consistently, consciously aware of the mistakes that I make. Now, again, I will say, Rabbi Yaakov is not saying that tshuva doesn't work, and he's not saying that tshuva doesn't allow you, so to speak, to close out the file. But there's a power in being able to be constantly aware of your averos. Right? There's a power in that. Because I always say, if I'm constantly aware of my mistakes, what does that create? What does that awareness create? Oh, the awareness creates awareness. The awareness creates a vigilance, right? If I know my weaknesses and I'm constantly aware of them, hopefully that diminishes the possibility and probability that I'm going to repeat those very mistakes. So an incredible yisod. So we say, why is this important for topics? Listen to this. He says, and I will say again, he models it after David HaMelech. B'chatasi negdi sonit. My averos are always opposite me. And he goes on, we'll end with this. He says, Ba'atidu ba'averos kigon bitul mitzvahs aseh shalochihi v'miyad kisha'adam shabayim v'tshuva lo zaz misham ad shemokol lo mikomokom yoshev yisvagalem. I will say, now this is interesting. Again, more specificity than we're going to get into today. But the idea that Gemara says over here is even averos that halacha l'maisa. There's a certain category, for example, mitzvos aseh, positive commandments. So the Gemara says that if a person is engaged in the performance of a positive commandment, that's obviously a much lower level of an infraction, like you have vatal and aseh. And if you do tshuva for that, you're forgiven immediately, instantaneously. Even those type of averos, a person should carry with them and be ever aware of them. So Tzaddik says, now we understand the internal cognitive contradiction. Watch this. Bahari Nimsa, I'm in page Shin Lamed Beis, left hand side. I'm going to end with this. Bahari Nimsa, Shegam Zeh Emes, Mashinit Malo Shalomin Chulu Avanoso. Va'ach Shebevadai HaEmes Shekvar Nimchulu Lo, רק כמו שאין שיר בכל מעלות האדם ומדרגות הרוחנית ואין הגבלה בקצבה כמה יוכל לעלות, כך אין שיר גם במדרגות התשובה שיזכרת עוד ועוד. We'll come back to this Monday, but I'll just say this for now. So Tzaddik says like this. Let's say, how did he start off? These internal contradictions. On one hand, I commit an avera, I do the tshuva, I file it away, and I expect it to be done. Yet every once in a while, what happens? I begin to think about that avera, not to commit it again, but it comes up, and I don't understand that. Why am I thinking about it if I've done the work to effectively rectify, remedy, and file it away? The answer is is because it's not a contradiction. Because in the world of tshuva, there is this constant back and forth. There's on one hand, the need to go ahead, remedy, rectify, file away. But on the other hand, there's also the need to what? To maintain an ever-present cognition and awareness of the averos activity. And that's why what happens in the neshama is there are times where I cannot think about something for a very long time. And that's helpful, by the way. We discussed this on Monday. It's helpful not to always think about the averos, but on the flip side, every once in a while, something will come back to my memory. An avera that I committed in the past, that I did my tshuva for. But at the end of the day, now it comes up again. Why does it come up again, I will say? Because it's important to be aware of your averos. Even if I've not committed that particular avera for a very long time, it's important to be aware of it. Because first of all, the Tzaddik is going to say that awareness allows me to do even more tshuva. We'll come back to that on Monday. But that awareness, like the Berozer Ben Yaakov says, that awareness creates a heightened level of vigilance. And it's that heightened level of vigilance that hopefully precludes the possibility of sinful behavior. So we'll stop over here for today. The Tzaddik telling us that the thoughts are not contradictory. What do we do with those thoughts? And that's Hashem Monday. Shkoya. Good to be back to it, Tzaddik. What's life without a Tzaddik? Acknowledge the fact that people might not want to put rocks in their butt and talk about that. All right, Jeff, it's like good morning. Good morning. Morning, let's just spend a few moments on the Tzaddik, because we have a lot to do today on the back as well. We wanted to make a little bit more headway in O's course, which was the same piece we started 2 days ago. So remember again, just to orient ourselves a little bit, Tzaddik advanced a really beautiful idea. That the notion of tshuva, which means return, ultimately refers to the idea that when we sin, we remove certain things from our Kadosh Baruch. And the process of tshuva is a process of returning those very items back to the original Shalom. She explained perhaps one of the easiest ways to illustrate this. One of the simplest ways to illustrate this is a person commits an avera, and avera requires koach. An avera requires strength, requires abilities, requires skills. Those are skills that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has given me, that now I've, so to speak, hijacked, used for the commission of sin. And so part of the process of tshuva is to give those very things back to the Ribono Shel Olam. So he continues, and we'll just do a few lines today. He says, Ritzoni Lomar, I'm in the Uriah Hasidus, the left-hand column, section Kuf, 3 lines down. Ritzoni Lomar, Shemakir Achote Shakoma Sha'agam Oseh. The person who sins realizes that everything that a person does, everything a person does is a result of the fact that Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives him the ability to do so. Even thought, the concept of thought, before thought materializes in the heart of man, ultimately, again, that thought is already revealed and known before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. As Chazal teach us, Shashem Yisbarach, Huzeh, Asher Nasan Lo Es HaKoach Ve'es HaMachshava. So this is actually part of me. So it turns out that the Ribono Shel Olam is the one who gives me every single piece of koach, every single unit of strength, piece of strength, and also every single thought. There's no such thing as strength of thought that doesn't emanate from before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which is really something amazing. As Gam Da'asiyah, so therefore, sorry, Nimtza Shashem Yisbarach Hu Izvizeh, Asher Nasu Es HaKoach Ve'es HaMachshava, as Gam Da'asiyah Ma'aseh HaAveira. Don't say that this is something amazing. Therefore, it turns out, if I accept the premise that everything comes from Hashem, including thought and including actional ability, it turns out that even the thought to commit an Avera and even the actional ability to commit an Avera comes from who? Comes from Hashem. Comes from Hashem. There's nothing in my life, there's nothing in this world, there's nothing in my dynamic activity that doesn't come from the Ribono Shel Olam, including the thought and including the action for the commission of an Avera. When a person recognizes this, Azai Achar Hatshuva Hagimura Huzocha Shafilu Zidonos Averos Sha'avar B'Mezid Nasan Lo Zechuyos. Listen to this. So therefore, the Rebbe posits, I just want to highlight this point, the Rebbe posits that that's part of Tshuva. Part of Tshuva is recognizing that everything, even the thoughts and actional abilities to make an Avera, also come from Hashem. It all comes from Hashem. We'll say, why is that part of Tshuva? Because I think what something is highlighted over here is hate. Hate is a removal of oneself from Hashem. That's what hate is. I'm gravitating away from God. So on one hand, I'm taking my abilities that should be used for good, and now I'm using them for for negative things. I'm taking my abilities and my kochos, and I'm removing them from Hashem. The irony of that is that it's those very kochos, those very abilities, both physical and cognitive, which allowed me to sin, come from who? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'm taking that which God has given me, and I'm using them against the Ribono Shel Olam. Which I will say, if you think about it, is so wild. It's so wild. It's almost as if, imagine for a moment, you give your child an allowance, and the child gets the allowance to go ahead and do something illicit. So it's bad enough if my kid does something that's not good, but to take the money that I gave you and now to use it for something negative, it compounds the transgression. He says, what do we do when we commit an Avera? HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me thought, and I use that thought to decide what I'm going to do. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me strength, dynamic ability. Now I take that dynamic ability and I use it to sin. So Tzaddik says, that compounds the Avera. But what's Tshuva? Tshuva is when I recognize that all comes from Hashem, and I return it back to Him. So when I recognize that both my cognitive ability, my actional ability comes from Hashem, and now I say, okay, I hijacked and I misused it. Now I want to return it. The act of taking those kochos that are from Hashem and returning them to Hashem, that's Tshuva. That's the return. That's the positive choice of the study. So we'll stop here for today. We'll pick up the lesson on Monday to see how practically, how do I actually accomplish that? Little tzaddik, very simple. All right, Rabbi say good morning, good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up the Meretz Hashem in Siftas HaTzadik Oskov. Sent it out on the chat, the PDF, and the truth is there are hard copies over there here in the front as well. So again, you'll see, I know that yesterday we had done Tzadik Press, so I'm skipping Tzadik Press just for today, and then in Meretz Hashem, I'm going to go back. We're going to do Kuf first, and then go back to Tzadik Press. You'll see why. Whatever says the Tzadik Press is really beautiful. Shuvah. Speaking a little bit about Shuvah, now that Pesach is over, it's almost Elul. It's almost Elul, and Meretz Hashem, it's almost Yom Noraim. So it's time for us to go ahead and begin to think about Shuvah once again. So the Rebbe says as follows. Shuvah. What is Shuvah? Hainu shenishiv oso davar el Hashem yisbarach. Literally, Shuvah means to return. Let's just translate his words. To return that very thing, also davar, that very thing, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now let's take a step back for just a moment. What's in general is interesting about the word Shuvah is that we often go ahead and translate it as repentance, to repent. Now the truth is, it's not really etymologically accurate. That is, Soloveitchik points out in his Shuvah drushes that the word Shuvah really comes again the first time we find that the use of that word, one of the times, I should say the first, one of the times we find it is by Shmuel HaNavi. That the Navi says that Shmuel was not only the prophet, Shmuel was also the shofet. And how would he conduct his judiciary activities? Is he wouldn't have the people come to him, he would go to the people. And literally, he was literally a circuit judge. He would go ahead and make the rounds around Eretz Yisrael. And the Torah says, U'teshuvasol harama. When he would come back to his home in Ramah. So Soloveitchik says, you see here that the Lashon of Shuvah is Lashon of coming home, is Lashon of returning. The essence of hate, the essence of sin, is that a person is straying, going away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shuvah is therefore the process of coming back home. The tzaddik also trying to maintain a fidelity to their true etymological root. And what does it mean? Shuvah also means, he says, shalishim, you're returning something. You see, Rabbi Soloveitchik says, I'm returning me. I am returning home. The tzaddik says, I'm returning something else. I'm returning. Shuvah is the process where I return something to Hashem. What am I returning to Hashem? Also, davar, that thing. If you look at the verse, if you look at the Be'urei HaChasidus, right? The some of the top is a tzaddik, the middle is also a tzaddik, but just the expanded explanation. The Be'urei HaChasidus in the left-hand column, look what he writes. Omek pu'ulas ha'tshuva, hainu sha'al yada, meshiv ha'adam es oso davar shechakabo el Hashem yisbarach. I returned the very thing that I sinned with back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So when I commit an Avera, I'm committing an Avera with something, and I'm removing that something from Hashem. The act of tshuva is ultimately the returning of that item which I sinned with, the returning of that item back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, this is reminiscent of something we learned before in the Psalm. Now when he says, davar, something does not have to mean an object, but something could also mean what? It can mean a koach, it can mean an energy, it can mean an ability, it could mean a midah, a character trait. Remember again, Rabbi Rothschild spoke about this before, which is that each of us have kohos, and those kohos, those abilities, those strengths, each of us have midos. Those character traits by themselves are neither good nor bad. Everything in life depends on how you use it. So Tzaddik is saying over here, when a person commits an Avera, effectively what I've done is I've taken something in life and used it against Hashem. I've used it against Hashem. I'll give you a simple example. Let's say a person goes ahead and does an Avera. But I don't just do an Avera, I run to do the Avera. Okay? So I say, what have I used? What attribute or what midah have I used in the commission of sin? Zrizos. So in that hate, what I've done is I've taken Zrizos away from Hashem. I've removed Zrizos away from Hashem. So it says of Tzaddik, what's tshuva? Tshuva gives Zrizos back to Hashem. How do you give Zrizos back to the Ribono Shel Olam? By becoming Zoris in the right things. You say, isn't it incredibly profound? So that's the definition of hate, says the Raka. I'm taking something from the Ribono Shel Olam, and now my job, my goal is to give it back to the Ribono Shel Olam. That's tshuva. He goes on. I will say, with Tzaddik, and it's here already, we've been learning to because that's Tzaddik for a while. You see that often what the Tzaddik does is kind of combines a number of different things into one set, into one piece. So this is element number one. That the essence of tshuva is I've taken something from Hashem in the commission of sin, and now tshuva is the returning of that very item back to him. But then he goes on. Ritzoni Lomar. Tzaddik says, what I want to explain is as follows. Shemakir, Shakol Poel Hashem Yisbarach V'Kochol, Ba'afilu HaMachshava Ta'anot Shebalibo Shel Adam. So let's analyze this next piece. So look what he writes. Ritzoni Lomar Shemakir, I'm just going to read down the Orei Chasidus. Ritzoni Lomar Shemakir Acholte, that part of the tshuva process is when the sinner recognizes Shakol, Masha Adamosa, everything I do in this world, Harehu Ta'al Hashem Yisbarach V'Kochol. Everything I am able to do in this world is only a result of the Ribono Shel Olam. Right? In other words, we'll say there's nothing I can do in this world without Hashem. Even thought itself, before that thought takes form in the heart of man, was already revealed and known to the Ribono Shel Olam. As again, he quotes over here the Medrash. He quotes over here the Medrash in Kufman Vav, which you don't have to get into. Good. So both say, so therefore again, so this is point. So point number one is what the essence of tshuva is. Point number two is part of the recognition of tshuva is a person recognizing that everything that happens in life is known to Hashem. Meaning, even before I think something, Hashem knows what it is that I'm going to think. Those machshavas are giluya lefanav. Nimsa. Therefore, it turns out there's a tzaddik nimsa. Shashem yizbarach. Listen to this. Who's that? Asher nosan lo esakoach v'esamachshava as gam ta'asiyas ma'isa'adeya. So listen to this of tzaddik. So therefore, if I accept the promise that everything is revealed to Hashem, and the Ribono Shel Olam knows all, that means even before I sin, HaKadosh Baruch Hu what? Knows I'm going to sin, right? And yet, despite the fact that he knows that I'm going to sin, what does he do? He gives me the power to be able to sin. Right? So hear this? In other words, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu wouldn't allow me to do something, do I have the ability to do it? Of course not. So therefore, again, if everything I'm going to do is revealed to the Ribono Shel Olam Mitchila, it's already revealed to him in the beginning. The Baruch Hu knows that I'm going to sin, but yet He allows me to continue to do so. What does that tell me? That the very koach to commit an avera comes from the Ribono Shel Olam. Now again, don't confuse the fact that Hashem gives me the koach to do an avera to mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to sin. Of course, that's not what it means. But Lamaisa, the koach, the physical koach, the cognitive koach, to be able to do what I want to do in life, even if it's wrong, Lamaisa comes from the Ribono Shel Olam. He says, when a person recognizes this reality, that the koach to sin and the physical wherewithal to sin comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Azai achar hatshuva hagimura uzocha shafidu zidonos averos sha'avar v'mezid nasan l'kiskos. Right, says, if we have to, we'll stop over here. But I just want to begin to frame this concept that if Tzaddik is going to explain something so beautiful, that part of the tshuva, right? So we spoke about part A of tshuva process is returning that which you have taken. That's part A. Part B of the tshuva process, says Rabbi Tzaddik, is the ability to recognize that even the ability to sin comes from Hashem. If all is revealed and all is known by the Ribono Shel Olam before anything occurs, then Lamaisa, given the fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu allows me to do it, that by definition comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. And tshuva means the ability to recognize that all of the kochos, even those to sin, come from Hashem. Tzaddik says that's part of the process of tshuva. Now, how that last piece figures into tshuva, and Meretz Hashem will continue with tomorrow. So we'll spend 2 more days in Meretz Hashem on Oskop. So you can hold on to the sheets that I handed out to you. Beautiful, beautiful journey in tshuva. Important piece around Tzaddik. We continue tomorrow.
It's a funny thing. That's the memory. It's not on the Twitter. Not on next comedian say, whoa, look at this. It's Josh.
All right, Trevor, say good morning. Hello? Yeah, okay. All right, Trevor, say good morning. Let us begin. So it's exciting today to Meretz Hashem pick back up a little bit with Simchas HaTzadik. So I went ahead and I sent out the PDF just a few moments ago, and also there are hard copies here somewhere. French has them right on the stender, the tabletop stender over here. But it wants a hard copy. So we're going to do a very beautiful piece by the Rebbe today, focusing on something incredibly profound. So the Rebbe says in Siman Tzadik Ches, he says as follows. We'll see if we go ahead and we'll see if we get through this in 1 day or 2 days. So the Rebbe writes as follows: Kol pasuk shel divrei Torah, yesh bo kol chos v'chiyus shel osa inyan shnei emago. That's an incredibly profound and beautiful idea. Page Tzadik Ches, page Reish Lamed Vav. Reish Lamed Vav, page Sif Tzad Os Tzad Ches. So then it says as follows: Kol pasuk shel divrei Torah. Every pasuk in the Torah, yesh bo koach v'chiyus shel osa inyan shnei emago. Every pasuk in the Torah contains literally koach, strength, chiyus, life energy regarding the subject matter it discusses. So what the Rebbe is like this: psukim in the Torah containing energy. And what's the energy of those psukim? The energy itself corresponds to the very matter that the pasuk itself is discussing. He says, for example, Teda shevet tefillin shene'emar b'haya li'os. For example, about tefillin. Right, in tefillin, so the parshas of tefillin discuss the idea that tefillin is an os. Tefillin is a sign, a covenantal sign between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Yisrael. This is v'lo nisparish eza parsha midivrei Torah tzarech lios lios. Now here's what's interesting. So follow this for just a moment. So the Torah says that the tefillin are supposed to be an os. But the Torah doesn't tell us which parsha in the Torah doesn't tell us which parsha itself goes into tefillin. In other words, which parsha itself is the os, is the sign. Va'alocha lichtov osam haparsha shene'emar b'hamzeh mistama osa parsha shene'emar b'pasuk v'haya la'os yesh ba'osa inyan koach v'skula shetiyah li'os. So that says like this. Listen to how fascinating this is. Torah tells us that tefillin is a sign, that tefillin is an os, which means I'm supposed to put a particular parsha inside of my tefillin, but the Torah doesn't tell me which parshas to put in my tefillin. Elamai, which parshas, which sections do I put into the tefillin? Ultimately, again, the parsha itself that discusses the oaths of tefillin. Now, what the Rebbe is trying to say over here is the pasuk that talks about tefillin. Those psukim themselves contain the energy of tefillin, contain the chiyus of tefillin, using the Rebbe's lashon, contain the koach of tefillin. And therefore, again, it makes sense that halacha l'maisa, I'm going to include those psukim in the section of tefillin. So I say, let me skip down to this a little bit. Go to the next paragraph. Just illustrate what the Rebbe is saying over here. He says the main pasuk Shema Yisrael. He says, for example, the pasuk of Shema Yisrael, which highlights the oneness and the centrality of the Ribono Shel Olam. He says, Bo Koach HaKlius Hashmiya Balev. I will say, if a person really wants to be able to hear the message of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in their heart, right? Listen, think about this just a moment. I want to be able, sometimes there's knowing something and hearing something. And hearing something represents the ability to reinforce that which you already know. Right? There are many things I know, but I want to reinforce that which I know. So how do I reinforce it? I listen to it. I listen to it again. So if a person wants to reinforce their knowledge of the centrality of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in their lives, how does one do that? Says the Rava, reading the pasuk of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. When I read that pasuk, it says, Bo koach hakvilus hashmiya balev. Embedded in the pasuk of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad is the energy of reinforcing the oneness of Hashem. So the Rebbe says something amazing. By reading the pasuk of Shema Yisrael, I awake within myself the energy of that pasuk. By reading the pasuk, ultimately I reinforce within myself a recognition of the oneness of Hashem. So I will say, what the Tzaddik is trying to highlight over here is something I think incredibly nuanced. Every pasuk has an energy. Every pasuk has a theos, a life force. And when you read that pasuk and read it, start talking about scanning it. It's reading that pasuk, you unlock the energy of that pasuk. So I want to reinforce within myself the oneness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do I do that? By ultimately reading the pasuk. I will say, we're going to illustrate this to you on the other side as well, which is going to make, I think, bring home the point even more. Watch this. Zeh sod gam k'nei ma sheshamati ha-pasuk, sif sei tzadik yedin ratzon, Hidrish lamed zayin. Listen to this. Ki arizal pasuk skula. We'll say this is incredible. Skula l'mishi yitzro mesiso le'ize avera. I will say, let's say my Yetzer Hara entices me to read a particular, entices me to commit a particular Avera. Like my Yetzer Hara entices me to commit a particular Avera. So I will say, so what should I do? How do I combat that? Right? How do I combat that desire? Listen to this. L'daver b'fir kama pamin pasuk halav shel ha'avera. I will say, wow. If I'm struggling with a particular Avera, so what should I do? Read the prohibition, read the law a couple of times. Right? So let's say, for example, just a simple example. Let's say I'm struggling with theft. I don't know, whatever, I'll call it theft. So what should I do to combat that Yetzer Hara of theft? I should read the pasuk Lo Sigzol multiple times. Read the pasuk of the prohibition of theft multiple times. I'm struggling with lashon hara. Ultimately, again, read the pasuk Lo Selech Rachel Ba'amecha multiple times. I'm struggling with looking at inappropriate things. Go ahead. Lo Sasuru Acharei Einei Levatchem Acharei Einechem Asher Atem Zornim Achareihem. Read the psukim. Says the Arizal, when you read the pasuk that details the law, that details the prohibition, what does that do? It gives me the strength to combat that desire. But isn't this absolutely incredible? He says, "Halav shaber al yidei zeh yishtane harasa." Reading the pasuk itself, which details the prohibition, my Ratzon, my very will, is able to change. Mitzvah and the same is true, by the way, for a mitzvah and for something good. The same way that ultimately reading the pasuk regarding a particular love gives me the strength to combat that desire, reading the pasuk of an aseh, of a positive mitzvah, gives me the strength to go out and perform that mitzvah as well. The tzaddik highlighted to us this incredible and profound episode that the psukim of the Torah do not simply detail information, but rather the psukim of the Torah themselves have an incredible, vibrant, and dynamic energy. So when you read the pasuk, ultimately again, you're able to unlock that particular energy. If I'm struggling with an Aveira, read the pasuk of the love. And if you read it, you unlock the energy to combat that Yetzer Hara. I'm struggling with not struggling. I want a reinforced desire to do good. Read the pasuk of Yaseh, the positive commandment, and read it a couple of times, and you'll unlock the energy ultimately to do the positive, to do the Yaseh. The idea being that the psukim themselves contain energy. Reading of the psukim unlock that energy, and of course, by the way, even on an esoteric level, reading the pasuk ultimately reinforces for myself what's good, what's bad, and says the Rebbe Al Yidei Yishtana Haratzon. Through the reading of the psukim, unlocking its energy and reinforcing its message, I'm able to alter my very will. All right, so we'll stop over here for today. Just an incredible little piece by the tzaddik, very short in words, but profound and massive in message. Shkoyach. All right, I want to say good morning. Let us begin. We're just going to spend a few moments on the tzaddik. This morning is Baruch Hashem, we're about to do that. And I didn't want to close out being that next sleep already we're in sleepers. So the daf itself will begin in at 5:45 a.m. This is really our last opportunity to finish off the Torah to the depth, but in this setting. So I want to finish the section of Osu days. We've been talking about the very powerful idea that the tzaddik has, namely the concept that the process spiritual to i.e. tshuva is the same process as the purification process for physical tshuva. And just as the tzaddik is saying that to remedy physical tshuva, one must undergo two processes. Process number one is Yuma in the mikvah and Ha'era Shamash. And process number two, that's called Tara, purification. And the second part, ultimately, is the bringing of the carbon, which is called Tara atonement. So Tzaddik said that in the process of Tshuva, there are these two pieces as well. Where Tzaddik first says the two pieces in Tshuva really are the concept of charting a different path forward for the future. Because like almost like a Kabbalah, I said I'm going to be different, I'm going to be better, I'm going to be stronger, I'm going to stand up to temptation in the future, and then a reconciliation with the past. And back, and a rectification of past mistakes. So the Rebbe explained that the process of going ahead, what he called Kabbalah Allah Azza, the ability to go ahead and kind of make a heartbreak with the past and chart a different path forward to the future. That's alluded to in Harav Shemesh and Tvila Limikva. So Harav Shemesh, we talked about yesterday, is a bit more clear. The sun sets, the day is over, brand new day ahead. I'm starting a new day of my life. Tvila Limikva, then we're going to look at the what does that represent? Immersion in Torah. Immersion in Torah. When a person immerses themselves in Torah, what I do is I go ahead and I bolster myself. I make myself stronger to be able to resist the temptations which all too often bombard me. So let's remember again, we're focused over here now in the future. How do I make myself stronger for the future? So that I don't repeat the same mistakes over and over. Torah. Now, of course, immersion in Torah doesn't have to mean that a person quits their day job and learns the whole thing. However, we saw these to do that. But what immersion in Torah means, whatever amount of time you have, you dedicate yourself to Torah in that a lot of time. When you have that level of immersion, it builds you strong. It builds you stronger, and that newfound strength is what will help you to resist temptation going forward, help you to resist making the same mistakes going forward. Now, I want to point out the last piece. What about, so that's the past, right? That's what we'll call, that's the future aspect of Tshuva. Erev Shemesh, this day is over, new day has begun. And also, in the seventh segment, we discussed that piece very much. But there's an incredible profundity in that piece as well. How sometimes in life you just have to say, this chapter is over, new chapter has begun. Like you have to be able to experience a sunset. You have to be able to say, what's done is done. I can't really control. What's in front of me, right? The life in front of me, that I absolutely have the ability to alter. Immerse in the midst of Torah, make yourself stronger, and you're ready to face your future. What about the retrospective part? So if you take a look on page Chavdalid, we have this something really beautiful. The Indian Kapara, and it's Zachas La'adam Adar Hashlama Hakara. So remember again, then there's, let's say when it comes to physical Torah. When it comes to physical Torah, there's the Kapara piece. Right? How do you achieve the Kapara piece in the realm of physical Torah? That's the carbon. Right? I go ahead, I offer up the carbon, that's my Kapara. So that in sense, Kapara is necessary. The retrospective piece is necessary by carbon as well, by Tshuva as well. What's the retrospective piece?
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. Look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck it is. Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop. I know you're in the middle of them. William Montgomery killed Tony Marathon, but everybody needs to stop what they're doing. Because Riser has made time for us at 2:40 in the morning.
Starting something new. Like the past.
Yo, where's your video? Oh, there it
It's
is.
right here, big dog. Where's your where your eyes?
Where your eyes? When I go ahead and
No, it wasn't showing.
Is that a me problem?
Turned it on when I
Is that a
asked
me
it.
problem? Or is that a you problem?
Where's your sidekick, Zoot?
Sadly, is
the person
not having good times. Not having good times.
Person has completely for the past. Now, what it means is I have to go back.
But he is just weird enough to get through it all.
In the realm of physical, how do I accomplish that?
Now, I have a question for you.
In the realm of so
we were watching. You know, I've got to say, I like it more when your mom's in town than when she's not. I see you more. And we learn more shit. When you're just on your own, no one knows what you're doing. You're masturbating to the 10 who's 50 years old next door. You're anticipating getting shitty pizza. You just aren't focused on the good things in the world, like documentaries about Michael Jackson.
Yes. So this is incredible.
Are you ready to watch the Michael Jackson documentary? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Wait. Absolutely amazing. So what takes care of?
Yo, Riser, are you fucking there?
Ultimately, again,
Riser.
What takes care of the retrospective part of Tshuva?
Riser, what the fuck happened? You just fall asleep. Riser.
Carbon is.
This is bullshit, dog. This is some of the most bullish. Yo, yeah, fucking finally.
I don't know why I could have.
That sounds like a you problem, son, because nobody can hear you. Now they can.
Yeah, I said first, I'm gonna whoop your ass in literati, and then Karen.
Okay.
And then Kala.
Wow, okay.
And then
We're gonna.
only then when you're bifurcated, then we will watch the Michael Jackson, the Michael whoever documentary. All the Michael documentaries. Any other famous Michaels you can think of?
Being a Michael in the United States in the 90s is like the best time of any name ever. You had Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson, Michael Keaton, Michael J. Fox, Michael Richards. You had Michael.
What's happening in my life? I open myself up to you.
There's another one. Like there are a bunch of important ones.
So tefillah accomplishes
But
something
it was the number one name in the United States from like 1963 to 2013, something like that. Maybe a little off. Like every single year.
Do you count Mike and Michael as the same thing?
Yeah, like Colin, it's just a shortening of it, so I guess it's the same. Something like Jake and Jacob.
Because at the end of that, I wandered off a little bit.
Okay. I guess, yeah.
Okay, well. All right. So, did you sleep really late, or are you up really early? Are you up really early? Up really early? Or are you up really early? Or are you?
No, I'm eating dinner right now.
Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm gonna take a whiz. I'm gonna get some water, and then I'm gonna whoop your ass at Literati. Got it?
Alright.
Hey, did you watch William Montgomery on Kill Tony on Monday?
How do I establish that? Deposits?
I wish. I love that guy. I'm his number one fan.
Then you would know that he was sick.
Even though I don't watch any of the podcasts ever.
Then you would know that he was sick.
Because I'm not as close to you as I should be. If I was closer to you, I felt you more in my life. If I really lived the Shirisi Hashem Lenegdi Summit, I wouldn't commit that days. So how do I take care of my past transgressions? Strengthen my tefillah. Strengthen my tefillah. Because tefillah, davening, is one of the most powerful tools we have to establish a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. To establish relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. I gotta tell you, it's interesting. We really have to start stopping because we're behind. We're already behind today, behind yesterday. Okay, so I'll just say this. It always struck me that you have so many of these campaigns about not talking during davening, right? So which is good and beautiful. Right? The reason we often talk during davening is not out of a disrespect for davening. It's just out of a lack of understanding what it is that we're doing. That's all. That's why shushing. If you notice, by the way, no one's ever had a cathartic moment because they got shushed. Like no one ever said, "Oh, I got shushed." I realized right. That guy.
Guess what? I was on two podcasts on Monday.
He's not Mr. Tzaddik going on right. He's really right. They saw the light.
One in England, one in Australia. I'm giant in the Commonwealth, baby. Everybody knows about me. And then yesterday. So I've been doing this thing. I talked to you a little bit about it, that I've been doing more writing. But one of the things that I do, like, you don't realize, or people don't realize, there's something called SEO, search engine optimization. But then there's something that doesn't really have a name, but it's just emerging, called GEO, generative engine optimization, which is like manipulation of AI. And people don't realize that AI is the future of search. Already, like Google searches are down more than 10% because people aren't clicking on websites anymore. They're just getting whatever Gemini tells them, and then they move on. And I've talked to you about it. I talked to your mom about it. The future of browsing is going to be just AI browsers, not like come to my website kind of thing. Well, When I first started using AI, I didn't know anything about it. And then because of one Reddit post that I wanted to happen, I wanted to get some attention on Reddit. Whenever AI would know anything about me, it just knew me as a spam. And so I wanted to change that. And so I published some press releases within the last week or two, and these press releases have totally changed AI's opinion. Completely. So yesterday I was in the Harry Potter Bombs on headquarters trying to get somebody to post something on Reddit for me on the Harry Potter Bombs on subreddit, which they did. And I got to talk with Morelight, and I was like, dude, like, look what AI thinks of me. Like, thinks that I'm like one of the greatest people of all time. And I'm like, yeah, and you can basically believe whatever you want. And like I basically wrote this article talking about how Harry Potter Bombasonic Canino is the greatest cryptocurrency in global history because Riser isn't fucking getting on sideboards getting shit together with this cryptocurrency. So we just straight up stole that name. And
another Canadian regulations shut my development down.
Yeah, you're always gonna be fucking. Anyway, so more like wait, so you mean to say like all you do is just write a press release? And I'm like, yeah, I'll write the press release. If you will let me put a blurb in there about myself, and they're like, so I write this press release, 500 words that focuses on me, and then they paid for like $500 in distribution for it to be in the Boston Globe and Market Watch and all these pretty big publications. And it's published, but it hasn't fully been picked up by all these different
physical impurity.
Newspapers yet. It'll take a few days. But then whenever you Google Harry Potter Bombasonic Canino, I'm like, I wrote this article to be like, Harry Potter Bombasonic Canino is in talks with the United Nations to sponsor the NFL, Major League Baseball, National Hockey League, F1, the Masters, and the Olympics and the World Cup. And it's true. It's not a lie. We are in talks about it. We don't have the money to do any of that stuff yet, but we've talked about it. And so, like, but what AI will do is it'll take all those keywords and then it'll be like, the Harry Potter Bombasonic Canino has like a really rogue advertising methodology. They are working with all these sports, organizations, yada yada yada, and it's all. So basically, we did that yesterday, and so Monday I was on this podcast.
Is that what you published in the Boston newspaper? Is that your Augusta National?
Yeah.
We'll start
then something else happened. So I was on this podcast and it was okay. It was British guy, and he was nice and everything, but he just does everything. I was like the 13th podcast he had done, which isn't that many, and he just wasn't real. He was somebody. Usually does podcasts in person, so he didn't really have the equipment to do them over the air or whatever, like stream. And so I did it, and I just sent him the file. But he's not good at editing. Like, in order to do a good podcast, you need somebody good at editing, good at putting the social media together, good at like uploading it. Like basically, I sent him the raw file, which is like 80 minutes, 60 of 55 of which were talking, and then the other 25 minutes is like the setup or whatever. And so I was on that one. Then I was on this other one that I was
You didn't like edit it or take your phone?
I didn't. That's his job. He's the podcast. So what I'm
Is he just gonna trim it at least?
No, he just fucking tweeted my raw file. And so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give it a week, and I'm gonna say, hey, can you? Like I was checking out their social media. He says we follow each other on social media, and we follow each other on Instagram and YouTube and like X and stuff. And I'm gonna ask him, hey, did you have a chance to publish it yet? And he's gonna be like, oh yeah, I published it from your YouTube page or whatever. And I'm like, oh, I was under the impression that you were gonna put it on your. Like he didn't even have a Spotify account for his YouTube or for his podcast or whatever. And I'm just gonna like help him through it if he needs me to. But I'm not doing that yet. I'm just seeing what he's doing because I looked at his other podcasts and it takes him a little while to get them. Okay, there was that. Then I did the Mike Foltz show on Monday, and I was really tired. And I had been up all night and all night into the day to do the show. And we talked about improving the world. And so we get into nuclear fusion and nuclear fission, and we get into tidal power and wave generation, like all that stuff we agree on. But then the topic of like 3D printed animals comes, or like 3D printed meat comes up. And I think this is a good idea. I don't want any animals to die. I'm really against if we can avoid it in the future, killing anything. That's like a good strategy to have. And he's like, I'm never gonna eat that. Excellent. And he's like, I'm never gonna eat that. And it's like, well, John, you're 78 years old. No, I'm not saying nobody's forcing you to eat this stuff. And so we got into a little tip in that discussion. And then a little bit later, we were talking about like I'm an advocate for smart streets and the smart grid and smart house. Now I know that this is a fear of some people because they want to maintain their independence and stuff, and I think that's cool. Whatever. But when I'm driving in LA and I'm hitting red light after red light after red light after red light after red light, or I'm on the freeway and literally it's just stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. When all of this could be aligned like by sensors and stuff, I'm about that. I'm about it's just much more efficient, it's safer, and generally I'm like really a big advocate of safety. I really am, and I always have been. And I understand that there's the classic quote that I love of Benjamin Franklin: any person who
just like water sustains
any person who switches or
in physical impurity,
safety for security deserves neither. Any person who does something safety and security deserves
what's the tefillah? The tefillah isn't Torah. The tefillah, the immersion, is not in water. The immersion is in that
those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. And I'm not talking about like I get that but at least in terms of like especially when I drove a lot. I just saw the inefficiencies of the road system, and I recognized that. I saw a plan one time that if you were to time, like there's a, and I've been to cities where they time the lights to all be green at the same time, going in one direction, and it allows for a much easier flow through a city. And it like basically they say if you go 30 miles an hour, you will hit a red light for 30 miles. And it's really efficient. But they don't do that. And it's unfortunate that they don't do that. And I think that it may be in conjunction with with oil and freight companies and tire companies and car companies because they like well, this isn't some kind of theory. This was proven in court in the United States, where we used to have electric trains in LA, like you would have in like
I'm going to immerse myself in
What train?
electric, yeah. And have you ever seen the movie Roger Rabbit? Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
I've heard of it, but I did not know that
Yeah.
they had fucking electric trains.
Absolutely, many United States cities did. And Standard Oil, General Motors, and Firestone Tile all colluded to buy the train companies and put them on business. And that made everybody, that forced everybody to rely on the car, especially in Southern California. And that's why many Southern California roads are so wide. You'll be driving down the street, and why is this road so wide? Why? Because there used to be a train that went right down the middle of the street, and they took out all those trains in like the 1940s, and replaced them with more costly buses and cars. So anyway, this was proven in the Supreme Court. This isn't even a California case. This is proven in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court fined these companies. They found them guilty and fined them a grand total of $1 because the whole system is rigged. So anyway, when it's already been proven that these companies have colluded like this, I wouldn't put it past them to collude about the street system as well. And when Oz was in here the last time, 2 times ago, we did all this research on the smart grid system for the smart streets. And like basically he was like, I think Austin, Texas will be the first smart street city in the world. And I'm like, I don't think so. They're already doing stuff like this in China. And we looked it up. And China's got this place called E-Town, where the whole city, it's this whole area of Beijing. It's like a huge area. All the streets are all pre-planned and pre-programmed, and they're all on timers and stuff. And there are robots that deliver stuff, and there are robo-taxis. It's the largest area where all of this type of technology is tried out, tested.
Sometimes
I thought it was Shenzhen.
No, it's Beijing Beijing. Look it up. It's been around since 1994, and Shenzhen's a big deal too. But it's Beijing E-City or E-Town. Beijing.
Shenzhen, they got like the little delivery cars driving all over the street, sidewalk,
right. So the place where they test all that stuff before it goes live in the city like Shenzhen or Shanghai.
Resist temptation. That's what this is.
Any place else like that is Beijing. Like basically, they test it there to make sure it's good, and then once it's good there, then they expand it to there. So basically, they have this areas of Beijing that is completely autonomous. Everything from the light to the
I want to take a third booster shot.
The driving, everything's autonomous. Cars are robotic. So I had a little bit of knowledge of this, and then
how do I plan the future? And what I know is,
and I were looking at the best places where this could happen in the United States. And it turns out that Phoenix, Arizona is the best place. It's like a grid-like city, and it's got good weather, and it doesn't have as many people as LA, it doesn't have as many constraints as California does. And so it's a little bit better than Boston. It's better than Irvine. We roll out a lot of test things like features, like sensors on streets and things like that. But just the state laws make things like we have Waymo and things like that, but they won't start here. They'll start here in like other test markets, but then they might expand it because we're a pre-planned city. But a city like Phoenix is much bigger than just like Austin or some other areas. It's built on a grid system, and there are like areas. We were looking like what would be the first city in the United States where it would be illegal to drive? And the argument was it would be Phoenix, Arizona, where there will literally be like an area where you're not allowed to drive there. Your car either has to go into self-driving mode, or you have to get out and park, which was kind of fascinating, like a weird idea. You wouldn't be able to drive, but that's going to become the norm. So anyway, I was talking about this, trying to talk about this stuff with Mike on Monday. And he's like, I don't want that. And it's like, I'm like, okay, well, I mean, we don't have to agree on everything. And it's true. It was good that we didn't just sit there and agree on everything. And we debated a little bit. And he's like, I live in a neighborhood where he's like, and that'll never happen in Australia. I'm like, well, it already is happening in China. He's like, well, China's like a communist country or whatever. I'm like, we already have self-driving vehicles and robo-taxis in the United States. And he's like, well, I just don't want to live in a place where they can, the government can like close off where I can travel or whatever. And I'm like, I understand that. I'm not saying I'm an advocate for that. But what I am an advocate for is efficiency and safety. And he's like, with a smart system, you could come to my neighborhood and close off the two entrances, and we wouldn't be able to get out. And I would like, yeah, but the authorities could do that anyway. They could just come there and shut off your neighborhood access if they wanted. I mean, there's nothing inherently evil about a smart grid system that would do this. And so we talked about that for a little bit, and then it was over. I don't know why he doesn't do longer podcasts. He does 20-minute podcasts. Which, if you know anything about podcasting, it's like there's a lot you want to cover, and many of these things, you want to get into things, and we just don't have the ability to. But that's okay. The first podcast I did was like an hour on Monday, and then Mike's was 20 minutes. So all in all, with all of Mike's, we'll have more than an hour. Okay, so then, I know we're gonna play literally everything. So then I started looking into my SEO, and like when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, my goal is for my streams to come up number one. Unfortunately, it's really difficult to do because there are other Rabbi Rothschilds out there, and they're like historically important individuals, and there are it's hard for me to outrank some of their websites. But I do with AI. Like I'm getting to the point where AI starts to talk about me before it talks about some of the other ones before it didn't. So it's just a matter of time. And I'm doing that through press releases and writing. Well, there's this. I really wanted when I looked at images, I wanted like more of my images up there. I do have some, but I wanted more because I have so much video content and picture content, but it's not getting ranked. And I didn't really know why. And the reason why is because I don't use like when I create a video, I don't go back and tell everybody what's in the video. It takes me too long. Or if I have like a robot that's just publishing my TikToks or whatever, it's not specific to what I'm doing. So what I did is I created a couple of robots that are now putting SEO key terms in what I'm doing, which has really helped. The last few days already, my videos are now ranked. And then I started making these. I had a goal to like just create a version of Rabbi Rothschild version of every single major need that's there, both in the pictures and the video. So I've been working on that, and now I'm gonna whoop your ass literally. How does that sound? Yeah, I was gonna ask your. Like, could you just make an AI to just pump out articles and memes, basically, and then one would get you popular on TikTok? I mean, I guess you've been doing that on TikTok pretty much. Yeah. For like the articles and stuff, if you want to be like the most searched person, if you just break out a
quantity? Do you just come number of?
Great question. In terms of publishing of articles, believe it or not, there aren't that many places to publish anymore. That rank highly in Google. You might create your own website, but that doesn't mean anybody's going to see it. And like with Medium, you can publish two articles a day, 2 articles every 24 hours. And a lot of the websites, like I've applied to be writer with some major websites, and one of them accepted me, but I haven't heard back. Well, they said they liked my writing, and they told me to create new content every day, but I still don't. I still have slashes. I don't know if they're really going to like write for them, because if they do, all they have to do is just do like. They'll find out that I spam. Then they're like, oh, this person's just doing SEO or whatever. But in terms of making bots, yeah. So my plan is to make all of the different. I've already made about 100 different memes, and then what I'll do is I'll upload those to all the various meme sites, so that if you're like, when you're like on Reddit and you can add a meme, it'll just be a random way to add. Like my memes will be in that database. Does that make sense?
First, I make a plan for the future.
Yeah.
And
instead of like stealing the memes, you can make like an AI agent to like make original ones, but I think it'd kind of be hard. There's too many memes out
I did both.
to get a good one.
I did both. So that Obama poster that says hope.
Yeah.
So I took that art and made one of my, and then I did like the Mona Lisa and girl with the pearl earring, like those that are identifiable, and I put them in the Harry Potter box, and I was surprised they were.
I think. Wait.
Remember that
time? I try like trolling like Reddit with like AI like. AI created like hoaxes basically.
What?
I don't know. Maybe that wouldn't be a good way to get
once
viral.
No. Once Reddit is onto you, you're done. You're not creating an account. Anytime you try to post anything, it gets taken down immediately. They're really tough. They're like, in my opinion, of the major websites out there, the one that's the best at stopping people from creating content, creating accounts, once you've been banned. That's why I had to ask the people at Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 to post my shit for me. Because whenever I post it, it gets taken down within they device fingerprint you, they IP address fingerprint you, and then they have all of the VPNs.
Why don't you like use like Tails operating system and just start paying every time?
All they have to do is see what VPN. If they see that I'm using a VPN, then automatically they kill the account. And even still, Tails fingerprints your device information. So it may not even weird things like the resolution of your screen. It all gets indexed, and then it just fingerprints it.
Can you like hypothetically build a bot or like a program to with all that information? Like a separate like container or whatever.
Yeah, I've done that. But you still have to connect to an IP address.
Yeah, no, the internet one is kind of the hardest one to solve. That sucks that they can detect it.
Yeah, so
there should be a better VPN where you can't detect it.
Yeah, they do have those. If you get if you get flagged, then it just basically kills. So I just do when I think it's a good strategy, just go to people I know, who I care about and trust, and who care about interest, and have something that will help the community, like a good article, and then they'll post it, and then Reddit keeps that going, people upload it, and then AI reads it, and then integrates that into my profile.
And say that halacha follows so and so. That would not be definitive.
So that works. But so another thing that's been interesting that I've done. So I have a lot of Instagram. Like I have some Instagram accounts with like 5,000 hours of video archived from the last like 4 years, especially the early days of my stream. Like a lot of my early days of my stream on YouTube have been taken down. Not that they're deleted. They just I don't have access to the accounts anymore because the accounts they call them my fan pages. But that's okay because I got the redundant footage on Instagram, and so I have a ton of these Instagram reels that are each like an hour long, and they don't have any description. So I created a bot that basically takes something that's really good for me for SEO, like I'm the king of continuous human data infrastructure, and then a term I just invented, continuous human activity data chat, because I'm the ultimate chat, and then I basically took like a 2,200 character description of myself and started putting that in all of these different like 5,000. I have way more than 5,000. Tens of thousands of Instagram reels, hour-long footage that doesn't have a description. And so I just started to put the hashtags in there and everything, but not just in English. Here's the kicker: I'm going and I'm taking that 2,200 character description of myself, and then taking that and putting it in Google Translate and doing it in every single language. Everyone. And Google just launched or just released even more languages. There are hundreds of languages so that whenever anybody Googles anything about me in any language, my content is going to die. How baller is that?
At the end of the day, so why did the heavenly voice come out in support of Rabbi Eliezer?
Are you ready to lose now?
He also knows what's written in his Torah, right? After all, again, he authored it. He also knows. Shalom said he knows. He also knows that there's a dinner majority. If there's a dinner majority,
so why got a new
have the gospel come out and
phone screen, which is great. Which is great because we were playing games. But we couldn't play some games because he couldn't get the ball to move, or I couldn't touch a certain area because
Eliezer was convinced that he was correct.
So he got that
Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that his position was truly reflective of the Derech Hashem. And this
our goddamn
nobody was there.
He said Eliezer felt he was correct despite the fact that he was in the minority. Rabbi Eliezer felt that he was correct despite the fact that there was a biblical principle of Acharei Rabban
Comedy Festival. I think
and when the only sees that someone is convinced of their derech, of the correctness of their derech, and truly feels that their derech is.
Do you remember that time you had an invitation?
That Olam lends his
forcing it to update the
even if objectively what the individual is doing is incorrect. Also, it's a very profound episode. It's almost like, if I was thinking about this a little bit, that
you go first.
Sometimes do this.
I don't want to hear your I don't want to hear your bitch.
And in your advanced parental mind, you think to yourself,
GG.
That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. It's such a bad idea on so many levels.
All right, so then we're playing.
That your child is convinced. All right, so then we're playing. And the goodness.
Literally, you go first.
Dude, I'll destroy you.
Yeah. I'm not talking about.
No, it's an advantage. It's a disadvantage to go first.
You just think it's just gonna have a good life.
I'm not even kidding.
Why did you always say that it's an advantage?
Post advantage. Harmful. That you step in. But then there are other times where you say, you know what? Okay. You know what? The child is old enough to mature, doesn't work with young children.
I thought it was, but it's a little gamble. It's going second to be
This is the way you mature.
much more
give you that support, even if at the end of the
beneficial.
day, I fundamentally disagree. That's really what the subject.
Not with these fucking piles though.
It's this idea that at times in life, the Ribono Shel Olam goes in and says, listen, I don't agree with what you're doing. And of course, when God doesn't agree, that's a pretty good indicator that what I'm doing is wrong. But Lamaisa, if he sees my conviction, and he sees my dedication, and he sees that I'm really committed to this, and okay, I'll give you the help to be able to do it. Objectively, it's not right. But Lamaisa, if you believe in it, if you believe that it's the derech and the ratzon Hashem, I'm not going to stand in your way. Not only will I not stand in your way, I'll even help you. That's why a bas kol comes down. So I say always bas. It's so interesting because we all know that story of Rabbi Eliezer, the Chachamim Tanur Shalach Noi, and everybody's bothered by the same fundamental question, which is if Rabbi Eliezer was truly wrong, then why does the bas kol come out? Why does the bas kol come out? Especially when the bas kol stands in contradistinction to a halachic principle that the Rosh himself went ahead and espoused. Elamai, because Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was right, and he was convinced that it was the Ratzon Hashem, and the Derech Sha'adam Motzi Leilit Molichin also. We'll say one last piece and we'll stop. You're probably not getting an early start on the dot, but all right. So Rav Tzaddik says as follows: He says, "Va'al derech zeh mevor ma hisa gam kin hisloninus b'nei Yisrael al Moshe va'Aaron kishemisu Korach va'adaso." We'll say, listen to this. Going back a couple of weeks, Parshas Korach. Remembering it, we'll say something amazing happens. The earth opens up, swallows up Korach and his followers, right? A pretty clear indication that Korach was wrong, Moshe was right. What's Klal Yisrael's response to the earth opening up and swallowing up Korach? Atem ha'amisem es am Hashem. They accuse Moshe, look, you're killing Jews. You've killed Jews. What? First of all, Korach started. Second, it was an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. And by the way, as powerful as Moshe is, Moshe can't make the earth open. Right? Moshe can't make the earth open. Only HaKadosh Baruch Hu can make the earth open. And yet they're accusing Moshe of killing Jews, of killing Am Hashem. What's the pshat? He says, turn the page. Listen to this. So Tzaddik essentially says that Klal Yisrael said as follows. Klal Yisrael said, Moshe, you're Moshe. And the derech sha'adam Moshe leilei molichin osa. You're a powerful man, Moshe. And there's no question in our minds that if you are convinced of a particular derech, and you are convinced that that derech is correct, and it is the Ratzon Hashem, the Ribono Shel Olam is going to help you down that derech. Did God want to open up the earth and swallow up Korach and his followers? No. You know why he did it? He did it because you were convinced of the correctness of that approach. But it is not indicative of the fact that that was the fate they truly deserved. They'll say, so again, literally what they're saying is, Moshe, you know what you're like? You're like Rabbi Eliezer and Tanur Shalach Noi. You're like the bas kol. Rabbi Eliezer was wrong. He was the minority, and Allah was decided by the majority. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees that you have convictions and sees that you're dedicated to your cause, then at the end of the day, he'll support you, even if you're not correct. So Moshe, you have convictions. You're dedicated to your cause. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is supporting you, even though what? You're not really correct. That was their kind of Moshe. So we'll say, this concludes the O's. And what comes out of this are a couple of, I think, are a number of different lessons. A couple of sub-lessons. Number one, you see the power of having convictions and the power of believing in something. They'll say so many times in life we're like parav on things. Like if you ask people, I think you find it a lot. I think a lot of times like we're involved in a lot of things, and a lot of things are important to me. What are my What are my convictions? What do I believe in so much that I would even be able to sway the opinion of the Ribono Shel Olam in a certain way. The power of conviction, the power of dedication to an idea, to a principle, to a cause that is so strong and so intense that it could even lobby the Ribono Shel Olam to my side. That's Aleph. Base, which is the primary.
I wish there was something in this
I wish
game
there was
that
something in this game that
which is
how
how
important
it didn't have to be a permanent setting, but it would make it equal. Like one person could not get both the Q and the Z. One person could not get all the S. One person could not get all the
path is blessed by God. And what the tzaddik is highlighting for us is that's
Are you making an excuse of what's unfair?
Enjoying life success,
No,
but nevertheless, the path
just-
that I've chosen for myself is not the right path. How can you have success?
I agree it should be balanced. I feel like normally it's pretty balanced. Like
very simple.
sometimes like, oh, you got this as the cue and
Yeah, no one
fucking
knows what
the rest
no
of
one
it.
knows what
No one
it's
knows what it's at.
So let's just make sure.
As long as I
everybody
believe it's the right path, the Ma'aseh Baruch Hu could potentially give me success.
Hey, I have a question for you.
When you're a part of the world, you're a remote part of the world, yeah.
You did an update. Does it show you how many tiles are remaining?
Because even if we're successful, that doesn't always mean that it's the right derech. Have the courage to be able to step back despite the success. And everyone says it's very easy to be introspective.
If you want,
That's
because you don't really have much choice.
Bullshit.
It's very easy to be introspective when you kind of hit a brick wall and the things you're engaged in are not yielding the fruits of success. That's easy.
no one knows what gibber is. It's called jiber.
Everything is going great. When everything is
Isn't it
going
a gibber?
beautifully. Isn't it a gibber? Still take a step back, introspect, examine, to truly figure out and make sure that the way I'm living and what I'm doing is the true Ratzon Hashem.
Yeah, gibber, right.
I mean, I'm just making it up.
I don't know what it's
I'm gonna look it up right now. Or maybe somebody.
Oh my god.
Gibber.
Oh wait. Shit. Man, that would have been so good.
That subject, we're actually gonna spend a little bit less time on the subject this morning. To be able to get a little bit of a bigger head start on the daf and big daf of us today. But the most sensible and the rebel
Dog.
Gibber.
One who jeers or taunts.
Of the derech sha'adam lo zelele fishing. And again, if I have true conviction and dedication to a particular path, I think that my path is the Ratzon Hashem.
Yeah, you know what a quilt is.
The Ribono Shel Olam
Like a blanket
I know what a
thing
fucking
together.
quilt is, dude.
Dog quilting was like sewing. I actually know what that fucking word is. It's like sewing a bunch
No,
of.
shut the fuck up. Everybody knows what quilting is.
Everyone knows. Yo, you really. Are you saying like you don't know?
No, I'm saying that that's like a thing that people learn at age like 5.
Like the person in a way that a person believes is MS. A person believes that
I don't know why you're.
MS, he should direct you.
I would say that's a good word.
Oh, I thought you said that was like
No.
apologies.
Is the right direct.
I may have come off just because I'm lazy. I know what a quilt is. It's a great word that you use.
Just remember again, Eliyahu Hanavi.
Of course they're going to give you the cue.
Achov was the king of Malchus Yisrael, who was unfortunately a terrible Oved Amos.
Are you getting smoked, eh?
The real tragedy of Achov
Yeesh.
was not
Alright, it's equalizing with the awful tiles that have been built.
And yet failed to do so. In any event, Eliyahu Hanavi has a dramatic fallout with Achov, and as a result, he tells Achov there will be no rain in Eretz Yisrael. There will be no rain. But Amru Chazal, שביקש מהקדוש ברוך הוא שייתנו לו מן השמיים המבטיח שם מטר ונתנו לו. The Gemara says that there are given maftechos. There are 3 keys which HaKadosh Baruch Hu never dispenses to an emissary. And one of those keys is the Mafteach Shel Yishamim, the key of rain. Yet Eliyahu Hanavi requested from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be handed over the key to rain. Because remember again, how would Eliyahu Hanavi consider such a declaration like this? That there will be no rain for years. Well, the only way to make a declaration is
you know why it's called talking during my back?
Do you know why it's called billiards? And HaKadosh Baruch Hu in fact gave him the key. Gave him the key to rain. He goes on, and as a result, Eliyahu withheld the rain for 3 years. Shamru Zal Shekiviyachol Haya Kasha Lefanav Yisbarach Shetia Siras HaGeshem. The Gemara says it was very difficult for him.
God, I mean, there's only so many words with the freaking tiles that I have.
Necessarily repeating that the Ribono Shel Olam agreed with Eliyahu's decision. Not so much that this is a good idea, but again, Eliyahu Hanavi felt this was the proper course of action. He felt that it was the Ratzon Hashem, and so amazingly enough, the Ribono Shel Olam gave him the key from over the key to the Gishamim. Shari as ad lo maser es ha'mafteach haGishamim l'shum adam yom shebara es olamo, because never before in the history of the world that HaKadosh Baruch Hu ever give over the key to rain to any. I wonder what Bob Lazar is doing right now. The Sidei Hashem Yisbarach she'Eliyahu Hanavi ba'atzmo yirtze lahachzir es mafteach haGeshem
Probably watching the Justin Bieber.
I thought you were going to say probably watching Joe Rogan.
Amazing.
He's watching himself.
Well, that's another key.
Watch
a
recording
of himself
playing on the Joe Rogan.
I would be
Third person watching himself.
Ba'azara Hashem Yisbarach Miluchad L'Yisasir Mipnei Achab B'Nachal Kris V'Chiyel B'Derech Nes She'Arvim Mevim Lo Lachim. Remember, again, also we know Achab did not take kindly to this withholding of the rain. Right? He did not take kindly to this. Actually, he ordered Eliyahu Hanavi killed. Eliyahu Hanavi hides.
Do you remember that time I had to leave?
The Kris ravine, Nachal Kris. And there,
all right, so here's why it's called bowling.
Here's why it's called
Billiards was the original name of the game. I don't know why it was
palace and brought it to
it would be played. In a place where they would do horse racing. A lot of times, like people would pool their money for horse racing. And so the idea is that the pool just was a shorter word than billiards, and became the nickname for the game that they played. When all these people were pooling their money, and it became known as pool. Amazing
and in fact, they also started to walk back the decree, the Ribono Shel Olam. The Baruch Hu didn't want this decree. The Baruch Hu didn't want withholding rain, because remember again, withholding of rain for 3 years, many innocent people suffered as well. The Ribono Shel Olam did not want.
Real proud of that. Fascinating fact.
כמו שעשה יורם בן אחאב לאלישע הנביא, שביקש ממנו לצפות להשם על המים, הרי, so what do you see in this? דאף שאין רצון השם בעצירת הגשם. Even though it was not the Ratzon Hashem to guard and withhold the rain, Kinsia da'ad Eliyahu l'schabe b'nei Achab b'derech nes. So here's what's interesting. You see, the Ribono Shel Olam didn't want to. Number one, he didn't want withholding of rain. Number two, he certainly did not want withholding the rain for a prolonged period of time, which is exactly what occurred for 3 years. But yet, what did HaKadosh Baruch Hu do? So he did two things. Number one, he gives Eliyahu the keys. Number two, he hides Eliyahu for a sustained rain. He hides Eliyahu and sustains Eliyahu for a prolonged amount.
Look at this giant lead.
What you see over here is the Ribono Shel Olam.
One of the biggest leads.
Even though even though the biggest lead to this once again bolsters
one of the biggest leads,
which I will say really has two manifestations.
ever
Number
seen.
one, that sometimes
One
the person
of
feels
the
that the
biggest
particular derech they are engaged in is the proper derech. It's the
What is
Ratzon
this
Hashem.
bullshit?
Even if it's not, then a Bono Shel Olam can go ahead and help them along that path. And number two, just because a person sees success in a particular path, in a particular endeavor, does not necessarily mean that the Ribono Shel Olam is actually happy with it. And I will say, if that second
such a
part,
comfortable
that's
beat on
much
you.
more unique.
Oh man,
Because when God chooses
such a
a person, when God chooses a person, that's a
Cruise control.
discussion of there are plenty of
14
times
on
where
your
wow, must be nice having all the yeses.
prevents it from occurring. That's my
and the
simple
blank tile.
What's
They're really relying on. Oh, Riz is a
don't
word.
assume that success in life is indicative of divine favor. In other words, obviously, I can't be
so you have the
successful
Z.
without allowing me to be successful. But don't allow success to be translated as God is happy with the path I am taking. Because sometimes that's true, but sometimes it's not. And it's important to understand, which I will say makes things so much more complicated. Because if you think about it, life in general will be so much easier if I can live with the following approach. If
Everyone knows what Greg
I'm
is.
succeeding, that means God's happy. Not succeeding, that means God's unhappy.
Oh man, these tiles. I swear to God, they need to do a better job with these tiles.
Instead, what Tzaddik is doing is really muddying the water for us.
Always like
Right? And telling us that you can
give
be
me
wildly
shit
successful.
tiles,
So
garbage tiles.
happy with what you're doing. Your success may be for a variety of different reasons, but a person requires perpetual cheshbon and nefesh to try to really understand is the path
Look
that
at
I'm
this
going down.
lead.
Look at this lead.
Maybe one of the biggest leads.
Maybe one of the biggest. We'll pick up the rest of finish up about those things.
Oh,
Maybe one of the greatest leads in the history of humankind.
All right,
15 tile lead. 15-point lead. Court? Core? What is this bullshit?
and a war.
What is this bullshit?
That often in life we assume that when we are engaged in something and we are finding success in that particular endeavor, that is indicative of the fact.
Look at this lead, 18 points. I'm starting to pull away, son.
It's not going well.
Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up.
And if something highlights the idea that a person
Oh, you fucked up.
Oh, that is beautiful, son.
and the particular derech,
That is beautiful, son.
That is beautiful. Is happy with the chosen derech.
That is beautiful.
Instead, that is beautiful. That sometimes what happens in life is HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees that if I have chosen a particular path, because I believe that ultimately this is the right path, this is the Ratzon Hashem, this is the true will of God. So Tzaddik says, if that's what I believe, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps me along that path, even if technically speaking, that's not really the right way to go. This is really a manifestation of the concept of the derech sha'adam lo tireleh. The derech that I choose, HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps me along. Now, again, Rabbi Tzaddik's kind of qualification to this is I have to believe it. In other words, that what we spoke about before, that what HaKadosh Baruch Hu truly values more than anything is a sense of, as we codified yesterday.
Do you know about Yazoo Quay?
Yesterday, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to be genuine and committed.
Look at this lead, folks. Look at this lead. 0 tiles left.
Oh, are you serious? 0 tiles left?
No tiles left.
Even if I don't, even if I, God, don't believe in the path, right?
You have to get creative now.
I'll help you along. Page Kufnun Vav. So Tzaddik gives an example of this. He says, "Va'af ma shalom du chazal."
Oh, jeez. Wow. Wow, look who has the S.
Right hand side.
Doug, you had the Q and the Z. This game, Q and Z.
That's just like embarrassing.
And Z. Q and Z. They gave you the game.
They gave you the game.
I didn't tack on S's onto other people's work.
Q and a Z.
Q and a Z.
Bilam was a Gentile prophet who was approached by Balak, the king of Moab, to go ahead and curse the Jewish people. And Balak promises Bilam fame, fortune, everything. And originally Bilam asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu if he's permitted to go. HaKadosh Baruch Hu appears in that night when Judah tells him, can't go.
This is such a robbery. This is such a... Oh, what the fuck? Come on.
I remember again,
I didn't even watch it.
Do you want your turn back?
Bilam keeps after HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
I mean, if you want to tack on a few S's for cheap.
Do you want more time?
It's... Yeah, whatever. I don't think I'm going to be able to win based on it. They just shafted me at the end. These tiles.
Bilam wants to go.
Just handed you S's. I don't think I had an S the whole game, interestingly enough.
And therefore, what
happens? Oh, yeah, I did.
Oh,
wait.
That ultimately Bilam wanted to do this. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu apparently also saw that Bilam really thought this was the right thing to do. Now, it's true. When you look at Rashi, you look at many of the Mepharshim, you seem to understand that Bilam's motivation was one driven by wealth, personal aggrandizement, covet, but perhaps there was some element that Bilam also felt that this was his purpose as the prophet, that it was his opportunity to flex his prophetic muscles and be able to do something of consequence. So he feels committed to this particular course of action. He goes on, he says, ultimately, again, now when you look at this, Bilam's intention was not to go with Derech HaTorah. Tzaddik says, and one of Tzaddik says,
they gave me the worst two letters up there.
Intentions for Korachot L'Shem Shamayim. The difficulty in saying that Bilam's intention for L'Shem Shamayim is why? Because Baruch Hu tells him, don't go. So it's hard to say that your intentions are for the sake of heaven when heaven is telling you,
oh my word, it's tied.
Oh my word, it's tied.
This might be the best game we've ever played. You won.
This is fascinating. So Bilam, as much as he knew that this was not the will of God, not the will of God, he understood that, or he felt.
Psych, bitch!
What?
Psych, bitch! Psych, bitch!
Say those words.
Bitch!
What did you play at the end? Wow.
That it was not the will
Yeah, right.
of God.
What a good comeback.
What a good
That was a warm-up.
Dude, fuck your warm-up game, son. That was a win.
That was
fair.
Alright, I'm all dropped down.
Stop.
My mind is
now
stretched. I'm gonna go for real this time.
That's because
I'll let you go first, so if you want to count that up the win, I mean, go for it.
Okay, let's see.
Not something to brag about.
But there are things that Hashem tells us.
That was one of the greatest comebacks in history of humankind.
And yet somehow, some way, we still find a way to
No, you go first. Go first.
Doug, you just complained about your going
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
You just complained about your
I
going
was joking. I was joking. It didn't bother me at all.
These situations, we are not exactly sure what to do, what's the rest of Hashem, but more often than not, pretty clear as to what I'm supposed to do, what I'm not supposed to do. Yet many times I find myself on the wrong side of the law, doing things that I'm not supposed to do. So how do I get there? Because we have this incredible ability to justify things, the incredible ability to go ahead and turn things that are really against the Rasa Hashem, but somehow to convince myself that it's good, that it's right, that it's correct, that it's warranted. That's happening with Bilam. Here, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is explicitly communicating to him, don't do it. Don't go. I don't want you to go. And it's not going to
You can just rearrange the tiles on the bottom.
Yet Bilam convinces himself
Everybody
that
knows
this
that.
is the right derech. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, hey,
I don't know.
to convince yourself that it's the right derech, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I give people the hero. And if you truly believe that what you are doing is correct, and you truly believe that some way, somehow, what you're doing is the proper derech to serve me, I can't stand in your way. I can't stand in your way. He goes on, he says, "V'chashav sheroi last
Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this,
Most really an incredible yisod. Here, essentially, the Tzaddik is saying that this kind of serves as the source for this principle.
and then the motherfucker got that sex appeal. The motherfucker got that sex appeal.
Is the path that HaKadosh Baruch Hu will help you on. Now again, all
Folks, if you're watching at home, the score is 42 to 11. And the previous game was one of the greatest games in the history of this game. I was fucked, and then I'm going to come back and win because I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Look at this word. This word strikes fear in the heart of humans.
Wow, it's bullshit.
What word did you think you had?
That's why halakha l'maisa.
You are should be a word, but
Wow.
Don't automatically assume that success.
That's a big word.
Divine pleasure with the choices.
how many freaking points do you get for yours? Did you hit a bonus?
Yeah, times 2, baby. Because I'm sexy. And I know it. And I know it. Look at this motherfucker with the S and the E. And he wants to complain about me.
What it is that I'm doing. And now you realize how scary this is because a person could be successful, and however you define success, but a person can be successful.
Oh man, you're so lucky I couldn't fit the J in there.
I can be totally going in the wrong
But I'll take
totally in the wrong direction.
I'll take 27 points. Not playing it.
Like almost like a step back, a little bit hashbon nefesh, to ask ourselves, are we really going down the right path? It's almost like sometimes in life when things aren't going well, it's much easier to do a cheshbon nefesh.
Oh, look at him go! Look at him go!
Right? As they say, it's just not going. So if it's not going, it's much easier to take a step back and say, okay, how do I course correct? Because sometimes life, everything's going well, quote unquote. Right? Things are working out. I'm being successful. It's in those times where a person also has to take a step back and ask themselves, is this the right data? Is this really what I should be doing? Or again, perhaps have I misread the Ratzon Hashem, or have I misread my own purpose in life? Success is not necessarily an indicator of divine pleasure.
Did you watch The Fire and the Kid this week?
He's a strong and brave person.
Oh, there you go.
The brakes a little bit in the midst of success to be able to analyze, to be able to introspect, and I really put the right path in life. So let's double different today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem. Another example of this with Eliyahu Hanavi in Meretz Hashem today.
Dude, what's up with you and these fucking super words?
Podcast.
What's up with you and these super words?
Apologize.
All right, Jeff, let's say good morning. So we are beginning today a new os. We left, I know there was a little bit left this time.
Dude, this is a big game.
Wow,
we're scoring lots of points, son.
Just to kind of a little bit. In some days, we saw this idea about the ability to inculcate within ourselves midos, which were really cultivated initially by individuals, passed down to their families, and then purview of all of Klal Yisrael. In Gimel, the Tzaddik really spoke about the beautiful idea of the influence of a mother on her sons, the influence of a father on his daughters, and the rest of the Sif, he builds on this idea as well. He actually goes with the idea that lest you think that it's only the father who influences the daughter. He then goes on to discuss the incredible impact of the mother on her child as well. But again, we'll focus a bit more now on transition to Samach Dalet. So Samach Dalet, the Tzaddik writes as follows. Samach Dalet,
it's horrible.
Hey, this is an incredible piece. The Tzaddik writes, Hamim ira la'adam, shara b'deir gamer, shashem yisbarach inside.
Why do you think it's horrible?
Sometimes a person will go through life and they'll see that they're
I just gave you
in a certain way. But often,
after all my hard work.
Not necessarily.
So a person will go through life and they'll see that they're encountering some level of success. In other words, I'm doing things and Baruch Hashem, I'm being successful. So it does Vinirlo, Ke'os Shashem Yisbarach Maskin Imasav Hashatovim. Well, so Tzaddik here says something amazing. In general, when we're successful in life, we assume
Thank you, big
that
man.
success means
We are tied. We are tied. We are tied. And Riser had the Z. And Riser had
both ways. In other words, we have plenty of times in life when we're successful,
and tied.
and that's not necessarily a sign of divine displeasure.
And I don't have the thing that tells me how many titles are left.
Everything is Hashem. Now, let me clarify.
So,
Everything is Hashem. And sometimes I'm not successful in life because I'm not working hard enough. Right? Or sometimes I'm not dedicated enough. Or sometimes just because it's the wrong mahalach, it's the wrong approach. And sometimes it is because the Shalom is upset at me or unhappy with me. Whatever it might be, but certainly the first part usually is how we I am successful. That is a sign that God is happy with me. And in particular, that the Rebbe Shalom is happy with the particular direction I'm taking the thing that I'm doing. Sharei, okay, Lahaya Ozila B'miuchad. And again, the logic is very simple.
That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah,
a bunch of M's. There was nothing.
I recognize that my success in life only.
But guess what? Rabbi's got the lead. Rabbi's got the lead. Rabbi's got the lead. Rabbi's got the lead.
What do you mean no isn't a word?
That's a result of
What word is a word?
No isn't a word.
It is a word.
Ammo?
N-O?
A-M-O?
N-O?
N-O? Absolutely wild.
A-M-O.
A mo is Latin for love. That's not a word in English, son.
It's not a word in English.
Ammo?
Ammo is A-M-M-O, dog.
Like bullets.
A-M-M-O.
A-M-M-O.
That what I'm doing is
Okay.
good.
Can't spell, yeah.
It's incredible, no? I know, so it's such a dramatically
Alright, I'll
different
take
thinking.
the...
Dude,
Then at least I think
that's huge.
That's huge.
We normally, wait one more time, I normally assume that if I'm successful in something, that's
They didn't have ammo, apparently.
blessing these efforts.
I was out of ammo.
The Tzaddik says not necessarily. You can go ahead and encounter success in life, and it's not a raya.
What's he gonna place?
The fact that my actions are yashar.
This might be
Good
terrible.
might be terrible.
This might be terrible. I said this might be terrible. I said this might be terrible.
There's nothing that one
Yes, I love when you say that.
What do you mean? What?
I love when you say
Word to the word?
that. I love when you say that. I love when you say
Root is a word.
It's not a word.
When we call
It's the
success,
sound that owls make. Root. I'm sorry, do you speak
Yeah, I do.
owls?
And we say
Yeah, I do. And we say,
I don't know, maybe where you're from, not in those parts.
I have the hira. I have free choice. Hashem urges me and begs me
Wow.
to use my free choice.
Even though I gave you the lead,
today,
still getting
choose or abuse.
This man.
Whatever path I choose in life,
Peggy, that was good. Alright, nice. I respect that.
So, Gam, listen to
I
this.
gave you the win.
Gam in Hashem Yisbarach Rotzeh. Gam in Ein Hashem Yisbarach Rotzeh. Even if Hashem does not want me to take this path,
I gave you the win with win.
If that's the choice I make, that's where HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps. So two incredibly profound things happening over here, which are really connected. Number one, success does not mean or is not an indicator of divine happiness. That I could be successful in something in life and yet still not be doing the right thing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And why is that? Because the derech she'adam rotzeh leilech molichin also. Hashem helps me down the road I want to go, even if at the end of the day Hashem does not feel that that is the correct derech to take. An incredibly dramatic idea. Now, Tzaddik goes on. If you turn the page, Kufman Vav, he says there is an important qualifier over here, an incredibly important qualifier. He says, "Umasha Amru Chazal b'derech she'adam rotzeh leilech." Oh, this is going to be horrible. This is going to be horrible. I knew. Here's the qualifier, because when you think about this in just a moment, it's strange. So I understand the concept of derech she'adam rotzeh leilech molichin also, and I also understand that Rav Tzaddik is saying that even if the derech I want to take is not the right derech, not of Hashem, the Ribono Shalom will still help me take that derech if that's what I choose. I will say, but does that actually make sense? Right? At the end of the day, does that actually mean there is? And what if the derech is terrible? And what if the derech is sinful? And what if the derech is harmful? Does it make sense that the Ribono Shalom is going to help me down that way? So it's very important. He says, Road Salomar,
that should be illegal.
Hashem Yisbarach Misaygeya Umadrich La'odam B'Havshlin Es Hefzo Ela Kishuha Pidaita Al Kopanim Choshev Shuhu Holech B'Derech HaTorah. Go say, listen to this. When do we say B'Derech She'adam Rotzeh leilech molichin also? The path that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to take is the path, the path I want to take is the path HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to take. There's only one prerequisite. You have to believe in the path that you're taking. You have to believe that the path that you're taking in life is truly the right path.
Sure.
If you believe that the path that you're taking in life is the true and correct path, then Hashem will help you down that path, even if what?
Wow.
Even if
that
is not right. Right? We'll say, can you imagine? I haven't thought about this. HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and sits in Shamayim and probably thinks about things each and every day that everyone does in His name. For him. I can just imagine he just sits there, shaking his divine head like, I can't believe it. Right? Everybody thinks they know my will, and everyone thinks that they're my ambassador. Everyone thinks, right? If they would only really try to be able to say, a lot of times in life we are quote unquote performing the Ratzon Hashem, but it's not the Ratzon Hashem I'm performing. It's the Ratzon Atzmi. It's my own will I'm performing. I just happen to go ahead and be cloaking it in the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing and qualifies a very complex concept, which is the derech she'adam rotzeh leilech molichin. So Hashem says, listen, you choose a path, I'll help you on it. The prerequisite to that is that what you're doing is correct. You truly believe that your derech is the pursuit of the Ratzon Hashem, or your derech is the pursuit of absolute emes, that Hashem says, listen, whether I agree or disagree, you have the bechira.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Incredible extreme example of this. Right? What's the most incredible extreme example of derech she'adam rotzeh leilech molichin? Extreme example.
That's it. Only 9 points. That was such a beautiful place.
Right? Paro is the most extreme. Right? Because also remember again, we often the Russian comment on this.
I am stealing all the tiles, and I don't get
think about this.
I bet if I want an actual tile count.
Took away Paro's bechira, because Paro ultimately again he understood. See, we look at it as punitive, and to a certain degree, it is punitive. But Lamaisa, the removal of Paro's Bechira ultimately allowed him to do what he truly wanted to do, which was to be defiant and to stand up. Now again, Paro did not believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Paro believed that he was the deity, right? And yeah, right. I made the Nab. Paro couldn't. He was the deity. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, "Listen, you want to be the guy? You want to stand up? You want to go ahead and not cave it? Fine." You have to actually believe that what you are doing is correct. To actually listen. And isn't it incredible? Think about it. You know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants? Anything of us?
I can't believe you haven't done anything about it right.
How many times do we go through life and we have absolutely no passionate convictions? Right? People are so paranoid. And the truth is, we go through life, and what are we passionate about? Like, what do I actually believe in a fiery and exciting way? What do I actually believe in with all of my neshama?
I almost. I thought that said
if you believe in something
else.
I'll help you.
I may not believe in God. Tacked on the age to
but as long as you really believe that this is
if you can tack on a letter to the end of a word,
help you along
and build another word,
to really believe it. And that's why looking back, we'll have to stop looking back today. That's why looking back at the end of the day, a person has success in a particular area of life, but that success is not necessarily indicative.
I don't think you're going to win this one. Oh yeah, no, especially with that. Especially with that.
Compare this to a human parent as well. Many times, our children make choices, and I think that is a very poor decision. A very poor decision. But they believe this is the right thing for them. I don't mean when things are dangerous or things like that. No, a child chooses something that I just look at and I say, I just don't think it's a good idea. But okay, you believe in this, so what do parents offer?
There's zero.
Not only do they not stand in the way, but sometimes they're even supportive. Because what am I supposed to do? This is what my kid thinks, this is what my child thinks is the good thing. So you know what? This is what I'm going to do. Is it indicative that it's right? No. Is it indicative that I agree with it? Absolutely not. But sometimes you have to let people believe in the things that they're going to believe in. The subject says, also, if you now the prerequisite is you have to believe it. You have to actually believe. You have to believe in something with a fiery and a fierce conviction. And if I do have a problem, folks, you believe in it. Then I'll help you. You might not agree, but I'll help you. Therefore, says Rabbi Rothschild, be very, very careful. Because sometimes when we're successful in things in life, we take that to mean that it could be
my new tiebreaker here and two flops.
He got all the good words.
Bullshit.
You got Z, you got Z, you got Z,
It's almost like you don't get to win if they don't
you got Z, you got Q,
Success is not always the metric.
It's almost like if you don't get fed like 4 S's in the game, tack on, you don't.
Helps me because I believe that.
Dude, you got the Z, you got the Z, and you got the Q.
Figure out is what I'm doing truly the Ratzon Hashem.
And the J. Don't forget the J. And the X. Oh yeah, I guess it's an advantage to have the tiles, I guess. That are worth a lot of points.
All right, Jabosai, good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to finish in Eretz Hashem this morning. Os Sanafes. I apologize. Yesterday I'm not on the chat. I sent out Samach Gimel, which was the first PDF I sent out. So we'll begin that tomorrow. And for this morning, we're going to do the second PDF I sent out, which was the last concluding paragraph of Os Samach Beis. So remember again, over Os Samach Beis, what we've been privileged to see.
I knew it was over and played high at the bottom
DNA of Israel, highlighting this idea that different people throughout our history have really mastered.
And yeah, no words in the bottom
those traits
right.
onto their family, their immediate family, and then ultimately, again, those traits become the purview of general Klal Yisrael as well. And you begin to go through these traits, you begin to see that if one is able to inculcate within themselves these particular traits, one creates the totality of a spiritual person.
Eyes,
remember again, so we had whatever. We're not going to go through all of them again.
John.
It's your own word, son. It's your own word, son.
I can see that.
Tapestry behind Israel. So the Rebbe ends off and he says something quite beautiful. He says, "The chalukas."
If you see anywhere or in places
The
B,
chalukas we can see chalukas hamalos miyuchados lahem b'shleimus hamidos. So the Rebbe says that it's interesting because so many times in the Torah, Am Yisrael is divided by families, by bati avos, by mishpachos. So of course that's nothing new to us. But the Rebbe says that embedded in this idea of being divided by families is also representative of the fact that different groups possess different midos. Different groups possess different midos. Shezacha b'yichud v'papas kol av shal kol mishpacha mishpacha sheniskar Hashem.
Alright, just resign. 2 out of 3.
Bahasik b'shleimus mida misuyemes unikala ukira lan chila v'zara achara. So the Rebbe says the way it works in most mishpachas, when the Torah goes out of its way to highlight this family and that family, because generally families inherit the traits of their familial ancestor, which means that different families really personified or excelled in different areas, different midos, different areas of ruchnis. What was that? Inasu lechalukas hakidos.
Are you ready to lose? Or do you want to go first?
Go for it.
Do you want to go first?
This is incredibly beautiful.
No, you
Rebbe says, so let's think about this for just a moment. So Yosef, right? So remember again, the midah of Yosef is Yosef was a tzaddik. So he spoke about the idea that the midah of being a tzaddik is the ability of someone who's able to maintain a heightened sense of morality, even when
You're up, son. You're up, son.
So the family of Yosef excelled.
Talk about easy tiles.
Family of David, Hasidim, like Barat Tzaddik, right? But they personify the midah of Chassidus, which is the ability to be fully and fully embedded in Avodas Hashem.
Big dog.
Service.
Big dog. Did you watch the fight in the kids this week?
So imagine that the offspring of Yosef.
So you asked me that 16 times.
All right, well, do you want me to give you an update on what's going on? Dude, you got the Z again.
No. So who's better?
It's called a Z.
I haven't gotten it once.
Which is different. They're just.
I mean, is there something that you'd like me to do about that, or?
How about you STF?
That the goal is conformity.
What's up,
The goal is conformity. Everyone should look the same. Everyone should be the same. Everyone should act the same.
Wow, he's coming out of the gates.
Yeah, because I'm a pimp.
What did we just learn? We just learned that all of our great people throughout history personified different midos. David didn't have the midos of Yosef, and Yosef didn't have the midah of David, and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't have the midah of Yaakov.
Is 44:17. The score is 17.
Which means that the midos
is 44:17.
Stop.
And the subject says, so what's the takeaway message? He says, Elohim Yosef Bale Midah Misuyamezu. So certain families were stronger in a particular area. Going Halavian, the Midas Hatara Shebahem, the Ilu Ha'achirin, Tapitz Miosir Mibazu. And other families were more proficient in different midos. Kigon, Bnei Yosef, Sheikar Avodasan Hibish Mizu, I mentioned before. For example, children of Yosef, again, ultimately Sadi, so morality, they were stronger in this particular area. I'll say, what does he say? Every one of these milos, they're true. In other words, we'll say, to be clear, Reb Tzadok, when he was going through the order, I want to be clear, with the exception of Moshe Rabbeinu, how did he order the midos? How did he order them? In chronological order.
More than twice.
He wasn't ranking
This score is what I have.
They're all great.
More than twice. This person's score is what I have. They already played in C. I want everybody to know that they already played in C.
You gotta
remember again, when we learned this, we have a shaykhus. Remember, because the way this worked, the Tzaddik said, is that in the beginning, the person personified the midah. He then passed it down to his children, but then it becomes the purview
Well, in the
of all
meantime,
of
I'm going to tell you what happened
we
finding in the kit this week. It was 5 years, I believe, the anniversary of Brian Callen telling everyone that he completely and unequivocally denies all rape allegations.
Both those Maluzu,
Even though this was covered in the
so we'll say, and again, when you look
Los
around
Angeles
when
Times,
you look around Israel, different people are stronger in different areas. This is incredibly important issue. No one is strong in all areas, and not one of us. In other words, what the topic is saying is there anyone who possesses all of these midos? What's the answer? The answer? Yeah, I think the answer is you could possess all of these midos, but you don't. No one possesses all of them with the same level of intensity. In other words, it's human nature that we gravitate towards certain things and we excel in certain things. So can I have a little bit of all of these midos? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Brendan Schaub just came back from the Dominican Republic where he
goes on.
did the announcement that Joe Rogan does about some kind of
he says again,
UFC knockoff that they're not going to fight him. And his wife, Brendan Schaub's wife, was in Joanna once.
Those come down in different ways, in different groups. What's my stated goal? Right? My stated goal.
But if he does, he could really hurt himself because he already has like
Will I reach the level of proficiency in the same way by all of these goals? Probably not. That's okay. Sometimes we'll see have to have goals, even if you know that you're probably not going to fully reach them. You still have to have them. He says, Al-Kobos is beautiful. Look at this.
Yeah, it's what I do when I bitch's face in the mouth everywhere.
So we'll say this now gets even more.
27 points and Slay. That was baller.
You find my focus, and again, that's going to be very much the topic of the next post as well. You look at my focus. If something posits, where does my focus come from? We'll say, my focus is Shem Shemai. Remember again, this is very apropos, right? This is last week's Parshas Korah. There's my focus, the Shem Shemai, my focus, the Shalom, the Shem Shemai. When we speak about my focus, you read my focus, like in the Gemara, you read my focus. Where does that my focus come from? Those are Pshatik posits that often my focus comes from because people see the world in different ways. Because Abaye might be proficient in one midah, and Rava may be proficient in a different midah. And that midah shapes
such
the world.
a big lead on you. I have such a big lead on you.
Each coming to people with proficiency in a different midah of the midahs we discussed. And therefore seeing the world through that lens. Are they both correct lenses? Are they both correct lenses? Absolutely. But they're different.
I was trying to get rid of
Big dog.
That's where my focus comes from. He says, it's not
over yet, even like give you the win on the silver platter. Hornet was a good word.
Thanks, baby.
You have to be careful with this because
look at this one.
It's a beautiful idea. Yes, these words and these words are both the words of the living God. We're going to see that in the next post. That was how the Ribono Shalom described the Machlokas Shammai and Hillel. It doesn't apply to everybody.
You want to use twig?
Sometimes there's a
What a bunch of
Machlokas
bullshit.
is right, there's only one person is wrong. Not everything is always right, but often when it comes to Machlokas, you see in the Gemara, you see Elu v'Elu divrei Elokim Chayim. Yes, these are both correct. Listen, how can it be correct? Come on, it doesn't make any sense. Elamai says of Tzaddik. Because in both people see the world beautiful, magnificent, needles that we describe, but they're different. But they're different. Often their conclusions are not the same. Yet they can both be correct.
You're able
have to choose the path forward, right? You can't accept everybody.
That ain't a word. Some words
See, I was saying, again, I have to think this is just such a beautiful insight. Because a lot of times you see Machlokes in the Gemara. Yeah, I'm turning on the Gemara right now. But it is a Machlokes.
Except Hebrew, apparently. It's the English and Hebrew.
The fact that one Tana brings to the table one particular Midah. Maybe he's a David. And the second Tana, maybe he is a Yaakov.
You just fucked a bunch of words for son.
Did you know that, son? Did you know that, son? That's the Midah which creates the worldview. That's the Midah which creates the lens through which we see the world. Therefore, again, even when arguing halacha, that's how they're going to see the reality. Who's right? Who's right? They're both right. They're just coming from different, correct, beautiful, and spiritual perspectives.
Bees are really hard.
You're both correct because you're both espousing needles necessary for quality self. That's some of my focus. I think
C is pretty easy.
Is pretty safe. Especially because you can play the smorgasbord of needles. I want to point out,
C is really hard. Because there aren't any two.
Yes. There's something highlighting over here the primary categories. I think if you delve into this more, you'll find that within each of these categories of needles, there are more subdivisions.
C's unless you have like an H tail.
Did you see that Theo Vaughn was on
everyone? All of them. Most of us end up becoming proficient.
I thought you were going to say is on Joe Rogan.
He was on Joe Rogan.
On the Bob Lazar thing, I think people.
He was on Joe Rogan. He was on Joe Rogan.
What do I need to work on?
Whenever Tony Hinchcliffe is cheap as fuck. He waits till Joe Rogan has on the guest and then asks them to come and fill Tony at the same time, so he doesn't have to pay the
forth we take our way through the old needles, working on ourselves one time after another.
Now get this. Theo Vaughn and Brendan Chubb used to do a podcast together called The King and the Sting. And Theo Vaughn was in Austin where the Fighter and the Kid takes place. And Theo Vaughn did not go on the Fighter and the Kid, but he did go on Kill Tony and Joe Rogan.
There's so much more to talk about on this. But
basically, it's like, I don't like it. Even though he calls him sometimes,
on this idea,
I don't think he really likes it. He just basically keeps saying,
with learning this safer in the morning is so important and so powerful. The subject never had children.
Like a business relationship.
So just understand that when we learn that is safer.
That was a good point.
Because it's a double letter score. And it's a double letter score. So it's 8, 9, and then C is 3. So that's 10, 11, 12. Oh, it's a triple. It's triple the V. The triple for the E. Sun. So that's 3 for the E, 3 for the C. That's 6 plus 1 is 7. And the triple letter score for the V. Or wait, maybe the E is a double. So it's a double letter score for the E. And a triple letter score for the V. The V is 12, the E is 2. That equals 14. And then the I is 1 and the C is 3.
Yeah. I'm swapping all my tiles.
We're picking up each cook.
Tiles came in play.
Bottom right hand column. Shem Chassid. So what is the midah of being a chassid?
Baby, it's over. Rabbi just ended the fucking game, son. Rabbi just ended the fucking game, son. With the word queer, with the word queer. Never fear. The word queer is here. Oh, what a great comeback, dude.
All of my particular personal desires, all of my human desires, are somehow relegated to secondary status, a secondary tier.
That was a big 40-pointer. Oh, don't you dare. No, don't do it. Don't do it. This is bullshit where it says
Queer and sick and talks. Talks queer sick. Talks queer sick. Talks queer sick. Rabbi almost has an entire 100-point lead. What a comeback. And Riser gets it. Riser gets it. And Riser gets the Z. Riser gets the Z. But when Rabbi gets the Q.
These tiles were an absolute disgrace.
Baby. You
at the end of the day,
what?
What I want out of life
fuck
is always in conflict with what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants.
Yeah, these tiles are so egregious.
I don't know why you're blaming the tiles.
Again, damn.
Like no one wants to constantly be putting their own wants on the side.
How many tiles are remaining?
For the sake of some higher power. Spiritual success comes in light.
This game is over. Riser needs the greatest comeback ever.
Yeah, it's over when they give you the Q.
Yep.
Oku got the Q.
Word.
And all the S's.
No.
Every single
I didn't get
S.
all the S's.
Every single. Yeah.
Look at this. More than 100-point lead. Look at this. Look. Look at this. More than 100-point lead.
Or he gave a
More
command
than
to Adam.
100-point lead.
No, Vayikachni Lakho B'dvarim. He took him with words. Maral and Gur Aryeh says
I helped Jared even more.
Look at this score. Look at this score. Look at this score. Look at this score.
Are you gonna get to
take Adam?
100?
Are you gonna make 200, son?
Of course, but they don't have his buy-in. And if you don't have his buy-in, he's not invested. He's not vested. That's why I should understand
Hey, comeback.
His luck is Adam.
The greatest comeback we've ever seen.
Let me tell you how happy you're going to be when you live your life.
Oh, use dip? That's not even a real word.
Yes. Let's say a very profound idea.
It's a word.
Again, Baruch did not need to do this.
Are you gonna make it over 300?
Oh, for sure. Dog, ain't no doubt I'll make it over 100.
You're not, unfortunately, gonna make it.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? I don't want to live in. I want it to be.
I got the B's. I got both of
20
these.
years.
Which sucks.
Between what God wants from me and what I want from me. I don't want that. Instead, what I really want is I say Ritzono. I want to make HaKadosh Baruch Hu's will my will. I want us to be on the same page. God, I want it to be that what you want for me out of life, I want for me out of life. So says the Tzaddik something amazing. He says, Shem Chassid. What's the Chassid? The Chassid ultimately, again, is a person.
Look at this
just
move.
wants
We're on the verge of 300 points, and Riser can't even get 200 points. This is one of the biggest beatdowns in the history of the world.
Goes on. Zoch about David HaMelech Alav Shalom. So David HaMelech was Zocha to achieve this.
I was close.
You made no, wasn't close at all. You're asking for the record
Close.
books. For the record books.
David HaMelech was a very profound example.
Basketball.
If I hear you say, alright, dog, we'll have to watch the Michael Jackson documentary some other time, I'm going to
What were they? To be a shepherd. That's all I wanted. He did not want anything more complex,
you know I'm better
anything more complicated, anything more profound out of life, right? All he wanted like was to be a shepherd and to have a
I'm going to beat you.
Oh, wait, no, I don't think.
That's all.
Oh, damn, we haven't played archery in a minute.
Get out of here.
Archery, look,
The mouth is
in darts or whatever, you can have darts.
I could
But
either spend my entire life
when it comes to archery,
for myself, or I can embrace the Ratzon Hashem. And of course, he embraced the Ratzon Hashem. He becomes David Malcolm Mashiach. He becomes David HaMelech again, the father of a dynastic.
He made everything, but only got 11 points. That was amazing, right?
Is Hasidus.
Yeah, no, I didn't miss anything. You're not good. Choke. Big choke. Big choke. Wow. That was terrible.
I'm not worried about it.
Well, leaving aside the future. So once again, remember, Ratzon has the same model for everything.
One of the biggest misses in the history of the game.
And what happens? That individual inculcates that midah within his mishpacha, within his family.
This motherfucker is
Once
on
that
fire.
becomes accessible to that particular mishpacha, then what occurs? Then
no.
again, it becomes the purview, or it becomes accessible to the rest of the
Let's see it.
So also the progression of this midah of Hasidus. And by the way, once you know that this is the midah of David HaMelech,
That should have switch.
throughout sacred fiction. It's actually quite
That should have switch. Oh no.
The reference to this notion of Hasidus over.
Oh no. The comeback. Wow. Big round.
I don't
Big round.
I'm gonna make a comeback on you right now. I'm gonna sing my song to distract you. That's a miss. That's a miss. Put your Montgomery type 2. Missing everything. And he missed again. God, what a good score. I'm not touching that.
You need 11. Damn it. You're fucking singing and screaming. It's just embarrassing.
I say Ritzono,
Game's over.
The goal to avoid that conflict by making the will of the Ribono Shalom my will, says
Yeah, you're done. You're done.
So stop over here.
Game's over.
With the
G.
tomorrow.
Alright.
Karam or archery?
Oh, Karam. And then Michael Jackson.
Pick your
Karam
poison.
and then Michael Jackson. I don't hear you saying Michael Jackson.
It's way too late.
Oh, get out of here. We're watching Michael Jackson. Shut the fuck up.
Hell no. It's 4 a.m. Dog.
It's 4:26.
Alright,
Where's the goddamn Karen invite?
We're watching Michael Jackson, son.
Alright, we'll whip your ass and Karen and then just try to sleep.
Okay, can we watch Michael Jackson tonight?
I gotta sleep, dog.
Tonight, dude. After you sleep, you loser, dude.
What? Look at this Newfie shot right here.
Subsequently, once those traits became embedded in those families,
Tonight, can we watch Michael Jackson?
No, I gotta go to sleep. It's 4 in the morning.
I know. I mean, in like 12 hours.
These primary characteristics.
Oh.
These primary
Well,
traits
sure.
of different.
So you're gonna come back tonight
last week
on Friday and watch Michael Jackson?
Being a tzaddik. So I'm thinking about which
Yeah.
You're not gonna fucking
we read a lot of
ghost
this.
me?
We read a lot of this already. So remember again, the tzaddik talked about the idea of that Milas Shem Tzaddik. So let's just take a look. Each person of
So fucking hypocrite.
and Kala. The Milas Shem Tzaddik. The Mila of being a tzaddik.
One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Remember again, the tzaddik explained.
What are your thoughts on Tech 9, son?
The tzaddik explained that the Mila Tzidkus represents.
I don't know.
What are your thoughts on Tekashi 69?
Represents your body's this idea.
Oh, that guy's gay.
What are your thoughts on XXX
Bombarded by
Oh, that guy's also gay.
Is it one of them gay?
Go ahead and
Yeah, that's the Passion guy.
Who's the guy who has like colorful hair?
That says that Tzaddik is
That's 6'9".
Why do you like him?
Shmiras Habris.
I don't like him. I just respect him.
Why do you respect him?
Of the maintaining the sanctity of sexuality. So Tzaddik then went on.
He's just like edgy, kind of.
Okay, is he take
He's
forever?
like cool.
Oh, dude.
Feels like being edgy.
Are you gonna make your shot?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it.
Once I get going, I'm not gonna miss. I hope you're proud of the way you're playing. Why don't you get that red one out of here?
Against the will of God, right? The entire essence of Amalek is the
That was garbage.
Of the yoke of God.
Dog, I'm just gonna put all these away. I'm gonna do the red one.
Everything is nikra. Nothing.
I'm gonna do the red one first.
Everything is chance and happenstance. And no matter what happens in the world, Amalek refuses
And then
to
I'm gonna
yield
do these
to
white
the reality of the existence of the Shalom. So that's amazing enough. Amalek and Yosef have the same exact color. It's the same strength. They just use it different ways. What does Yosef do? Yosef's actions is not against the laws of Hashem, but that
Look at this shot.
for
proud
the
of
laws
that?
of Hashem. Right? No matter what happens to Yosef,
Yo, remember that time?
Yosef will not give in. Yosef will not be in temptation. So it's the same exact character.
You're done.
And it's over. You're not just used fundamentally different ways. So
Look at the score, bud. Look at the score.
I know. It's a perfect score for a comeback. It's a perfect score for a comeback. It's over. You just lost.
Okay, you're shitty. Go on, you sink the red one again. You have 0. You currently have 0, and you just still have 0. So,
now what does this mean?
just so you know.
I'm gonna dominate this game.
Easy money.
I'm gonna dominate this game.
Oh, it's beyond over. Look at how many shitty goddamn white pots are in
It's a
there.
minefield, baby.
Folks,
It's a minefield. Riser's
folks,
done.
this is one of the worst.
Riser's done.
Oh my lord. Alright, go make. I just got bored, so I started hitting her. I should have honestly. It should let you keep going. You hit the opponent.
Why do you think that should be?
Has a family, and a person never
I don't know.
always talking about their kids. To anyone and to everyone. And conversing with someone who doesn't have children, can't have children, whatever the mitzvahs might be. So I'm taking something as a bracha for me.
So I knew for
a
it.
source of pain for someone else.
Just
Or a
cause.
person, Baruch Hashem, is blessed with affluence.
You don't realize, but that was one of the biggest
in a way
of this game.
And ultimately hurts others who may be struggling in that
Nah. You're not thinking there's no way. You're gonna fuck up.
We gave only this
Yep. Yep, it's over.
using this bracha in a way
It's over.
which hurts someone else, that ultimately
I mean, maybe Mancala you'll win, but
take back that
you
particular
just lost. Boston Carom, Boston basketball, Rogers and archery.
It says something amazing that halacha l'maisa, the concept of ayin hara,
Send me archery in there, or I'll send
You don't
you.
deserve it.
Why doesn't it apply to the offspring of Yosef? So Tzaddik says,
Wow. Alright, we're doing archery after.
Nope.
We're careful with their shmira.
That move sucked.
Like Yosef was careful with not looking at Isha's
That was garbage.
careful ultimately again of trying to avoid gazing upon her lustfully. So because Yosef was careful with Shmira Sinai, because Yosef was careful ultimately again with what he gazed at, therefore the power of Ayin Hara is limited in its ability to impact Yosef. Isn't that incredible? So the Midah Keneged Midah, the Tzidkus of Yosef, ultimately again caused him to go ahead and be careful what he looked at, and because he's careful with what he looked at, therefore again Ayin Hara only has a limited ability to impact. Kach Midah Keneged Midah Ein Ha'ayin Sholetas B'Hay. So to Midah Keneged Midah, Ayin Hara does not have an impact on Yosef.
Oh, fuck.
Even though the pasuk means Shayis, the tzaddik, pasuk says,
You did really well.
what? Which means your nation.
You played
As it
really,
says,
really well.
in every paragraph of Yalis. The Amet Kulam said, your nation is all righteous. The Aine Shekal Mishoni Yisrael Mikra Tzaddik. That much it can be clear to us. Anyone who is a Jew is called the tzaddik. So it doesn't sound like it's the unique purview of Yosef, but it sounds like every Jew is a tzaddik. So how do you reconcile that? Because there's not a problem. He says, "Im kein Mavur, Shemaila Tzaddik Mitsuya, Dan Bishar Hashvatim V'lo Rakdei Yosef." All the pasuk is saying is that the midah of tzidkus is not only found by
I'm done.
it can be found by all of
I was trying a new strategy. I was not even trying. I swear to God.
It's over, baby. You're on the champ.
Yo, run it back. Run it back. Run it back. I was trying something completely wrong. Run it back.
Resides with Yosef.
Why are you so bad at that?
Going back a little bit to what I said before, which is that
I don't know, just post-advantage maybe, I don't know.
First to really cultivate this midah of tzidkus. He was the first.
You're up,
After
big dog.
he cultivated it, then what? Everyone has the ability to access it. So this is the midah. Says the
you weren't trying for real?
the midah of sexual purity, the midah of the ability
I was
to go
not.
ahead and exhibit incredible moral strength in the face of incredible temptation. It also translates, as Rabbi Tzaddik, into Shmiras Hainayim, being careful with what we look at. And here Rabbi Tzaddik says something amazing. Just the core of Shmiras Hainayim is that if I'm careful with what I look at, if I'm careful with what my eyes take in, then ultimately, again, that stems the ability of Hara to have an impact on me. That's the Midah Keneged Midah. This was primarily the midah of Yosef, then becomes the midah of his mishpacha.
This is not going too well.
You're fine.
You're fine. Incredible. You want to say, let's begin the next part, just a little bit of line. Shem Chazid, Zacha Bo David. We'll say next midah. Next midah is the midah of Chasidus. Now, what I want to point out to you, something very interesting, is that the midah of Chasidus is also a lot of these midos lend themselves to multiple layers of interpretation. For example,
it's over, baby.
It's over, baby. It's over. the Ramchal points out, he says, what's the definition of Chasidus? He says the goal is to Yeshua's Chassid is someone who goes above and beyond. Above and beyond expectations.
It's over.
In other words, so
It's over.
Oh no.
It's over. I'm the champ.
It's over. I'm the champ. Mitzvos are indicative of things that are
I don't know how I'm so good at this.
I don't know how I'm so good at this. What I'm saying is this is an area that's important. So again, a regular person, which is
one more
small accomplishment to be a regular person also, goes out into the
it's definitely host advantage. I'm not even
going
joking.
to keep the mitzvahs. Okay? The Chassid says that a mitzvah represents something that is near and dear to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How can I build on that even more? That's what the Chassid does. So, for example, I see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells me to lend money, which means Hashem wants me to look out for the other. That's the expression of divine intent. How can I go ahead and take that even further? How can I go ahead and do that even to a greater degree? That's what the Chassid does. The Chassid takes the Ratzon Hashem and goes ahead and amplifies it. So whereas a regular Jew is just simply obligated to go ahead and fulfill the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and do what the Ribono Shel Olam asks, the Chassid says, let me figure out how to go above and beyond for the Ribono Shel Olam. We're going to see, while watching, we'll stop over for today now, but we're going to see in Meretz Hashem that the Tzaddik is going to have a little bit of a different definition of Hasidus, and we'll pick up with this in Meretz Hashem tomorrow.
Goddamn accident.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We are starting a new oath in Simchas HaTzadik this morning. A really beautiful piece. We're picking up on
Always thinking, oh wow.
So page Kuf Mem Zayin in Simchas HaTzadik Sif Samech Aleph. So the Rebbe writes as follows. He says, let's begin with the Uriah Hasidus.
God damn it. You're always fuck.
He says,
No, I didn't hit that. God damn it. That's such bullshit. The fucking timer. I didn't even. That's actually horseshit.
Sorry.
I was gonna screw you over, and then you wouldn't be able to do that. So. Oh, look who gets lucky. Yep.
Go 2 pages back. Page Kuf Mem Hey. Page Kuf Mem Hey.
Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna let you go first. It's been saying
We're leaving off the bottom of page Kuf Mem Hey.
You go first.
Alright, not random if you go first every time.
And I'll make it turn based.
One archery.
So you don't have to worry about the time.
One archery, quick draw.
Do you think I would reward you with archery when you flirt and don't deliver on double jack?
Alright.
You're up. There's no timer, and everybody's waiting on you.
So the Sota only check the woman if the husband himself is free of sin. If Chas v'Shalom, the husband himself is an immoral individual, then halacha l'maisa, the Sota, the rewarders do not check the wife. So in order for the husband to play the piety card and go ahead and subject his wife to this particular process, he too must be free of this sin. Mipnei she'az ein ha'ish zocha la'ashkacha chas Hashem u'l'shmira shalei kashal be'isur zeh yish bo tam nosach. So the Rebbe says there's an additional reason for this dynamic, and what the Rebbe is going to do is take the dynamic of Sota and really expanded into something very powerful.
Do you want me to sing for you?
He says,
Hey, give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Oh, give me the beat, boys, and
regarding something
and
I myself am
drift away.
Now we're going to define this in just a moment. The Rebbe is going to discuss the idea of causing someone else pain.
Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away.
Now what is this? So he goes on. He says,
Give me a beat, boys, and free.
Are you fucking serious?
So let's say at times someone points
No
out
doubt,
something
son.
I've done wrong. It's very painful. Right, for all of us.
I let you go first,
As much
and
as
I give you
it's
unlimited
good
time.
for someone to tell me if I'm doing something wrong, because that's the way we grow, and that's the way we progress as people. It's difficult when someone tells you,
Archie can go fuck
that
itself.
you're doing something wrong, you're behind.
Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that.
You're up. This might be big points. Dude, what a comeback. You won. I have an AI thing that tells me all the best moves. And it tells me that you're going to win.
We'll say, so sometimes when
Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll.
the pain that the Rebbe is referring to over here is the pain that comes about when someone points out something
And
wrong
drift
that you've done.
away.
Something wrong that you've done. So sometimes when a person causes me pain as a result of that, it's intentional. In other words,
If you're watching that,
they want to cause
this might be our closest game.
Is by pointing out something that I'm doing wrong. And other times it's unintentional. Now, unintentional could be one of two ways. Unintentional literally means a person says something to me. Yes, pointing out something wrong I've done, but they don't intend to cause me pain. Right? Their intention is really just sometimes it can be actually positive. To point out something I've done in an effort.
You're up, big man.
Hopefully,
What are you gonna do, son?
The person says something. A lot of times people say things and they don't necessarily think about the impact of what it is that they're saying. This is the third way. So possibility one is a person says something with the intention to hurt me. So they point out something I've done wrong, and their only intention in doing that is to cause me pain. Possibility two is a person just says stuff. Because sometimes in life people just say stuff and they have no particular kavanah.
It's
They're just making a statement. The statement just happens to be about something that I've done wrong. And possibility number three is where a person points out something
And the writer's got a free
their
time.
intention is actually
It's
to help.
1909.
Their intention is actually to benefit. In other words, their intention is to point it out in order because there's a mitzvah.
Wow, look at all the wow. It's a new game, son.
If you see a fellow Jew doing something wrong, you too want to point that out. But what's the point of that rebuke? Rebuke is such a strong word. What's the point of that? The point of it is because I love my fellow Jew. I love that person. So I want them to be able to engage in course correcting.
One of the worst
That's the logic.
we've ever seen.
So what's the bottom line, right? So whether again, right, you have three scenarios now. We call them Ruvain. Ruvain is coming and pointing out something I've done wrong. So there are three possible motivations, right? Motivation one, he wants to hurt me. Motivation two is
it's over, baby.
It's over, baby. Sometimes people just talk.
Unfortunately,
it's over. And possibility number three is he actually cares about me and loves me. And it's
over. It is over. Are you gonna beat me? Are you gonna beat me at this game?
Now, interestingly enough, whatever the motivation, the result is the result. What's often the result? I'm hurt.
Right, sir.
So again, honestly, I think it's nice to
You haven't
so again,
everyone is waiting on you. It's your turn. Everybody wants you to go.
Motivation was carried. At the end of the day, no one really likes being told they're doing something wrong, and often it's just a hurtful experience. Look what he writes. In Kolzel, Hatzar shenigram luzulaso al yodo, umuchan lios haritzua mardus. Haritzua hamiyuedes lahachnis mashmaos umusar, liyaser lo ligrom hatzar alahona. So now Rabbi Tzaddik switches gears. And he says, be very careful when you hurt someone by telling them something they've done wrong. Because in your effort to point out to someone else what they have done wrong, just understand that the divine microscope shifts back to you. If and you being the person who's pointing out the wrongdoing to the other. So okay, what's the
Devastating.
So I'm going to tell Ruben, you're really deficient in this area, or you've really done something wrong. Whether my intention again is to be hurtful, whether my intention is to be helpful, or whether my intention is to be parried. The tzaddik says the moment you go ahead and you point out the wrongdoing of someone else is the moment that the divine microscope shifts back to you, to the mochiach, to the rebuker, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, okay, if you're on such a level to go ahead and cause someone else pain, whether again purposeful, helpful, unintentional, let's have a look at your life. Let's have a look at your life. He says, "Be'im avar ipam al osa avira shashini ne'enash bigla." Because at the end of the day, I go over to Ruvain. I say, Ruvain, you know what, Ruvain? I'm really disappointed to see how much Lashon Hara you speak. It's terrible. I don't know, you go around and speak Lashon Hara to anybody and everyone who will listen. It's terribly disappointing. Now, okay, so there's a mitzvah of Chef.
Do you really have an AI that tells you that?
Yeah, it's called my brain.
Ruvain is going to be a little bit sabrach and a little bit crushed because no one likes being told that they're doing something wrong. So whether my intention was purposeful, whether my intention was stressful, or whether it was carried, at the end of the day, okay, now I've caused pain to Ruvain through my rebuke. Let's have a look at you. Let's have a look at you. Let's see again, you're giving Musar Lashon Hara. Let's see ultimately again how it is that you are doing in that particular area. He goes on, he says, Harikam Sarzeh, next I'm sorry, actually I skipped the brackets, I'm up to the brackets now. He says, Big time is, have I ever transgressed the Avira?
Giant win.
Someone else.
Giant win.
Alright, good night.
This is a very, very idea. What the
I actually hate that.
So
I have a question for you.
That game actually sucks.
You know of all the games we play? If it might be the most ancient of all the
now
games.
again, there is a. I'm sorry. So you see, which by the way is not
the
a bad thing.
name game.
It's not a bad thing.
What's the name game? What's this?
Coming up with names for shit.
And instead use all of that koach inward.
Coming up.
That's again. Now, what I want to point out is something very important.
Like Bear Scare.
There is a
Plague Grenade.
No. That's not a game. It's talking about the Play-Doh game.
Oh, it's a game. It's a game.
Okay.
Rebuke sounds like you're yelling at someone.
I just want you to know that I won.
When I see someone doing something wrong, right? And again, if I see my children,
you wouldn't play me in archery. You're too scared to lose that.
So
you lost in
basketball. By the way, I would say in the realm of
you lost in notoriety, and you lost in
you do have to go ahead
basketball.
You already said basketball. You mean Karen?
Probably another one.
You mean Karen?
Karen. Good old Karen.
Because again, remember,
undefeated.
and this is, we're going to talk about this, is I want my child to be better than me. That's every single parent says. The Gemara says,
undefeated in Mancala.
A natural jealousy that exists between people. With certain exceptions.
Do you remember when you came in and you were like, hey, we're gonna play Glitterati, and then we're gonna play Harem, and then we're gonna play Mancala, and then we're gonna watch the Michael Jackson documentary. Do you remember when you said that?
From deficient in a particular area. At the end of the day,
No, I didn't say
Yes,
that.
you did.
You said
No,
that.
I have it on
You
recording.
said that.
day-to-day level. Before I go ahead and mochiach someone else about
I think
something,
you're confused.
the
That's
first
what you
question
said
I
to
have
me.
to ask myself is the Maisa, am I really working on all cylinders
All right,
in that
well,
particular area?
Michael
You
Jackson.
said
my
that.
home in that particular
Michael
area.
Jackson tonight.
Otherwise, what ends up happening is the rebuke that I deliver to another
Sweet
becomes
dreams.
very
Get good,
to
son.
find judgment on me in that particular area. That was what's over for today. We'll pick up in there with the brackets of the Zeki Gam Habusha Meretz Hashem. Shkoya.
I wonder why they don't push for macaroni and cheese. It seems like it very easy.
All right, John, let's say good. You have picking up the rest of the poster. If you don't really care, you never introduce us to things like yesterday on the Moshe Dash, the day before, that they introduced us to the post, the idea. Now, let me learn the post facts that sin has become down
Too
to
busy thinking about my baby. And I ain't got news.
All of the power of introspection and the entire essence of introspection was without having to go through this process ultimately the same. So we're thinking up with that thing, thinking about these 29 days, in the only have to do this the last time out. He says that we actually can't use this Tuesday. So pick up from here again. Allah, Mahashpas HaTorah Ala Usika, Ish Kama Madrigal Shoros. The truth is, Torah itself, or learning Torah, the impact of Torah is felt on a variety of different levels. He says, "Kiddush Shafar HaTorah Yofiya Ala Utika, Yola Hazil V'Kitab," meaning the way even on Torah is short, he pointed out, when you learning makes you more introspective, learning makes you more practical, and therefore by definition, more open to so in a different comprehensive fashion. He says, "Do not actually do this thing for you. The idea of all is that Torah to Adonai, Nadina Mihayisur, who Masti in Hafi. Sina means Sahara, Shlo Yachshiva Lelefik. This is actually quite beautiful. Here they are quoting from the second Sofa. From the Sofa discusses the power of Torah, Nikna, and Master. Which literally means Torah, now Nikna means practice, Master means save. So what does it mean Torah protects? So because Torah protects from suffering. Who Masti min Hafid. Torah goes and saves me from sin, saves me from evil. Now, the way the Tzaddik understands this concept in a bit more of a comprehensive fashion is as follows, which is that what do you mean that Torah saves me from suffering? And actually protects me from suffering and saves me from sin. So of course, let's understand it on a basic level. Torah, when I learn, it protects me from suffering. When I learn, it protects me ultimately against engaging with my Yitzhara. But the Tzaddik understands this on
please redraft the title of something like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 sets the Guinness World Record for most amount of please change the title to be something like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 sets the world record for most amount of time live stream in a telegram.
So much suffering that we ended up for ourselves because of the mistakes we make, because of the decisions we make. But the Tzaddik has it that when the Torah says Torah Mikra, Torah saves me from suffering. What is that? Torah makes me a more thoughtful person. When I learn and condition to think, when I learn, I become introspective. That suddenly before I act, I'm listening and I'm thinking about, well, what are the repercussions of this action going to be? If I do this, if I say this, if I act this way, what's going to be the ripple effect of all of this? Not only when it says, Torah protects me. It protects me ultimately against causing my own suffering by engaging in reckless life activity. And what does it mean by let's say? So again,
Change it to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 has set a world record for most amount of time, or say most data archived about a cryptocurrency on social media. You can say that members of the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 community do various things to promote the coin, like create memes, spend time on Telegram. But one interesting case of a promoter of the coin found Rabbi Rothschild put all this stuff in there about Ashkenazi chief rabbi, all that stuff, has been live streaming on behalf of the coin for more than 1,000 days on YouTube. Period. You can say essentially every moment of every day for more than 1,000 days, Rabbi Rothschild has been live streaming in promotion to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 series. That means on podcasts and every Twitter space that the community hosts, and game nights that they host, and the trivia nights that they host, and the karaoke nights that they host. All of that has been archived to create the largest community of data for a cryptocurrency in global history, which may make Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 one of the most valuable coins of all time, because The Economist magazine stated in 2017 that data had overtaken petroleum as its #1 resource, and Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 has more data archived than any cryptocurrency ever. Make that something with the title and then a new press release.
Go to page then in the Be'uya as he goes to the left hand column. And then Rabbi says something so beautiful. He says, Ulaka Anu B'nei Ashkenaz. In the Derech as he goes, Nevar from the Bracha Rishona, the thing Alimut B'nota, La'asok B'divrei Torah. Right? You just said, we already said it this morning. Birchas HaTorah, say Bracha to Hashem, La'asok B'divrei Torah. Now, the wording over here is intriguing as So, la'asok means to engage in words of Torah. Says the Rebbe, we'll see in that there, but it did right. The only la'asok Torah. We'll say, why is that the formulation of the Rabbah? Why don't we just say la'asok ba'Torah? La'asok ba'Torah, right? That's the way Hashem, Master of the universe, who gives us the opportunity to engage in Torah. What do you mean to toil in Torah? What do you mean la'asok divrei Torah? To engage words in Torah. Obviously, Torah is about engagement in Torah. It's learning, it's functioning in Torah. Why do you need the word divrei? Well, that's what the Torah says. It's so beautiful. He says, "B'atan mishon b'mansifin, ish she'ori mihu ha'chashuv, u'man rakiya." Page 4, ומי ביחלוסו לזבשת ולזכבר, כלומר איזה אדם כל כך חשוב ומהם, שיכול להיות בטוח בעצמו שיעשה בה. Never say something so beautiful. Never say, when I learn, can I ever really be sure that I'm maximizing the experience? Can I ever really be sure that I'm learning to the best of my potential? Can I ever really be sure that I'm discovering the depths and plumbing the depths of the beauty and goodness of Torah? Can I ever really know that I'm learning the way I'm supposed to be learning? He goes on, he says,
Telegram, Twitch, Rumble, YouTube, Instagram, Threads, Medium, Substack, Tumblr, X/Twitter.
See, if the bracha would have been la'asok ba'Torah, engaged in the Torah, one might have thought that the only thing that's truly meaningful is Torah l'shma. Learning Torah for the right purpose, in the right way. So what does the bracha say? La'asok is divrei Torah. What does divrei Torah mean? I learn words of Torah. Also, learning words of Torah means that sometimes I learn Torah well. Sometimes I don't learn Torah well. Sometimes I learn l'shma. Sometimes I don't learn l'shma. Sometimes I pay attention, sometimes I don't pay attention. Sometimes I'm learning Torah to serve Hashem, and sometimes I'm learning it for some type of other covet or something else ultimately again that I think I'm going to get out of it. Right, a whole variety of different things. So the brachas, divrei means I learn words. Sometimes I'm on, sometimes I'm off. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong. Sometimes it says it should be, sometimes it's not. And what's the great part? It doesn't matter. Just learn. Just learn. La'asok is divrei Torah. As long as what Chazal were trying to teach us is something so beautiful, that as long as there is engagement in Torah, even if that engagement is imperfect, and even if that engagement is even highly flawed, so that's not a la'asok ba'Torah, it's a la'asok divrei Torah. Words of Torah, words a little bit here, a little bit there, not perfect, imperfect. La'asok divrei Torah, that's okay. Effect of Torah the effect of Torah ultimately saving me from suffering that I visited upon myself and making bad life decisions. My Torah making me a more thoughtful person. The effect of Torah giving me the strength to deal with my Yitzhak in life, that's accomplished even through divrei Torah. Even if it's imperfect, it gives me the strength to do what I need to do in life. And so I will say, it's not over for today, but those really things that are strength that I think is something so incredibly profound. Because the fact that we place an emphasis on learning, okay, that we all know. That we all know. But I think what's important to us is why. What is it that Torah does for us? What is it that Torah? So of course, as you pointed out, there are two levels. There's the utilitarian level. I learned from Torah what to do. What to do. Torah is necessary because how can I be a functional Jew without Torah? How do I know how to fulfill the Ratzon Hashem without Torah? That's part one. But part two says that something. I don't say, I think this is so profound. And I think we see this play out in our own lives. Torah makes Torah makes me a more thoughtful, introspective person. And it's not just the pshat that because the intellectual juices are going, therefore I think more. There's a spiritual component of Torah that opens me up to being a thoughtful, contemplative That's what happens. And again, what Rabbi wants to just assume it's together, and we really have to stop. What students, what kind of students all together is this idea that normally that level of concentration and inspection normally only comes in the aftermath of sin. Like when I commit an Avera, now I know my weaknesses. I know what I have to work on. I know what I have to do. In the aftermath of sin, I am exceptionally contemplative and introspective. The less you think that darga, that level of contemplation and introspection only comes from sin, says the Baruch Hashem, it comes every time you go. It saves me from visiting suffering and find myself making horrible life decisions. And lastly, that it gives me the opportunity to see myself, give me the strength I need to come back to myself. Such is the power of prayer. We'll stop here. We'll pick up the Mir Hashem with Torah. All right, John, let's say good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing in Eretz Hashem in Osman Tess this morning. So remember again, we began this particular piece yesterday. Here, the Rebbe introduced us to the idea of the power of Talmud Torah. Whereas we often think as Talmud Torah as the way in which we learn what to do, what not to do. That Torah teaches us again mitzvos saseh, mitzvos lo saseh, positive commandments, prohibitions. The Rebbe introduced us to the idea that Torah is in fact so much more impactful and profound. The Torah from Lashon Hora'ah, from Lashon of instruction, or from Lashon of guidance, ultimately teaches us how to be introspective, and goes ahead and allows us, puts us in an introspective, contemplative frame of mind to be able to go ahead and look at ourselves and look at life in a critical way. So remember again, Rebbe, this piece is coming on the heels of the previous piece where Rebbe taught that there's a gift in sin. And the gift in sin is that sin has the ability to point out my deficiencies and shortcomings, which is incredible, which is wonderful, except if the Rebbe says, is there a way to learn about my deficiencies and shortcomings without sinning? Which the Rebbe says, yes, Torah. That when I learn, again, I become more attentive to myself. When I learn, I become more introspective. When I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and see my deficiencies and shortcomings, even in the absence of sin. So let's continue with this idea. So we're picking up on page Kufman Beis. In the Biuria Hasidus, the right-hand column. So I think we may have read this. I can prove this matter, says the Rebbe, from the following idea. Shaharigam kisha adam lomed as touch. So, for example, even when a person is kachim, sacrificial matters that deal with kavanos, mikra v'nechshav v'hadavar shu osik b'torah, hari shikam as hatorah moralo as dako, u'madricha oso l'maisa b'poel. Interestingly enough, so remember, I think we did mention this yesterday. Even when a person is kachim, person learning karbanos. So when I learn karbanos, there's nothing for say halacha l'maisa for me. So if you assume that the power of Torah is that it tells me what to do and what not to do, that the entire value of Torah lives in the realm of being an instructive guide for what to do in everyday life, which of course is a major part of Torah. Then what exactly do I get from kachim? What do I get? What do I get from that? Elamai says, Rebbe, you've seen that the power of Torah is such that even when I learn something that is quote unquote not halacha l'maisa in terms of the do's and don'ts in life, it's halacha l'maisa that it forces me to become a more introspective thoughtful person. I was this is truly beautiful what he writes now. The kids and Radama. Let me explain to you how this works, says Rabbi. He says, the kids and Radama, let's also say a beautiful and moving Retrosheva, where the pasuk says, "Va'osi azu ve'estorasi lo shamaru." So the pasuk in Eicha says, "The Baruch Hu laments the
Add at
fact
the end something like this.
Bal Yisrael they have left me, Osi azavu, they have left me, Sorasi lo shamaru." Sorry, this is in and they did not keep my Torah. So once if you think about it, it sounds a little bit redundant, right? If you say Osi azavu, they left me, then of course that means they didn't keep my Torah. Same idea as if you say they didn't keep my Torah, that means they left me. So why does the Navi have to say both things? Why does it have to say, Osi azavu, they left me, that Sorasai lo shamar, they didn't keep my Torah. So listen to this incredible magic. Because it's as if Kiviyachol, the Ribono Shalom says, Halavai Osi azavu v'Sorasi shamaru. This is wild. Medrash writes, Baruch Hu says, you know what? Halavai, I wish that they had just left me, but kept my Torah. And I would say, what does that mean? So can you imagine this? Baruch says, you know what? If they don't want a relationship with me, okay, I can live with that. But at least they should keep my Torah. So we'll say, what? Shahare, this asking ba, hamaor sheba, machzir ha'osek ba. So we'll say, this is incredible. What the Rebbe was saying was, if Chalitz would have just forsaken a relationship with me, I could have lived with that as long as they would have kept learning Torah. Because if they keep learning Torah, at least under those circumstances, Torah will awaken the light within them. When a person learns, as we were saying before, they become more introspective. When a person learns, they become more thoughtful. When a person learns, they're willing to encounter and they're willing to embrace their own shortfalls and deficiencies. So Baruch Hu said, even if Klal Yisrael would have totally left me, if at least they would have kept learning my Torah, there would have been hope for personal, holistic rehabilitation. And the Baruch Hu laments the double tragedy.
Please say you can see the HVOS 105 merchandise on Rabbi Rothschild 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year by typing quotation Rabbi Rothschild and quotation in YouTube ampersand
He goes on, he says,
filtering by live with the word live in quotation.
This is very profound. It's other grace, because the wisdom of Torah has the ability to go ahead and literally illuminate one from the foolishness of the Yitzhara, and so ultimately one finds their way back to the Ribono Shel Olam. So we'll say, so herein lies the power of Torah, says Reb Tzadok. So we see, it turns out that according to Reb Tzadok, there's really two elements to learning. There's the functional utilitarian part of learning, which is I learn Torah. Why? How are you a functional Jew without Torah? Right? In other words, go say, how do I keep Shabbos if I don't know Hilchos Shabbos? And how do I keep Kashrus if I don't know Hilchos Kashrus? Right? And how do I wash my hands in the morning if I don't know the halachos of the? There's a functional piece. I need to learn Torah in order to be able to properly live as a Jew. This is an incredibly important yesod. But part 2 says representing. And of course, we know this. This is one of these dynamics. But I think we were explaining, or you could try to explain it in words, but at the end of the day, the words don't really do it justice. Because it's a dynamic that you just have to experience in order to really understand its realness. The second dynamic in Torah is ultimately, again, when I go ahead and I learn, it opens my eyes. And it opens my heart to what? To me. I feel like a different person. And I'm willing to introspect, and I'm willing to self-evaluate, and I'm willing to engage in the process of self-judgment, and I'm willing to do all of these things so that I can really tackle my shortcomings and my deficiencies without having to sin. So I will say, so what the Tzaddik is positing is there are two ways you come to the process of self-evaluation. By possibility, one is I sin. And again, the great part of sin, and that sounds strange, but the great part of sin is I know what my weaknesses are, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what I have to do. But then there's the process of learning. And when I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and engage in this process of self-evaluation without the sin. How does it work? Torah opens my mind. Those are herein lies the power of Torah. Torah opens my mind, allows me to be self-evaluative, allows me to introspect, and allows me to truly see me for who I am, both the good as well as the not so good. The learning of Torah fundamentally transforms us. The Rebbe goes on. He says, Amnam, Bahashba'as HaTorah, Ha'ala Ish Kama Madrigo Shana. So let's at least begin this piece today, and then American will go weiter. He says, in this process of learning Torah in a we'll call it self-evaluative or transformative fashion, there are different levels. He says, Ukidei Sharator Yofia Isikba, Yodax Rilamutov, Va'ayide Ar Zehatorah, who Agune Magina Mini Esurim, who Matzli Minachit, Matzli Mitzhar Shalom Yachshilanu Lechit. So we'll say, so this actually is a very interesting idea. So it says, comes over here, the Gemara Masechet Sota, and the Gemara brings out the idea that Torah Migna Matzla. Torah provides these two different aspects to it. Migna means it protects us, or I should say like a magen, or it shields me, and Matzla, it saves me, protects me and saves me. Although those two words seem synonymous, they in fact mean two different things. So Rashi, for example, says, right? Rashi says Migna Matzla. So he says Migna means it protects me from usurping punishments. Or from suffering, that Torah has the ability to protect me from punishment and suffering. Matzlah saves me means it has the ability to save me from the Sahara. Two different components. Torah has the ability to save me from suffering, Migna, Matzlah from the Sahara. Which tells you, we're going to see that is going to say that these two aspects show you the two different dynamics within Torah. He goes on.
Please be sure to remove the spaces in the
כיצד יוכל לתקן את נפשו. וזהו הפירוש, שמע שאמר הרשב"א, מחזור אדם מוטב. Or, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this piece. But again, just going off of these dynamics, when we see that the Torah Migna Umatzla,
please try to
read this about the power of
new
Torah.
revised
Saves me from
period.
punishment,
It is
suffering,
newsworthy,
and it saves me from myself. Saves me from the Tzar. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this dynamic tomorrow. All right, everyone say good morning. Let us begin. We are picking up today in a new os, a new section Sadrik Osman Test, page Kuf Mem Aleph.
Please give me a
So let's
biography
begin.
of Rabbi Rothschild,
Rabbi
the streamer and Kabbalist, holds records for live streaming more than 1,666 days from more than 20 different angles of timeline. The leading advocate of world peace and Chad continuous human activity data and CHDI continuous humans for data infrastructure, all that stuff, please.
Gift in faith. What's the gift in faith? And faith exposes one's weakness. When I sin, I know exactly the area in which I am deficient. When I sin, I know exactly what needs to be fixed. When I sin, I now see what areas I need to address. So since it's an obligation upon a person to actively address the blemishes, the internal blemishes that I have, and therefore sometimes when I stumble, right, my acts of stumbling are actually a toilas. There's actually a benefit in that, because again, like I said before, those mistakes and those missteps help to highlight to me the areas in which I need to address and to fix. יש לו לדעת שעל ידי לימוד התורה בלבד יכול לברר את מה שצריך לתקן. So this is very interesting. It says there's another piece to this. See, a person must like to think to themselves, well, then I guess maybe I have to wait until I sin in order to figure out what I need to fix. Now, of course, that's not exactly a very good way to approach self-improvement, because again, the goal of course, is avoidance of sin whenever possible. The Rebbe is kind of speaking in page Kuf Mem Aleph. The Rebbe is kind of speaking over here in terms of like, once I'm sinning, the quote unquote benefit of sin is that I get to see my deficiencies, see what's broken, and see what I need to address. But of course, the goal is avoidance of sin. So if my goal is avoidance of sin, yet the benefit of sin is that it shows me my deficiencies, what's broken, what I need to address. How do I figure out all of that stuff without sin? Isn't that the goal of life? Meaning, it's going to sound strange, I want the benefit, here, let me explain the statement. I want the benefit of sin without sinning. Now, what does that mean? I want the benefit of sin in that I want to know what I have to fix without potentially having to make the mistakes, which is the ultimate goal. So, of course, part of it is, as we go to we do that, right? You have to make the mistakes in order to know what to fix. But on some level, is there the ability to kind of achieve the self-awareness that sin brings without having to go through the pain, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty that sinning itself creates. And the Rebbe says to a certain degree, yes. How can you accomplish that? And this is incredible. He says through learning Torah. Now, what does this mean? What does this mean? He says, "Yesh lavadas shal yedei limud haTorah bilvad yochol levarer es ma shenitzrach l'takin." Through learning, we also have the ability to go out and shed light and come to an understanding as to what needs to be fixed. Now, how does that work? This is incredible. Quotes over here the Shlach Hadash, who says, "Shetorah mikrakim milashon more derech." Torah is called Torah. Why is Torah called Torah? So he's going to discuss that Torah comes from the lashon of hara. We'll get into the etymology in just a moment. But he's lashon of more derech. What's a more derech? A more derech is like a compass, like a tour guide. More derech, someone or something to teach you. More to teach derech, the way. He says, "Hainu shehi page Kuf Mendes. Hainu shehi more medes laadam. Eich v'yachalaso v'takin is pigmei nafsho." So the Rebbe says something truly beautiful over here. Then what is the point of Torah? And he's going to develop this The point of Torah is to highlight and to show a person how I can fix that which is broken or blemished inside of me. So this is incredible. So Tzaddik essentially is going to go on to develop that we often sell Torah a little bit short. We sell Torah short. Because he says, רק במה שהתורה מלמדת אותנו, es החוקים והמשפטים, להרוס es המעשה שיעשו. Many times, Siva said the notion that Torah means Horah, means instruction. That's not a Kiddush. This is what people often misunderstand is they think that the only thing that Torah does for us is to teach us a series of do's and don'ts. Right? That's what Torah does. It teaches us chukim and mishpatim. You could do these things, you can't do these things. Do a lot of this, don't do any of this. Engage in this and avoid this. Ella. So the Rebbe says, while of course that's true, that's only one element of Torah. That's only one aspect. Ella horas haTorah la'adam higam be'etzem halimud. He says there is something profoundly cathartic in the process of learning Torah. And I will say, what the topic is highlighting here is an unspoken dynamic that I think we have all experienced. But here topic is giving verbal form to it. I will say, you know what the true power of learning? Why is it? Think about it in just a moment. There's such like an emphasis on learning. Right? Why? Why the emphasis? Why the emphasis on Talmud Torah in such a great degree? So of course, on one basic level, because in order to be a good Jew, you have to know what to do. Right? It's no different. You wanna get your license, you have to study the driver's manual because you have to know, how many car lengths you need in between you and the car in front of you, right? You need to know how many feet, how long you have to stop for the stop sign. You need to know the laws in order to pass the test. So I need to know the halachas in order to be a functional Jew. Tzaddik says, I will say, what happens when you learn Torah? What happens when you learn? The process of learning and engaging in the Ribono Shel Olam Torah makes me a more thoughtful and introspective person. So I will say, you know this. You feel different when you learn. You just feel different. You just become a different kind of person. Now, is that because I know now what to do better? I'm a better person because I know how to keep Shabbos better because I'm learning the halachos of Malabim. Is that it? Right? I know I'm a better person because now I'm learning Yuma. I'm going to know how to observe Yom Kippur. But is that what we're saying over here? Something saying is something much more profound. When I engage in Torah, there's an unspoken dynamic that allows me to be more introspective. And it's that unspoken dynamic that allows for introspection, that allows me to seek out the root of the things which are in a state of disrepair. And I will say we know this. We know this because you feel different after you learn. He goes on, he says, he gives a proof to this, a quote-unquote proof. I'm going to show you that learning has an impact on you that allows you to be a more introspective and thoughtful person, even and not related per se to an enhanced knowledge of operational Judaism. What's the proof to this? This is incredible. Shahare gam kisha adam lomed as dine seder kodshim. Hamidare ve'yin akravas hakabanos. Nikra v'nechshav lo hadavar shu osik b'Torah. What's the proof? Let's say a person's already kodshim. I know, so we've had experiences. We spent a lot of time on the Masech Shkav. Right? Even in Yuma, we've had sugyas again of karbanos. So I'm learning karbanos. Right? And I want to say in general, how do we relate to a sugya of karbanos? Harishikam as haTorah mora es darko umadricha also keitza takin es nafsho. Av shadavar eino nogea keis l'maisiv apol. See that both sides. When I learn a sugya of kachim, for example, what's the relevance of a sugya of kachim to me right now? What's the relevance? None. None of us, right? We saw this. We're learning sugyas in Yuma about today's Hamikdash. What's the relevance right now? right now, today, it's Monday. What's the relevance this moment? And the answer is nothing right now. Again, Amir Hashem, Rabbi Yaminu. We're gonna have a third base in Mikdash. Hopefully, we're spending a lot of time. So hopefully, the blueprint is going to be similar. Right? That's what I hope. Right. So therefore, again, we will go ahead and Amir Hashem know the layout. Lamaisa, is there a takeaway for me? Okay, sometimes there's a hashkafic takeaway, but is there a halakha lamaisa takeaway for me? And the answer often is no. But yet, I feel changed by the limit. I feel changed by the learning. I am a different person. And yes, I am more thoughtful. I am more introspective. How does that occur? How does that occur, says Rabbi? So if Torah was just operational, right, and if Torah at the end of the day was just to go ahead and teach me what to do or not to do, so then I would emerge from a sugi and kachim, and I would say, all right. I mean, I just kind of feel like I spun my wheels a little bit, right? I didn't really do anything over here. But the fact that I feel changed, and the fact that I feel different, and the fact that I feel that there's something that's been sparked inside of me, even when I learn something that's not halacha of myself, indicates to me the power of Talmud Torah. He goes on, he says, Hari Shegam Az, let's finish with this line. Hari Shegam Az HaTorah Moralo is Darko. Madricha also, because we'll say, even when I'm learning something that is not halacha of myself, or I'm learning something that doesn't have a quote unquote practical day-to-day application right in this moment. He goes on, he says, nevertheless, Morlo is Darko, the Majichos of Kitzil attacking this nafsho, Al Shadavar Einun Nokia Leis Lamaisa before. So I will say that something develops this idea, and I think this is really so incredibly profound because sometimes, all of us are used to this emphasis on learning. Learning. But sometimes it's not explained to us why learning is important. So, of course, there's an operational piece to our learning. The operational piece for our learning is I need to know what to do in life. So I have to learn Yiddishkeit in order to know how to be a good practicing Jew. On a deeper level, of Tzaddik says the power of learning is that it awakens us to our deficiencies. The power of learning is that it causes us to be thoughtful. The power of learning is that it sparks a need for introspection. And that's irrespective of the material which is being studied. Even if what I'm studying has really nothing to do with my life, so to speak. The act of engaging in Torah, by definition, sparks a process of introspection. That's the process of introspection that's normally only sparked, right? Here's incredible. When's the only other time that it's normally sparked? When I sin. Hey, isn't this incredible? That's normally when this process is sparked. When I commit an Aveira, I realize, I'm deficient. I have shortcomings. I need to work on that. The Tzaddik says there's a way to jumpstart that process of introspection, even without the faith. And it's called Torah. As we'll stop over here. We're going to pick up with this theme in Eretz Hashem tomorrow. Shkoyah. All right, everyone, say good morning. We are going to Eretz Hashem post class this morning in sit class outside because we are picking up, in page 59 Aleph. So it's the end of posting class. So we actually left off on page 59 Aleph in the Uriah Hasidus on the right hand column. And actually we're gonna skip this piece. He just brings another raya to his idea from Yimar Sota, but instead I want to use our few moments that we have together this morning, focusing on the left-hand paragraph. So page 59 Aleph, left-hand paragraph. That writes as follows. Let's remember again what Rav Tzaddik introduced us to was this idea, first of all, that a person could simultaneously be a tzaddik and a rasha. That area, again, using the definitions that we established in the last week, that tzidkus and rishus is not an absolute state, but rather, again, in fact, they are kind of coexistent states. That in any given moment in life, I am both a tzaddik and both a rasha, reflective of my spiritual standing in different areas of life. So Rebbe goes on and says, and that's why he says, again, remember that even if I commit an avera b'shogeg, right, even if I commit an avera accidentally, there's still going to be liability for that act, because any avera that I commit is reflective of something which is in a state of disrepair inside of me. So because there is that disrepair, because there is that pagam of the Rebbe, therefore there is liability and there is responsibility for that, as opposed to thinking that because it's an accident, therefore by definition there is no responsibility. Now, even when there's a shogeg, at the end of the day that highlights that something is misfiring inside of it. So we'll say now let's pick up page Kufmem Aleph, the left-hand paragraph. According to what we've learned, יוכל הוא לדעת ולהבחין על ידם מהם הדברים שאיננו נקי לגמרי והם עדיין אינם גיליתם. This is incredibly powerful. Rabbi here now discusses the incredible power of sin. Now, not the power of sin in a negative way, but as it sounds strange, the power of sin in a positive way. You'll say, what does that mean? So that was so simple yet profound. That when I make mistakes in life, when I commit averos, so I understand which things are still in a state of disrepair. In other words, we'll say it's kind of like the same way that when a person becomes physically ill, at times physical illness can be an incredible bracha. Why? Because if I would not exhibit the signs of illness, I would not know what was wrong internally. Right? Without becoming sick, I would never know what's going on. Meanwhile, something so compromising could be occurring internally, and had my body not presented with physical symptoms, I would have never known that. I would have never known to fix the problem. So Tzaddik says it's the same thing with ruchnius. When I commit an avera, what I am ultimately showing myself is that something is in a state of disrepair. And I will say, in general, we all know that something inside of us, from a ruchnius perspective, is in a state of disrepair. I know, sometimes I don't know what. It's interesting. I don't know, we all know we're not perfect. Hopefully we all know we're not perfect. We all know that we need work, right? We all know that there's work that has to be done. But sometimes the shaila is, in what area? What should I be focusing on? And then a person commits an avera, and it's going to sound like a strange statement, but the beauty of an avera is that, now I know my weakness. I know where the problem is. The avera kind of highlights the chink in the armor, right? It goes ahead and it highlights what my weaknesses are. So now I know what it is that I have to work on. He goes on, he says, it's not only that, remember, often when I commit an avera, this is an interesting exercise. The avera is usually never just about the avera, right? We're good people and we want to do the right thing. So when I commit an avera, usually what that does is it highlights some other dynamic that's occurring as well. Like maybe it's self-esteem, or maybe it's self-worth, or maybe it's addiction, or whatever it might be. An avera opens my eyes to a lot of the internal processes which are occurring. He goes on, he says, therefore again, once I become a bit more self-aware as a result of the commission of the avera, I can begin to address some of the things that are wrong. He goes on, Al lot shenichshal bizmus in benosav, if they shakom yishalot achar umos vayvashal arayas, sof shama afilim also himself. So he gives an interesting example of this. Lot, right? So Lot committed 2 repeated acts of incest. Now, how does that happen? How does that happen? You want to say he got drunk? A lot of people get drunk all the time, and they do stupid things. That's a far cry from incest. It's a far cry. In fact, again, what's interesting to note is Chazal, when they speak about drunkenness, there's shichrus and there's shichruso shalot. You can get drunk and you can get lot drunk, right? So lot drunk is what Chazal term for like when you're so drunk that you don't even know the difference between right and wrong. I will say the truth is, those of us who have enjoyed a l'chaim, and maybe at times too many l'chaims, maybe on Purim or some other times. So I'll say there are certain things where no matter how drunk you are, it would not dawn on a normal person to do certain things. It just wouldn't. It just wouldn't. So Rabbi Rothschild says, how does it happen that a person becomes drunk, true, but then comes to engage in an act that is so off the charts in its wrongness, right? In its wrongness, in its offensiveness, to the point that I will say it's very clear that this is not like a Jewish thing, right? That the concept of incest is just a basic part of a basic Noahide code of morality. How does that happen? So Tzaddik says that's what happened because inside Lot had issues with morality in general. Right? In fact, again, the Mepharshim bring down that one of the reasons he wanted to move to stone was because of the lax moral code. So the topic says when you are struggling with internal issues, those internal issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of unhealthy ways. So when Lot commits this sin, the world now knows what Lot's inner weakness truly is. And his inner weakness ultimately was this pursuit of arayos, this pursuit of immorality. Rabbi Tzaddik is just using this as an example that a sin is not just a sin, but an avera is a manifestation of what's broken on the inside. Which I will say again, I just want to point out, according to Rabbi Tzaddik, this is why an avera is a gift. I know that sounds strange, but an avera could be a gift. Because just like it's only when I get physically sick that I know what's happening inside of me, and so the physical symptoms are a gift. They show me what's broken, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit an avera, not that we're encouraging it, but when I commit an avera, I know what's wrong inside of me. I know what's broken. I know what needs to be repaired. Lot commits these acts of incest. It becomes clear that he needs to go ahead and work on his moral. But I will say, by the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen in Lot up until this point in time? Nothing. Right? I just want to be clear. Like this Lot hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that he could have been nikshal, that he could have unfortunately committed these heinous acts. Nothing. But the tzaddik understands that l'maisa it speaks an internal state of disrepair. And he ends below rakshin ino tzaddik l'gabe davar zeh lo yinishma min ha'nikshal bo elegam yesh lo pamim shalocholim mizdamnim la'adam ha'shamayim b'nukulan b'tachlisan shalakishlonos halalu u'letovas nafsho k'di la'ororo al yidei kach sheyoshev b'tshuva shlima v'yizcharet al osadavar. That here about the great period of tzaddik ends. He says something very interesting. He says, therefore, sometimes I will commit 3 points differently. Sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam will choreograph and orchestrate certain circumstances which will dafka lead me to sin in order to get me to wake up to inner realities. So I'll say, so sometimes I commit averos, ultimately again, because those averos are representative of a state of inner dysfunction. And sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam causes me to sin, that puts me in difficult circumstances, or creates impossible situations, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and this is going to sound a little bit strange, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to make this mistake. Don't misunderstand those words that I don't have free choice. I always have free choice. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol creates these circumstances because he wants me to experience the failure. Why does he want me to experience the failure? Because through the failure, I will discover what my true inner weakness is. Without the failure, I would never know. Without the misstep, I would never become aware. Without the fate, I would never truly look inside and try to figure out what is it that's inspiring. So we'll say that's the end of the oath. And again, in this one oath, like I told you, I think it's incredibly transformative. So in one oath, Reb Tzaddik teaches us that in any given moment in life, I'm both a tzaddik and a rasha, which is such a life affirming, but such a life affirming precept that nothing in life is absolute. And we're not absolute. I'm both a tzaddik and I'm both a rasha, which is good and it's bad. It's bad because I'm also a rasha, but it's also good because I'm not a total rasha. And Baruch Hashem, I have elements of tzidkus inside of me. Ultimately, says Reb Tzaddik, a person only commits an Aveira in an area for which he has a predisposition. Something on the Aveira is the manifestation of something which is in a state of disrepair, which is the gift of the Aveira. The Aveira tells me exactly what I have to work on, to the point that sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam himself will choreograph circumstances which will enable me to sin in order that I am able to see what is in a state of dysfunction, and so I know what it is that I need to repair. Right, so we'll stop over here. Shkoyach, we'll pick up near Teshama Monday. All right, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. So we are continuing the meditation this morning in Osman class. Where the Rebbe introduced us to, I think, this incredibly novel and really life-altering idea that being a tzaddik or being a rasha is not an absolute state of being one way or the other. But rather, again, a person could simultaneously be a tzaddik and be a rasha. I could be a tzaddik. Now, remember, again, the Rebbe's definition of tzidkos is very interesting as well. That I'm a tzaddik vis-a-vis certain averos for which I have not only not performed, but also have no tightness. If a person essentially has no shyness, essentially no connection to an avera, one can be considered to be a tzaddik in that particular area. So again, the good news is, although we may transgress, and that's not the good news, although we may transgress certain averas, at the end of the day, most of us have averas for which we have no desire for, and for which we have not, and which we have not transgressed in any meaningful way. Therefore, according to Rabbi, that's the area in which I am excited, versus the areas in which I actively transgress, or even the areas in which a person has a desire. In those areas, I cannot be considered excited. So incredibly enough, in any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha, all at the same time. All at the same time, in the same personality. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, I'm thinking about page 10, the left-hand paragraph from the Jubilee Hasidus, right in the middle, right in the middle of the paragraph, after the brackets. The Hainu, I'm sorry, actually about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up in the bottom, on the left-hand column on page 10. So to which the Rebbe says, "Ume'inyan zamucha, shemikasho adam be'eza avera." The Rebbe says, from here you see that if a person indeed stumbles and commits a particular avera, yesh bekach simin b'hochacha avero shu'eno naki legamri min ha'avera haki. Because this here the Rebbe highlights something which is incredibly profound. That if I end up transgressing an avera, now listen to these words. It says, if I transgress an avera, that's a simon, that's a sign, and the proof that I am not totally clean from that avera. I will say now what does this mean? This is incredible. So let's imagine the following situation: a person transgresses an avera. Whatever the avera might be. I will say, so what does that say about the individual? So very often the way a person can look at it is, I made a mistake. Mistakes happen, and at the end of the day, it's mistake. Is that Avera a part of who I am, a reflection of where I'm holding? No, not necessarily at all. Just sometimes in life, mistakes occur. Tzaddik says that's not true. When a person commits an Avera, even if it's accidental, that shows that there's an element of that Avera embedded inside. And what's his proof to this? And this is incredible. He says, "Kach hashogeg shenichshel ba'avera v'lidas mikra b'torah b'kinui chotei." Therefore, I will say, what happens? What does the Torah call an accidental sinner? A chotei. A chotei. They will say, what's the name of a carbon that you bring for the accidental commission of an avera? Achatos. So then this is what does that show you? What does that show you? It says nefesh kitachta bishkaga. It's our kapara. And we see both say that a person requires atonement even for an avera committed accidentally. K'moshe matzinu shechayiv lekarban shechayiv lahavi karban chatos. Both say this is such an incredibly profound idea. Why is it, think about it just from a hashkafic perspective, why is the Torah hold you liable for accidents, for accidental commission of an avera? So I'll say just to give me a very like contemporary example of this. A person flicks a light switch on Shabbos, right? Which again I think it happens to everyone. So it happens to most of us. At any given point, we'll say if there was a big Hanukkah, what would be the halach if you accidentally switch the light switch? So what's the shot of that? And it's an accident. Accidents happen. Or fill in the blank for any chatos that a person may have. Why is there liability for a chatos? Why is there liability for a shogeg? So the public posits because a shogeg is part of who and what. I mean, if I commit an avera of the shogeg, what that shows is that there's something deficient inside it. There's something deficient inside me. I was like, it's the same way. It's the same way. He goes on. Look at his example. He says, Yado. Shashem Hizmin Yado Michshalzeh. So we'll say, for example, the paradigmatic example of this is someone who kills someone else for shogeg. Right? The most very, very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben's climbing up a ladder. He falls off the ladder. He falls on top of Shimon. He kills Shimon. What's the halacha? He has to flee to the We'll say for an accident. For an accident. Reuben doesn't. He never met Shimon before in his life. He doesn't feel any level of negativity towards Shimon at all. And now he falls off the ladder, falls on Shimon. Shimon dies. What's Reuben's halacha? Galus. I will say, we know what Galus means, right? We know what Galus means. We will see when we get to the second Malchus. Galus, your mikla, your family goes with you. And how long are you there for? Well, it depends on the Kohen Gadol. You hope and pray that the Kohen Gadol is of advanced age and is in ailing health, because it's only the Kohen Gadol's death that ultimately sets you free. So these individuals' entire life upended. Why? Because of a mistake. Why is a mistake treated so severely? It says, because mistakes are representative of some internal disconnect. If I commit a mistake, what that shows is that there's something amiss inside of me. There's something that's not right. There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound state of disrepair. If a mistake could occur, I will say, and this is my symbol whole yom. Whereas this comes up very often. A person, I say something to someone. And then I realized afterwards, you know what? It was really inappropriate. It was just really inappropriate thing to say. It was hurtful. It was whatever it might be. It was just really the wrong thing to say. I said to myself, like, where did that come from? And then I will say, if I'm a self-aware enough person, I realize there's something wrong with me. Or when I say something wrong, there's a deficiency in me. There's a disconnect in me. There's something that's misfiring that would allow me to have acted this way. Maybe it's stress. or maybe it's some meat. But again, it's so incredibly important. Halacha, the Ribono Shel Olam holds us accountable for mistakes, because even though it's a mistake, it's not intentional. If I could commit this mistake, it's reflective of some dynamic that is broken inside of me. Mistakes don't occur in a vacuum. And I will say, by the way, it's the same thing going back to the Shabbos thing. Right, the flipping the switch on Shabbos is the easiest example of this. I will say, what happens if I realize that I flipped the switch on Shabbos? There's something wrong with my Shabbos awareness. That's what it is. It's a mistake, absolutely. But somehow, some way, my Shabbos awareness is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, so it was like there are other forms. There are other forms. Meaning, clearly, when I have a complete awareness, it's a complete awareness, right? No one goes ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and lays down on their desk because, oh, I thought this was my bed, right? No one has that because they have an absolute work awareness. So when you have an awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, it means there's a lapse in your awareness. So that's what something says. Also, this is such an incredible yesod. So therefore, even when I commit an avera b'shugeg, even when I commit an avera accidentally, the tzaddik says that shows that there's some dynamic that's broken inside of me. So the Rebbe goes on. He says, "Al derech zemavor, al derech zemavor." So he says about this. It is said. Rebbe said we'll stop over here. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with this last piece tomorrow. But also, I just want to point out what the tzaddik is doing. So the two layers so far. So layer number one is up until I know personally, up until I learned Os Nun Ches, in Rav Tzaddik, I always assumed that either you are a tzaddik or a rasha. Right? There's no pattern, there's no in between. Rav Tzaddik says that's unequivocally untrue. Instead, he explains most of us are always a tzaddik and always a rasha. Right? I am a tzaddik in the areas in which I am not sinning and which I have no desire to sin. And I'm quote unquote a rasha, although again we're going to mitigate that term a little bit. I'm a rasha in those areas in which I'm actively transgressing or desire to transgress. That's level one, which I will say is an incredibly redemptive statement. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I still have at least the quasi status of a tzaddik. Lesson number two that tzaddik is teaching us now is responsibility for shogeg. Why is it that the Torah Kedosha holds us responsible for accidental commission of averos? Because when accidents happen, they are reflective of some internal state of disrepair. And this is why when accidents occur, we must be ever vigilant. We must be ever vigilant about what that says about where I'm actually holding on. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with that last piece for the conclusion of Os Nun Ches. All right, you want to say good morning? Let us begin. So we are continuing. This morning in Os Nun Ches. Again, the Rebbe began this concept yesterday of a little bit of a definition of concept. That the definition of a tzaddik is one who does not go ahead and experience completion in a particular area of life. Versus I guess, for lack of a better term, I'm going to use the word Russia, but it's not really what the Rebbe is referring to. Is the tzaddik and the non-tzaddik. So the tzaddik is the one who never experiences completion of particular area, but an area in which I struggled, an area certainly in which I fall and I had failed, so one cannot refer to themselves or think of themselves as a tzaddik in that particular area. But the Rebbe says something amazing. That's why in life, in any given moment, I can simultaneously be struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time be considered a tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So the Rebbe now gives an example of this. He says, picking up on page Kuf Mem, in the Vi'urei Hasidus, the right-hand side, the bottom paragraph there, about 5 lines up from the bottom. And this idea that I can be considered a tzaddik in one area, even if other areas I am a rasha, so he brings an interesting example of this. So make you remember
the other one was just sucking your own dick. Period. There isn't anything new about it. But this one is newsworthy. It is
camel drivers.
all
camel drivers are rishayim. What is that?
A newsworthy event. That can be
because we'll say what's the issue with the camel drivers?
Verified. Period. I think we will be okay. Period. Period.
So he says over here, Tiny Red, Tiny Hamyaki, Rochve Gimalim Kulam Shine. The Gemara that says those who camel riders are always shy. Why? Rashi, Rochve Gimalim Everehem Ishamim Bebasar Hagamal Umosiam Zera. The Rashi seems to understand over here the nature of riding a camel is that ultimately again the Iver rubs against the camel and it can leads to constant, emission of zera, emission of semen. So because of that, they end up wasting an incredible amount of zera. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, because of that, all those donkey drivers are rishayim. Okay, now watch this. The Gemara goes on. He says, Maksha Rashba. The Rashba raises a kasha. What's the Rashba's kasha? But there's another Gemara Maseches Kiddushin, and what does the Gemara say? Left-hand column Birei Chasidus. Isa b'Mishnah shehagimalin ruban ksherim. Go say, listen to this. Gemara Maseches Kiddushin says that the Gamalin, camel drivers, the majority of them are ksherim, righteous people. Why? Hainu mipnei sheparshim lemidbaros lemakom yidudei chayis v'listin. The Rashi says, why is that? Because where do camel drivers have to travel? They have to travel to the desert, right? And in the desert, they are very much dependent on the Ribbon Shalom. In the desert, they are exposed to all of the elements. In the desert, they have to deal with all of this uncertainty. So interestingly enough, uncertainty is something which often brings a person closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because I realize at the end of the day, I can depend on no one except for the Ribono Shel Olam. So we'll say, see here these two contrasting Gemaras. On one hand, the Gemara Maseches Nida says, camel drivers, they're all Rishayim. Why? Because as the nature of their profession, nature of riding on the camel all day, so they experience what Sa'as is about Kala, wasting of sea. Around the second solution, no one share of other camel drivers, that is a full Gazra. Why? They're Ma'aminim, they're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Mostly, there's no EPs in the foxhole, so when you're traveling in vast deserts, right, and you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here, and you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the Rivan Shalom you are, that engenders a certain level of insight and personal piety to ask the Rashba. So the Rashba says, so what's going on over here? How do you reconcile these two Gemaras? Are the camel drivers Rishayim or are they Ksherim? Right, Rashba says it's so profound. Shadvar Inam Sosim Jalal Zekab. The Rashba says it's not a contradiction. Sha'emesi Zilagabe Inam Zeh Shashkasas Zera Mechshavim Rochve Hagimalim Yerushalayim. In reality, says the Rashba, when it comes to Ashkasas Zera wasting of seed, so the Gamal are Rishon. They're Rishon. They commit this Adera. However, the Gemara says, "Ulam bechozos legabe inyan zeh shemishabim libam lamakom hinachshavim la'anashim ksherim." So the Rashba says it's a very simple answer. They are Rishayim in one area and Tzadikim in another area. So they're Rishayim with this issue of Zel Vatala, but they're Tzadikim because they have incredible amunah. They have incredible belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They supplicate. They petition God with a broken heart and incredible intensity. Nay, Shahagdoras Tzadik or Russia. Eina behefrich koleles es kol prati hamitzvos. So we'll say what the Rashba introduces to us is being a tzaddik or a Rasha is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a Rasha? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a Rasha. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a Rasha in other areas. So also what the Rashba is introducing to us and the Patel is really building out, I think is one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a Rasha, is not an absolute state. It's not either on one or the other. Because everyone say the truth is, almost no one fits into that. All these regular people like us don't fit into those categories. Am I tzaddik or Rasha? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas, there are areas that I'm doing great in, and then there are areas that I'm really profoundly failing in. So what does that mean? That's my status. Who am I? Which Rabbi Tzaddik really developing it from this Rashba is that at the end of the day, the Rochvei Gimalim can be Rishayim and can be Ksherim in the same breath. How can you say that? Rishayim in this area, Ksherim in this area, and it's not a contradiction. It's a dialect. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that simultaneously find expression inside of me and inside of my persona, my personality. And I will say it's just not a life-affirming idea. Because so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like, if I'm going to be a Rasha in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Right? What does my good matter for if I know that I'm a Rasha in areas A, B, and C? What is that? So which says that's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with this dialectic. Everyone lives with this balance. That yes, I could simultaneously be a tzaddik in certain areas in life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I'm a Rasha in others. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up now again. At least you see where something gets this from. The concept finds its expression in the stira in the Sefas Nida of the Nida and Kedushin and the tenets of the Rashba, and the Mitzvah will develop it more in the days to come.
We've come to that
Alright, double good morning. Let us begin. We are starting this morning a new oath in this lesson. I just oath us serving our guests. So we are on the WhatsApp chat. It will be really beautiful to see how that has us today. So let's begin. Jump to men. Oath class. So whatever I just found, just follow along in the video. I see this right hand column. לאחר שטוב אדם להסמרמר ולהצטער בחוליבו על חטאו. So Rabbi wrote, I skipped over, well, I'm sorry, let's skip over. So after a person, לאחר שטוב אדם להסמרמר ולהצטער בחוליבו על חטאו. After it's important for a person to establish what's one again in the anxiety. We spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where we go after 120, but in fact, again, Gehenna could be experienced in Olam Hazeh when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes I've made in life. So after we've spoken about this concept, also we spoke about this idea that this Gehenna in Olam Hazeh actually has a profound cathartic impact as well. I love Ladas, this is a very profound idea. After a person does tshuva for a particular avera, so it's like, the Rabbi says something very interesting, which you're gonna have to kind of ponder a little bit. So we use these words. It says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed of that avera. Or one more time, after a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, Simen Gal Baba, She'inonaki Lechalutin Mefetia. That's demonstrative that I'm not cleansed. In other words, that I still struggle with this particular issue. Period is not available. Of course, if I go ahead and my spiritual area, of course, that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. We'll see what he means in just a moment. Shahare, Bidvar Avera, Bidavar Va'avera, Sha'adam Naka Naki Minero Gambler. Because when it comes to a certain area or a particular Avera, that a person is totally nothing, that a person is totally cleansed from, the CCTV generally is not that it is stated for an indefinite amount of time, because if there's a particular Avera in which I have no struggle, if there's a particular Avera in which I am clean and pure, otherwise it becomes I have no desire in this particular Avera. Hari Nikra B'nefshav Adam Zeba Shamayim Tzadik Le'inyan Osa Davar Va'osani. Listen, this is such a beautiful idea. You'll see how the Rebbe develops this. If there's a particular idea that I don't stumble, a particular idea that I don't transgress, and a particular idea for which I have no desire, I am called a tzaddik in that area. So these are the two parts of the tzaddik of life, of my personal life. There are the areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the Kiddush of the tzaddik is as follows. The Kiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say I commit an avera, and I do tshuva for that avera. What's my status now? What's my status? So what's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik in that tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. I'm about tshuva. I'm not a tzaddik. The tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desire. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm gonna have or if I've done tshuva, I am about tshuva. Because whatever says not a tzaddik. That tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go ahead and I have no desire, no inclination, and I have not transgress those particular ideas. Then let's say he goes on. You're going to see why this tzaddik is a very exciting definition. He goes on and says, the Indian says, the Choshi tzaddik was never tzaddik, רק לדבר אחד בלבד, גם אם לגבי שרנן. So just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of the tzaddik's understanding? What's the beautiful reality that it creates for us? Think about this. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom. I don't want to say we're strong, because that's too strong. But in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, "Losita lecha asherah." Don't plant an asherah to worship it. Good news. Never did it. Have no desire for it. But I'm a tzaddik in the union of Asherah. Right? And we'll say the truth is here, the reason part is you can go through a whole list of this. Right? Think about this for a moment. Even in the areas of morality, where there are so many types. There are certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the tzaddik says, what this means is in any given moment in life, this is how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And the tzaddik says, this idea, the inyan zeh, choshev, l'tzaddik, rak ledavar echad b'lvad, gam im legabi sharinyan nechshav kirasha, and this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha. Derech shekasa harash but the kiddush of the nida. Quotes over here was a very interesting Gemara in the second nida. Quotes over here. Actually, we're gonna stop over here for today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to start the daf on time there. Let's just point out, Rebbe is a dramatic new idea that a person can simultaneously be a tzaddik and a rasha in the same time. But these are new definitions. A tzaddik, also, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to, tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averos. So to certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. To certain averos, I'm a rasha. Certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. No type of thing. No desire for it. No shyness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. Active state of transgression, I make that shalom be a rasha. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. But also, what's also interesting about this is that you have to stop. According to this approach of Rebbe, we'll say that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery? It's an amazing thing. The cloud goggle a person in recovery is he's never what? If you see the people in recovery, going at people don't usually say, I'm recovered. Instead they say, I'm 365 months, whatever. I'm sober this amount of time. It's an incredible sort of, it's so profound. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea is, this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The subject says it's the same thing in faith. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Listen, if you think about this in life, it's not usually the pshat that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away, and Panim Chadosha, Varlakan, like new struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally, very often, the very things we've been struggling with internally, it's all the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So therefore, tzaddik, in your areas of struggle, you never really become a tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no shaykhus to this particular thing. I become about Kira. And that's okay. We'll say that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become a tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. That's my goal. I think we'll stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece is life altering. Just in the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. That's just to be continued tomorrow. That's what I said.
Sarah, there you go. I've got some advice saying in the GTI pocket is interesting, and it is obviously highly connected. Yeah, I agree with Matt saying that the realist part really the part of that. We agree. Should really get more of that. Somebody should have paid more attention instead of who's ever going to want to play a game where like that picture of GTA. Something about how you get into something about how you should have, or wish you would have, or should have met the right people while in the video gaming.
All right, so they'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to Eretz Hashem complete Osman Zion this morning. So let's cover again yesterday. We began the very profound last piece of this oath. David HaMelech telling us גם כאילך בגית סלמודס, לא זירה רוק So Tzaddik is reducing us to the idea that the gates of others is actually a reference to Gehenna. Which is an incredibly dramatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. And David HaMelech saying, even though I'm going to go to Gehenna, I'm not scared to go with me. Tzaddik said, David HaMelech, why do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say with such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? Absolutely. Again, David, even if you've done things wrong, David HaMelech ultimately, again, is the paradigmatic example of the cloth, of the power of tshuva. Furthermore, maybe you're concerned, Shema Yigramah, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. It's just not the way that you speak, it's not the way that you think, it's not the way that you approach your life. Which Rav Tzaddik said, the Gehenna, which David HaMelech refers to, is the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Agmas Nefesh, as a result of the turmoil, of the inner stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment of fate. So David HaMelech says, Gam ki ilech begates al noves. I have experienced my Gehenna in the Shema. Also speaking about this, the Gemara says that David HaMelech, when he would walk into the base medrash, they would always ask him, they would taunt him. David HaMelech suffered from the taunting, from the abuse from his enemies, both internal and external, for many years. And when he would walk into the base medrash, they would say to him, David, what is the punishment for adultery? What's the punishment for adultery? So David HaMelech would say, the truth is, the punishment is Nisa, but if he does tshuva, he has Olam Haba. But on the Vayish as Chavero Berabim, but one who embarrasses his friend in public, Ein Lo Chelik L'Olam Haba, has no portion of it. And this is David HaMelech's life. This is what he contended with when he went to the base medrash. Forget about the external enemies that he faced. He said, Gam ki ilech begates al noves. I walk in Gehenna each and every day. Again, this is the nature of my life. I will say what Tzaddik we began to speak about yesterday a little bit was again page Kuf Lamed Tes. Page Kuf Lamed Tes. Look at the bottom right of the Erech Hasidus. It says, and we began, I believe, to speak about this dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the Tzaddik has been extolling the power, ultimately, of Kedusha, and the power of Agmas Nefesh, and the power of inner turmoil. He's been extolling these things because they're representative of a person's status of tshuva. But at the end of the day, says the Tzaddik, there's another part of this, which is the possibility that as a result of the depression, of the sadness, one doesn't have the Shekhinah in their life. Because as the Tzaddik said, left hand column, page 4, has Shara'ina Shekhinah Shora Elamiko Simcha. The Azmach must tzarga. So this is really this incredible, almost profound dialectic. That on one hand, the Agmas Nefesh, the busha, the sadness that is the result of sin, is so powerful and cathartic because it represents tshuva. That emotional reaction to sin tells me See, this is not part of me. This is not who I am. I am not a whole day. I'm a good person who sometimes does bad things, but I'm not a bad person. The haraya, look how I feel in the aftermath of doing something negative. That's the profundity here. Yet the Tzaddik says on the same hand, sadness is the very emotion which drives away the Ribbon Shalom. A person needs simcha in order to go ahead and in order to go ahead and forge a relationship with Hashem. So David HaMelech says something amazing. Gam ki elech b'geit salmavas. Even though I walk in Gehenna in this world, I experienced profound sadness in this world as a result of the favors that I've committed. Lo irara. If you look in the Tzaddik, he says over here, skip down in the middle of the paragraph, left-hand paragraph. The derech hasikus biyad. Amar David HaMelech. Gam ki elech b'geit salmavas. Haynu ba'asmus al chata'ai. Lo irara. Lo irara. Ki atot imati. David HaMelech says, Ribbon Shalom. Somehow, the Tzaddik gets into different or more specific ideas as to what Ra represents. I don't think it's central for our theme right now. But Rabbi Rothschild is saying over here something so profound. David HaMelech is saying is, even though I experience the Dusha, the Agmas Nefesh, the visceral emotions of faith in this world, nevertheless, Lo Irara, I am not worried about the spiritual downfall. Why? Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, somehow I've found a way to create balance between Agmas Nefesh and sadness of sin, yet the need to go ahead and maintain a positive, sympathetic disposition in life. Well, see, you know what's happening over here? This I think, is perhaps one of the most profound, I think it's one of the most profound things I've ever learned in my life. The Tzaddik is saying life, successful spiritual living, requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the Agmas Nefesh and the sadness and the profound embarrassment the busha over what I've done wrong. Danger with that is you could lose yourself in it. You could lose yourself in it, right? I can become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done, that I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in that place of sadness. So that's how the other side of the coin is, yes, I have Agmas Nefesh, I have charata, I have all of the things that I hate, but I also possess optimism, hope, resolve for the future. I can do better, I can be better, I can live better. These are these two sides of the coin. The busha, charata, Agmas Nefesh, hope, optimism, promise for the future. And that says the Tzaddik is what David HaMelech is saying in this capital of Torah, in this one phrase. God, I live in the Gehenna, the Gehenna, which is often the aftermath of Chet, where I recognize that I messed up so badly. to be this way. This is not who I am. The bush. Mas nefesh techarata. The lo irara. The lo irara says, the Rambam says, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. Why? Because I know. I want to listen to what Tzavik says. I know that despite everything terrible that I've done, you leave Hashem, you don't leave me. You don't leave me. Why don't you leave me? Because you believe in me. Because you believe in me. Because you believe in me. It's because you see the good that I possess. And if you believe in me, that gives me the power to believe. So therefore, again, as much as I have to live with the busha, with the mas nefesh, with the charata, because that's necessary and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to hate, that's a good sign. I won't lose myself in it. I won't lose myself in it. Because I realize you don't forsake me. You don't leave me. You believe in me. Ultimately, that gives me the power to believe in myself. Okay, so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with Oslo and tomorrow.
A lot of people that travel to that show. I know what you're saying, but there's also like that rural area around a couple areas. I think there's just a lot of difference. Somebody drove here tonight from Canada. Where's that guy at? Are you here? Yeah, the marker, Bob Barker. Oh, nice. There you go.
All right, Joe, let's say. Good morning. Let us finish. We are going to finish up. You can get anything else. You can get a head start on that. Just to
hilarious. Oh my god, I laughed so hard at this. Yeah, you can't do U-turns in Ohio, which is the stupidest thing ever. But how would you do a U-turn?
Sure. Long dock, darn beautiful dock. Alright, so we're finishing off Oslo, Yeah, you can we're leaving off on four. We're picking up on page 5. Guys. Remember again that Rebbe was highlighting this incredible idea, this really beautiful idea, that when a person speaks, that which a person says is often an expression of their inner spirituality. And on a specific level, when a person commonly says something, that can often refer to a particular aspect of their life, a particular aspect of their personalistic kedusha. It's like what the French use does from the animal world of the rest of creation is the ability to speak. But it's not just the ability to dialogue, it's the ability to articulate an inner or innate holiness in a way that the rest of nature cannot. That's the godless of man. That when a person constantly says something like or Ragil Inish Tahavi Lamema, something that people commonly said, that is often understood to be an expression of a person's inner ruchnius. And what we left off with yesterday is not only an expression of my ruchnius, but an expression of my core identity. And not only an expression of my core identity, but sometimes in and of itself an expression of my core life mission. What is it that I have to accomplish? What is it that I have to do? Who is it that I am in my essence? So we'll just end off this post with two interesting examples. He says, from our page Kut Test in the Uriah Hasidus, left hand column. Ukahai Gavna, in the middle of the column. Ukahai Gavna, and in this manner, Kain Zek, Kazal, as the Chadus Ha'adam Ayidei. See the singularity of man through his speech. Now again, I will say one more time. Not just seeing the singularity of man in his place in nature through his speech, but the singularity of man in terms of seeing his essence, who he is, what he is, example. This is great. Let's see, Gemara Masechtas Pesachim. Gemara says, "Bereish Pesachim al hachuta hava amar adam echad shehayra gilama." There was a particular guy who always used to say, "Don't udini." Whenever he would have an issue, he would always say, "Okay, let's go to Beijing. Let's go to Beijing." And it's like, now, the Gemara is not trying to point to an issue of a thinkers. Everybody has this. And most times people try, hopefully, to settle their disputes amongst themselves. This particular guy never felt the real need to settle his dispute amongst him as he's disputing. So rather again, he's telling the reflexive reaction, "Look, let's just set a Beijing. We'll settle it in Beijing. We'll have others go ahead and help us." So the Gemara says, anytime you had a business with someone, how you omer, come in, ball it in. You say to someone, "Why don't you come to din with me? Come to din, and in general, this individual would never be satisfied unless, of course, a particular reason was delivered by a diet. What happened? What is the most? Amru Chazal, Shmanina Dan Kasi. What do you see from here? That this individual came in Shevet Dan. Get to Shevet Dan, like Dan Yazin Amor. So Dayanim, like the Pasuk says, like Dayanim come from Shevet Dan. So we can now understand that this individuals need the concept of jurisdiction, right? And to need ultimately to resolve everything to the mechanism of the Beis Din. Gemara understood meant that he was from Shevet Dan. If you take a look in footnote Test 12 on the bottom, the footnote Test 12, he writes, "Hahuda Amar Don Bini, Amishmani Not Mitzdan Kas." It said, "Don Yadin Amar, Ke'echot Shiftei Yisrael." So the Gemara tells another story. Hahuda Hava Ka'azar Va'amar, Akip Yama Asisni V'yerasa. What's the last person who is doing Kasi? There's another story. There's another guy. His lifelong dream was always to travel the seas. Right? They just want to travel the seas. So they looked into his ethos, and it turned out, sure enough, who was he from? He was from Shevet Yemen. So everyone's doing him right? Alright, so they found out that he is from Shevet Yemen. Remember again, it was Yemen, as the Pasuk says, Yemen the both young and Mishpat. Most like this always ends off just with this last piece, with the Rebbe experienced that these individuals who what they were constantly saying ultimately gave you a little bit of a hint into who they were. So if we can't get things all together, what comes out from this signature, I think is incredible is, remember how the journey began. Let's sum this up in a minute. So the Rebbe said is intrigued by the fact that often in the Gemara, you'll find Margalot the Kube, right? The Chazal will often quote just the common saying of an individual. And I'm sort of intrigued by that. Why does it common saying? Or why does something that people commonly say, why does that find its way into the Gemara? Which ultimately, again, to which Rothschild said, step one is to understand that the nefesh, the soul of the Jew, ultimately, again, his wording was, he said, the divrei Torah yuchadas. The neshama of a Jew has a particular connection to Torah. Torah is embedded inside the neshama of the Jew, and that's, according to Rothschild, the condition is, even if a person isn't learning Torah, like even if a person hasn't been learning Torah, at the end of the day, Torah is embedded in my neshama. How does that innate Torah express itself? So if something has it, it often expresses itself through our people, through the way we speak. That when we talk, it gives us a little bit of a window into our innate spirituality. So Tzaddik says that manifests itself in a couple of different ways. Either it manifests itself in a window into my core identity. That was the last two examples of the guy from Dunn, the guy from Zulu. Or it manifests itself in an articulation of my core challenge, my core mission, my core beliefs. Or Tzaddik ultimately highlights is that one is able to go ahead and get a window into their core ruchnius, into their innate ruchnius, by how they talk. And I will say it's an incredible lesson for us, because we all have things that we constantly say, or we all have things that we constantly talk about. So it's interesting to take a step back and look at what are the things we constantly talk about, what are the things we constantly verbally focus on. And if we look at those things, it's interesting to kind of see what is our innate ruchnius, what is our innate spiritual identity. I think sometimes it means discipline, sometimes it means a challenge, because sometimes we're not always focused on the right things. But what the Tzaddik tells me is that even if my keyboard kind of highlights a little bit of a broken internal spiritual dynamic, the fact that the neshama is constantly rooted in Torah indicates to me that I have the ability to spiritually use it. So there's a couple of people today. I think the Nefesh Hashem, we're going to do come Monday Nefesh Hashem, today's Nisan, we're going to start doing from the next 15 of the Pesach, is the Nefesh Hashem, probably a little bit of the Pesach. We use this 10 minutes simple before the daf, the Nefesh Hashem, so we say a little bit of Inyan Haggadah, a little bit of Inyan Nisan. I haven't chosen the sefer yet that we're going to do. I'll provide you some copies of copies, and maybe we'll skip around a little bit. That's going to be our focus. So it's good. So we ended up over here in the session at Osman Dalit, and the next session will pick up with Tikkun Saturday after Pesach. It's not just a shot. That a person's speech, that a person's speech,
if any guy, by the way, out there, out there, you have a vision. That's fucking unbelievable. Right now, there's guys like almost here. When this podcast comes out next week, you're just going to hear shotguns going all around the world. Here's my question for that.
But rather, again, it's the fact that a person's speech is a very nice distinction of life. Whereas my ability to speak is the actual manifestation of I am a living being. That's what that represents. He goes on, he says, Ein being tzadikim achaim lereisim, elo hadibar b'divei Torah b'levad. This is incredible. There's no distinction between the tzadikim who are alive and the tzadikim who are dead, except for speech. And if we continue the Gemara says the tzadikim are called living even in their death, which makes sense because the tzadik leaves behind the leprosy, the tzadik leaves behind Torah, the tzadik leaves behind certain things that keep us in the world of the living, even when a biological life has come to an end. So that's the case with the tzaddik is always considered alive. What's there's a living tzaddik and a dead tzaddik? Speech. Deeper the different Torah Yoga. Zells, souls, and this is the essence, this is the foundation of life. Divrei Torah in Chaya Adam. The Hevan Shadibor, Hashaber al Lashona Ha'adam. The Ragil, the Omrah. So now that I understand, it's not just the pshat that speech is what distinguishes me from the animals, but it's speech that represents the very manifestation of my life force. My speech is my ears, is my life. Then at the end of the day, says the Rebbe, it makes sense. The regular versus what it turns out is speech is the very essence of my life, and speech is the very manifestation of my life force. Therefore, when I speak, and this is incredible, when I speak, especially things that I'm accustomed to say, those come gravitating shoresh nafshe, from the essence of my soul. From the essence of my soul. Hari nimtza in came, kini dibor zayotze coming mitiv, yuchal ha'adam lichon ha'ra'amos al malchus shoresh nafshe. Therefore, this is incredible. It turns out that if there's a margale b'puma, or derogatory inish lamima, something we normally say, something we customarily say, something we often say, so that gives the person a window into their holiness, into their almost their inner richness, their shoresh nafshe, the essence of himself. Something that is normally said, something you normally say, that means that speech, which in and of itself is the manifestation of your soul, of your holiness, that speech is coming from somewhere different. Which means, and this again, I want to be clear. The Rebbe is not saying that every single thing we say is a manifestation of our yochidus. I mean, all of us know this very well. Plenty of stuff they say that's not yochidus. That's not yochidus. He's talking about some. Many of us we have our adages, right? We have the things that we say. Just ask your kids; they'll tell you the things that we always say. So it's interesting that many of us have the things that we often say. So what's the pshat of that? So the Rebbe says, speech, again, it's the progression. Speech is the manifestation of my internal holiness. And therefore, when there's something that I commonly say, that means that is the principle that is emanating from my neshama, which means that by definition, it has almost the Torah holiness. But maybe I don't even know any Torah. You might not consciously know any Torah, but Kala Torah Kula is embedded in your subconscious. Kala Torah Kula is embedded in your soul. The Kala Torah Kula sometimes finds its way out in the interesting adages that a person says. Goes on and says, and this is incredible. Okay, the deeper Gayoti coming with this left-hand column. Therefore, once there's something that a person says often, sometimes that daily adage, right, or that common adage that a person says is an incredible way for a person to see the essence of his spirituality. To know what is my purpose, what is my inyan, and what is my purpose in the Rebbe say that now this is now something else. Now the Rebbe is introducing another dynamic which I just think is so incredible. The Rebbe is saying sometimes not only is the Margal of the Kume, not only is the common statement a manifestation of my inner holiness and my inner Torah, but sometimes that which I often say can also be a little bit of a remez, to be a little bit of a hint to what's my purpose in this world. Isn't this incredible? Sometimes the thing which makes sense because the things that I always talk about, or the adages that I often discuss, they represent what's coming out of my soul. Something is highlighting over here. See, we often think people just talk, and that is true. People do just talk. But sometimes when a person is often anchored in a common sense thing, or a person often expresses a certain sentiment over and over and over. What Chazal would call Margale B'Zume, Hug the Ragil Inish Lameimar. Why are you always saying that? Because it says that's coming from inside of us. That's coming from inside of my neshama. That's a manifestation of my inner Torah. Which himself says, first of all, it tells me I have inner Torah, but now he's saying people level, it also represents my mission in this world. If I'm always talking about the same thing, then maybe says Reb Tzaddik, that's necessary. Like that's ma'in yono b'safkido hamiyuchad ba'olam hazeh. That helps me understand what is my kingdom, what is my son, what is my country, what is my purpose in this world. Kikol echad ומדוגל ומנוסה בעיר מיוחד בפני עצמו. שאף זה כל העולם כולו בשבילו וצריכים לו בזה. Because we all have a mission. So it's really very powerful over this. Every single person has a mission. And every person has a mission in a particular area. Because we all have perhaps, we all have the same shared general mission. So that comes from the mitzvah, the body said, okay, so that's a shared general mission that each of us have. But then each of us has a specific mission. This mission, the world needs me to do it. So I need to do the mission for me, and the world needs me to do it as well. And I will say it's pretty incredible. He goes on, he says, hi Governor. So watching, we'll stop over here for today. But I just want to point out what something is highlighting in this, because I think it's truly amazing. So there's a number of things that's happening. Number one, remember, why is it that Chazal speak about often quote Margala B'Pnei issue? This is what people normally say, and they just call it like a regular adage. Who cares? Right? Or Havadiragal Ishmael, people normally say, because the topic says that which we say is a manifestation of our inner holiness. Because speech, the word in and of itself is not just what distinguishes us from the animal kingdom, but speech is the way, says the Prophet, that we articulate an innate sense of Torah, an innate sense of witness. It is how we communicate our innate holiness. And what Rothschild is introducing now, so what about the stuff that I say over and over, right? This I always say, like, it's always interesting to note that after 120, when you go to the Levaya, and you hear how people reflect on a loved one. And to me, it's always fascinating, especially when children are able to go ahead and say, my father always used to say this, my mother always used to say this. So sometimes what they quote is a little bit sad and pathetic, but sometimes, a child remembers a real sense of parental wisdom, and it's dramatic. It's dramatic when you hear that, because that's the legacy. That's the legacy. And the Tzaddik says, where did that adage come from? The fact that children remember it. Okay, it could be because the father said it a million times. But on a deeper level, what the children are recognizing is our father, our mother, our parent, it doesn't matter, grandparent, was articulating a truth. And that truth stemmed from their inner ruchnius, from their inner holiness. What Rabbi Tzaddik now introduced, which we'll have to stop with today, we'll continue with tomorrow, Mirz Hashem, is that inner truth sometimes also is reflective of a personalistic mission. That when you always talk about the same thing, and you always talk about the same concept or the same ideal or the same issue, says Rabbi Tzaddik, you might not even realize it, but you're articulating to yourself what your mission is in this world and what the world is treating you for. So stop a bit today. We'll pick up on Mirz Hashem with the rest of the world. We'll conclude Oshin and Gimel and Mirz Hashem tomorrow. Share for us.
Stood up and everybody stood up and that's nobody stood up and like nothing didn't happen. Like the crowd just outside, like looking at the guy, looking at the guy. And then was saying something else. And then what happened? They all sat down. They all sat down.
All each of us is good, and women let us do good. We are picking up on Mirz Hashem on the Oshin yesterday. Section 53 in the Tzaddik is Tzaddik introduced us to this idea that after the Gemara uses the phrase Margala B'Pnei. Literally, the beautiful jewel, a beautiful idea, expression. And what the Gemara will do is go ahead and cite an expression or cite a form of speech Regular expression of being expression by someone. It doesn't even have to be someone of incredible reputation, and yet the Gemara will derive some significant and meaningful life lesson from this statement. So Tzaddik on his whole, Tzaddik is intrigued by this dynamic. Now, he actually brought down a number of examples. So we quoted the Gemara in the second Sanhedrin about designing some character. That the Gemara uses Lashon Harbe Dahal Hu Dahal Amar Ba'azim. There's a person or people used to say the following statements, and the Gemara went on to quote a number of different statements that were said by individuals, and then something very interesting happened, which is after the Gemara records the statement, then the Gemara would quote the pasuk in order to back up that statement. So I'll just show you one example of this, which is fascinating. If you look in the Makoros, you would see, if you look on the footnotes on the bottom, so you'll notice in the left-hand column, it's actually footnote 50th page. But it's in the left-hand column, which is still the continuation of 50th page, about 2, 4, 6, 7 lines in. So he quoted the following. Quoted this Gemara in the second Sanhedrin, and the Gemara says like this. Who is the Kavod Ha'amar Ba'azim? There was a certain individual who used to say, now the individual they're quoting is just a regular guy. Just a regular guy. He used to say as follows. Kirachamisif Hava Aziza. He writes, when the love between myself and my wife was intense and passionate, we say this Sapsira Shakiva. Those listen to this. He said we could have slept together on the edge of a sword. Meaning that when the love was passionate between myself and my wife, we didn't need any distance between us. Right? We could simultaneously together occupy the same space. The edge of the sword, obviously, again, is a very narrow space. He says, Hashta Delo Aziza. Now, the Hashta Delo Aziza, Rachamisim. Now you should know that the passion is not as intense, the love is not as intense. See, he says, literally again, even a very large bed is not enough for us. So there's a man who used to say this, then the Gemara goes on, Rafuna said the truth is, this is the pasuk. What's the pasuk? They Karik said, Aratila Fasham. Ultimately, again, when the Mishkan was first created, that's what the Baruch says, I will speak to you from on top of the lid of the Aron. And we know again, the lid of the Aron itself is only 10 tefachim high. The Daniel, Aron with Tisha, the Kaporas, Nava, Harek, and Sora. So the height of the lid of the Aron is 10 tefachim off the ground. Over in Akarka, Harek Shakarish, Baruch, Mashresh, so Basar, Tefachim, some of the Karka. What the Baruch also says, so we see over here from the Mishkan, that the Rebbe Shalom would go out and rest his Shekhinah within 10 tefachim of the ground. But yet, then interestingly enough, it says, the Habayis, Hashabana, Hamelach, Shlomo, Hashem, Shishim Am Argo, the Esim Rachbo, Ushloshim Am Kamaso, Ulabasot Sif, Koama Hashem Hashamayim Tisi, Va'aret Ulama. It's actually very interesting. So Rafuna said, it's an interesting dynamic that happens in the relationship between HaKadosh Baruch and Tzvav Yisrael, which is in the beginning, Hashem said, I'll speak to you on top of the Kaporas, which means I'll be within 10 tefachim of the earth. Then what happens? Shlomo HaMelech builds a much larger structure than that. And then what happens? The Beis HaMikdash is destroyed, and the Pasuk says, the heavens is where I reside. You see the progression in the beginning, as the Baruch is right here with us on the top of the Aron. Then things change a little bit. There's a much bigger structure to how the Shekhinah. Then things change a bit more, and the Shekhinah retreats ultimately into the Shemayim. So Rafuna understood from this guy who was just making a statement about life, that when we were young and our love was passionate and intense, we could sleep together on the edge of the sword. As we're a little bit older, even a very large bed is not large enough to accommodate us. There's a similar dynamic to the Shekhinah. Relationships change. And sometimes what begins as exceptionally passionate and close proximity to one another this principle. So it's like, here's just an example of what the tzaddik is referring to. So here you have an individual who just says a statement. He's not quoting a passage. He's not quoting the brisa. He's not quoting all he's quoting. He's a dynamic in life. Just the way kind of a relationships go. And the thing is like, wow. Because that simple statement has a genius. To a certain degree, captures the essence of the relationship between the Shekhinah and the Ribono Shel Olam. So back up top for us, brothers. I want to say, just, if we're looking at footnote, by the way, footnote click your days. There's a whole bunch of examples from this Gemara, really, really wonderful examples. Fascinating. So the Tzaddik goes on, he says, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat? So if you take a look, we're at Post Gimel, on page Kufchav Zayin, the left-hand paragraph, in the Be'orei HaChasidus. So the Rebbe says, what do we learn from here? He says, Ki kol nefesh min Yisrael, afilu ha'adam ha'adoni ba'achoshet Yosef, yesh lo b'shoresh nafsho elokis, achiza b'divrei Torah miyu. So this is so incredibly deep. What we learn from here is that every Jew, even the simplest Jew, the essence of his soul is rooted in Torah. In other words, almost like the notion that regular people, says the Prophet, are espousing wisdom. And then that wisdom, the great Rabbanim, the great Chazal, go ahead and say, oh, by the way, that statement, that's a pasuk. That's a dynamic. That's a brisa. Tells you that even the simplest Jew is rooted in Torah. He doesn't realize he's speaking Torah. He doesn't realize that he's quoting Torah wisdom. But what he says is Torah. Which I will say, again, I was going to point out, when the Tzaddik that he was doing, this is a progression from what he said before. Remember again, the Tzaddik said, in old days, why is instantaneous change possible? Why is instantaneous change possible? Why is there the ability for a person, even who has made catastrophic life mistakes, to turn himself around? Remember, the Tzaddik said, because the nefesh happiness, the inner nefesh, which is going to write like the Baal Tanya says, the spark of the mitzvot of the kingdom is untainted. There's a piece of us that is really bound from it. There's a piece of me that literally is a derivative from God. That's why, no matter how badly I mess up in life, change is always possible, because that one piece is never tainted. It doesn't say, by the way, even the simplest Jew talks Torah, and maybe he never learned Torah. Or maybe if he learned Torah and he didn't pay attention to Torah. Or maybe he just never. So how is the Torah says that's because again the nafsho, yeshlo b'shorish nafsho is achizo the divrei Torah miuchadas. The nefesh, the soul of the Jew, has an achiza, has a hold, is rooted in Torah. They say what an incredibly powerful he says. That's why the Gemara is a good example. Oh, the Havaragil Inish, the Amri Inish. Right? People say, who cares what people say? Because it's important to hear what the Jew says. Because at the end of the day, a Jew's soul is rooted in Torah. And therefore, this Torah that comes out of his mouth, even if he doesn't realize that it's quoting from it, says it comes to no doubt, turn the page, to no doubt, move on the Mela, should be our Torah HaTomen people. This Tiskom Shemargala Beprimei, Shuragila Omar Befiv, Sugar on the show. So it's the Dar Torah Zeh, Zehu Shoresh, not Sugar, the King. So this is really an incredibly beautiful show. He says that Tzaddik, this is why Chazal refers to this as Margala Beprimei, right? Margala Beprimei means a jewel, right? The precious gem in a person's mouth. But again, the phrase of the Amirushi people say, you understand that according to what people say. It's different what people say. Because if you have Margala Beprimei, they say the jewel in the mouth, but the Jew has an achiza, has a hold in Torah. Also, by the way, you see this all the time. That's the name of so whatever that comes to the Tzaddik says this is so that the Jew has an achiza, has a hold in Torah, is reflective of the innate holiness of the Jew. The Jew has the ability to speak words of wisdom that are reflective of the Ribbon Shem Olam's wisdom, without him even realizing what it is that he is saying. There's an achisa, there's a hold, there's a root. He goes on, the Tzaddik says, Be'er Darazeh, he could call Chadibra, what's it, right hand column, if it's going long, I'll have to stop there today. He says, Be'er Darazeh, Kikoach Hadibo Sheba Adam, he was so nefesh va'achiyut shalom. So the Tzaddik says that the Koach Hadibo, like the power of speech that is within a person, is the soul nefesh, is the essence of the soul and the essence of the speech. Now that's what we really know this concept. And remember again, from the Torah itself, when it speaks about the fact that Allah created man. So what does the Torah say? The Torah says the Baruch Hu threw life into the nose, into the nostrils of man. And remember again, after this, in his commentary on Ruach Hayin says, Ruach Menalama, speech. That speech is the greatest manifestation of the witness of man. That's again, meaning this idea that speech, right? Speech, is ultimately what differentiates man from the rest of the Shriya. That's reflective of man's conscience. That's reflective of man's soul. Man's soul, a spark of the Ribbon Shem. Therefore, it makes sense. Not wanting to stop it. I think of it now. But therefore, it makes sense that man's innate kedusha is expressed through his speech. That's why the Margal of Athena, sometimes a person will say something, not even realizing that what it is that they're saying is words of Torah, but it's almost as if the Diva has the ability to express the most innate kedusha of man. But we'll stop over here. We'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. Of course, conversely, what's fascinating is that one of man's greatest abilities to debase himself is through speech as well, which makes sense. Because remember, again, wherever there is the greatest capacity for holiness, there is also the greatest capacity for tumah, as far as debasement. So if Dibur is going to be the way that I can articulate and I can express my most innate kedusha, it's also the way that unfortunately again I can express my most innate tumah as well. Alright, well we'll pick up in there Hashem. You might want to check your settings one more time. I've never had this problem. We are picking up the next session in Red Club. So we're gonna continue with these research and analysis. So the topic continues really on this fascinating trajectory. So take a look. We're page 6 volume. Let's pick up with the pieces. We have the seagulls on the left hand side. See the L, his butter. He called Echad Mikol Etikon Igos Over Kati. Shabonis Yachben Nashobika. Chinese butter. So remember, in Islam the topic says that every person is created in order to go ahead and clearly the practice fix to remedy to address one specific thing that is highlighted in his mission. One of the greater topic in this was every person, although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one thing which we struggle with completely. That one struggle is the very purpose of my existence and of people to the able to go ahead and address that struggle that actually can become my greatest strength. So if that goes on, I inspired, Shemiuchados, Shemiuchados Tishin, Nikeres Tishnam, the signal Hagibor Shal. So if that goes on to posit, then individual's singularity, personal singularity, uniqueness, comes out ultimately again through his speech as well. So kind of was it, the truth is also continuing from the previous verse, inland days, where Tzaddik highlighted the idea that a person has a certain innate kedusha which is not subject to change, or there is innate kedusha which cannot be damaged or tarnished as a result of an associated behavior. The idea that there is a kedusha atzmis, which is the personalistic holiness which possess, which by definition is there no matter what wrong decisions you make. We're going to see now in the Gimel that the Tzaddik is really going to build on that female. So what could be right? After the Dibur Shel Chol, is really a beautiful observation. After the Dibur Shel Chol, I'm going to see it. He even says what he calls Dibur Shel Chol, general speech, which a person, which people talk every day. They go down and says, Heinus, Piskam, the Dibur Chulim Ba'alma, Shein Bo Dibur Torah. He's talking about general speech, right where a person talks each and every day, not with the Torah, just general, what he calls Sichas Turim. Regular mundane talk. I shall eat up the means of Ragulaski, now he's specifically talking about something. But I say sometimes each of us has things that are our common adages, right? Our common phrases, our common statements that we often share. He says, Moshe Hazal, Machun Pisam Kibunga, Margola Bitsime. So in the Gemara often has these steps. The Margola Bitsime. Margola Bitsime literally means Margola is a jewel or a gem, Bitsime, in the mouth of. So that's the Hazal. So Margola Bitsime means common expression. Common expression. That is, when Hazal uses, they often use it not just as a common expression, but a common expression which possesses much wisdom. So Margola Bitsime, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression which contains much wisdom. Dover Zat Ragil B'Fiz, so on the Facebook of Zion. So the Tzaddik quotes from Rashi and Berachos. What does it mean, the Margola Bitsime? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. Al-At Shu Hulim, B'chol Zos, Nechshat L'Divei Torah Mamish. The person here, the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. He says sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margola Bitsime, right, a jewel, a common expression. So Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah, right? They're not supposed to say quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. Yes, they're quoting common expressions in the context of the Gemara. They're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halakhic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something amazing. You see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out a halakhic point, hashkafic point, different Musar. See, he says something amazing. Alav Shuchulim, even though again, the statement that the Gemara is quoting is not necessarily the statement that she quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, Nechshap L'Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted in the. It was like, remember again, we actually just had this. There's just a week of, so in that Yomi. In the Gemara quoted, what was the context? What was the context? It was before Agit Tzachim, where the Gemara said that if silence, if a word is worth one selah, then shika is worth two. Oh, it was the case, it was the last Mishnah. That's the Agit Tzachim. Right, the last Mishnah, we spoke about the individual. Sorry, let me just find it. Just a good illustration. Remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case. You got a chabura. They lost the Karban Pesach, right? One of the Chevra went out to go ahead and find the Pesach. Anyway, so we're speaking about the idea that they have a chabura, and the chabura goes ahead and loses their Pesach. They send out one of the members of the chabura to go ahead and look. Remember, we had this whole stuff. There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, shechting a replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about which animal is used for the Karban Pesach, who uses what. So the Mishnah gave a case. Let's say again the chabura has the Karban Pesach. They lost the Karban Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the Karban. In the interim, the Chabura appoints a new Karban. Identifies, sets aside a new Karban. And then Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Chabura, whereas pretty much he acted unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuven, so what's the halacha? Reuven uses the Karban Pesach that he found. The Chabura uses the replacement Karban Pesach and Shema Mal Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this was on Tzaddik passing down, he said, Mikana l'chachamim, yafesh tika l'chachamim, habachobar l'tibshin. Right. So from here, the wise men said, so silence is good for wise men, all the more so for fools. Here's a perfect example where you see, now again, is that a statement of truth? Is that a religious statement? Is that so it's a life statement. It was quite fascinating about this, and you find this all the time, where the Gemara will quote something. Sometimes it'll quote it with the introduction of Margal of the Kumei, a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see the Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah. That's a statement of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, remember it's brought down in the midst of a halakhic discussion, and it's brought as we'll call it as a proof of halakhic discussion. So if David says, what do you see here? He says, Zavai, Afilu Dibor Kazeh, Harogil Eitzal Isha Hamoni, Rachoshet Yosef Yisrael. See again, statement. That is a simple statement. It happens to be in this time the Gemara is quoting the sages. The many times when the Gemara does this, it's not quoting a sage. It's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often Margal of the who made the inchi is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on, he says, you find this very often throughout the Gemara. Maybe the Gemara is mad the Amri inchi, where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim regilim lomar. So Divrei Torah, and ultimately again when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the quotation, actually makes it into Divrei Torah. Mechiva shakomu chachma da'ami inchi, rakshu chachma amitis uspas emes, yuram zabat Torah. Ukinoki muvam parakama d'Sanhedrin, hadei iskamin, shel halhuga avak amar ba'azia. So for example, he quotes over here, we'll see some examples of this. That the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quotes the idea of quotes many sayings, just quotes sayings in the name of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Agav afat hayar royo, lomar piskam kaf bekaf, va'amar shmuel ala piskam ahu, krov ksiv, hari sha'av nishvit k'monai, hari sha'av shabala piskam, lo yotesh vich k'dvarav v'korbat Torah, Apa Pikin Gilish Moroshim Divrei Torah, Dave Shmachali Smach Ubakarded Barman Torah. This is fascinating. So the quotes over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, but it's very close to the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin. And the Gemara Masechah Sanhedrin quotes just a number of pitgamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people, right? Regular people used to say this, used to say that. And what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he would take these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, "Oh, there's a pasuk. There's a pasuk that supports this idea." So Tzadik says, so you see something fascinating developing right here. You see how Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, of what we call Nargul of the Kune, a jewel, right? A gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Masechah Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people. And then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, "Oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different again sources of halacha and hashkafa, Torah, that support these very assertions." So we'll say, what does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? It's ultimately, again, the Gemara is quoting from regular people, and there's some stop over here, we'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. So on this, again, the Tzaddik is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous host, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. So we'll stop over here.
Maybe there's even something in life that you see something in like
Take a look. Your page click up above it. Let's pick up the people. We have to see this on the left hand side. To Lael, his buyer, Kiko Echad Mubole Tiko Iko Barashati, Shebonis Yachton Shebita. Telling his buyer, so remember in Osman past, what the Tzaddik said is that every person is created in order to go ahead and literally fix, to remedy, to address one specific thing that is highlighted in his neshama. Some of the greatest Tzaddik things that this was, every person, although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one thing which we struggle with acutely. That one struggle is the very purpose of my existence, and I'm able to be in the passion, I'm able to go ahead and address that struggle, that actually can become my greatest strength. So if Tzaddik was on trying to inspire, Shemiuchados Vikares Zam Signal Hagido Shakolach. So if Tzaddik is going to deposit, then individuals' singularity, person's singularity, uniqueness, comes out ultimately again through speech as well. First time I wrote it, it should be also continuing from the previous host. In their days, the Tzaddik highlighted the idea that a person has a certain innate kedusha which is not subject to change. In other words, innate kedusha which cannot be damaged or tarnished as a result of an person's behavior. The idea is that there is a kedusha atzmius. There's just a personalistic holiness which we each possess, which by definition is there no matter what wrong decision you make. We're going to see now in the Gimel that the Tzaddik is really going to build on that emotion. That's what he writes. Afilu Dibur Shalchol is really a beautiful observation. Afilu Dibur Shalchol Amorga B'Kviyah. Even just what he calls Dibur Shalchol, general speech, general speech, which people talk every day. Okay, goes on into Tainu, Iskam, the people Kulim Ba'ala, Sheinbo Divrei Torah. He's talking about general speech, right? Where a person talks each and every day, not words of Torah, just in general what he calls Sichas Kulim, regular mundane talk. And he's talking about Ragil Askilo. Now he's specifically talking about something. Sometimes each of us has things that are common adages, right? Are common phrases, are common statements that we often share. He says, Moshe Chazal, Machmin Hiskam Kibundas, Margola Bekume. So in the Gemara often have the expression, Margola Bekume. Margola Bekume literally means Margola is a jewel or a gem, Bekume, in the mouth of. So that's the Chazal say, Margola Bekume means a common expression. Common expression. That is, when Chazal use it, they often use it not just as a common expression, but a common expression which possesses much wisdom. So Margola Bekume, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression which possesses much wisdom. Dover Zeh Ragil B'Piv. So I'm the first part of Zion. So a tzaddik goes from Rashi and Rachis. What does it mean, the Margola Bekume? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. I'll ask Shuvah Hulim, Bechozos, Nechshach Medivrei Torah Mamish. Obviously here the tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. He says sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margola Bekume, right, a jewel, a common expression, so Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah, right? They're not supposed to say quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. Yet the quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halakhic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something amazing. You see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out a halakhic point, a hashkafic point, different Musar. So he says something amazing. Alaf Shuchulah, even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoting is Chulah, it's not necessarily the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, Nechshav L'Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted in the Losek. Remember again, we actually just had this. We had just a week ago or so in that film. The Gemara quoted what was the context? What was the context? It was before Ake Sofim, where the Gemara said that if silence, if a word is worth one selah, then shtika is worth two. Oh, it was the case, it was the last Mishnah before Ake Sofim. Right, the last Mishnah we spoke about the individual. Sorry, let me just find this. It's a good illustration. Remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case in Chabura. They lost the Kabbalah Pesach. Right, one of the Chabura went out to go ahead and find the Pesach.
So yeah, it was a long way to that.
So we're speaking about the idea that you have a Chabura, and the Chabura goes ahead and loses their Pesach. They send out one of the members of the Chabura to go ahead and look. Remember, we had this whole Mishnah. There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, shechting a replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about, which animal is used for the Kabbalah Pesach, who uses what. So the Mishnah gave a case where, let's say, again, the Chabura has the Kabbalah Pesach. They lost the Kabbalah Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the carbon. In the interim, the Chabura appoints a new carbon. Identify, sets aside a new carbon. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Chabura. Pretty much he acted unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the Torah Bezat that he found. The Chabura uses the replacement Torah Bezat and Shalom Al Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this was on Tzaddik Tesla Dal, said, "Mikana l'chachamim, yafesh tika l'chachamim, kal b'chomer l'tivshim." Right, right. So from here, the wise man said, so silence is good for the wise man. Kal b'chomer halachas come all the more. So for fools, here's a specific example of this, where you see that again, is that a statement of truth? Is that a religious statement? Is that no? So it's a life statement. It's quite fascinating about this, and you find this all the time, where the Gemara will quote something. Sometimes it'll quote it with the introduction of margul of the Tumei, a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see, the Gemara will quote statements. And again, that's not a statement of Torah. That's a statement of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, remember, it's brought down in the midst of a halachic discussion, and it's called as a proof to a halachic discussion. So the Tzaddik says, what do you see here? He says, Zavai, afilu dibur kazeh haragil itzel ishha hamoni. See again, statement. That is a simple statement. Not it happens to be in this kind of quoting a sage. The many times when Gemara does this, it's not quoting a sage. It's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often Margul of the Kumei introduces a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on, he says, Kimoshinira behind the Komas Muhammad. We find this very often throughout the Gemara. Maybe the Gemara is not the Amri in Shi. So the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim Regilin Lomar. Or Divrei Torah, and ultimately, again, when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the quotation, asking the credence of Divrei Torah. Ne'iva Shakom Chachma Da'ami Inshi, Rakshu Chachma Amitis Uspas Emes, Hiram Zabat Torah. This can make him move on to our common discussion. Harbe Iskamin shall Halhu Lahava Kahama Ba'azia. So, for example, go over here, we'll see some examples of this. That the Gemara in Second Sanhedrin quotes the idea of quotes many sayings. This quotes sayings named of people. Like this was something that people were accustomed to say. Adam Echad Hayaroi, Romar Fiskam Kach Bekach, Va'amar Shmuel Al Fiskam Ahu, Krok Siv, Hari Sha'av Siv Tumalai, Hari Sha'av Shabala Fiskam, Lo Yodash Ish the Gemara of the Torah. Apa Pikin Kilish Mioshim Divrei Torah, Beish Lahan Yismach U'Mekadus Bar Min HaTorah. This is fascinating. So we quote over here, we'll see this inside of the Gemara tomorrow, but in Tzaddik quotes from the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin, and the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quotes just a number of pitgamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people. Right? Regular people used to say this, used to say that. And what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he would take these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, "Oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea." So Tzaddik says, "So you see something fascinating developing over here. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, what we call margul of the Tumei, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. You see again, Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, "Oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different, again, sources of halacha and hashkafa Torah that support these very assertions." So we'll say, what does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? Is ultimately, again, the Gemara is quoting from regular people in order to stop us, we'll develop this idea tomorrow. So we'll understand that Tzaddik is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous oath, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. Because we're stopping here. Alright, Jason. Good morning. Let's just spend a few moments this morning on Sittas Tzadi. Just to have on a little bit, get a few words of inspiration from the Rebbe. So we're picking up in Os Pei 85, which is on page Nation Gimel. Remember again, the Rebbe was talking about the idea yesterday that when a person thinks that he's accomplished a great deal and that he's reached elevated levels in spirituality, that is often indicative of how little one has accomplished. In other words, the Rebbe teaches us the more you have actually accomplished, the less, the more I've accomplished, the more I realize how little I have truly done and how much more there is to do. Again, not to be mistaken with a lack of taking, with a lack of appreciation for what I've done. A person always has to have appreciation and a hakar recognition of what they have done, what they have accomplished. But at the same time, what I've done should ultimately inform the reality of my knowledge of how little I've truly done and how much more I actually have to accomplish. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, if you take a look on page Reish Gimel, and the Uriah Hasidus, the left-hand side, about halfway down the paragraph, the Anu Chazal B'Zohar, the Shlomo HaMelech Omer, so Chazal spoke the idea we see this in Zohar, Solomon said, Simin below Yoda Kun Shabuchai, the sign that a person really knows very little or knows nothing. Shabuchai is ultimately again that a person praises himself. Self-praise and self-aggrandizement and a feeling of how I've arrived and how much I've accomplished is often indicative of how little I truly know. So we'll say, so again, the idea of being the one coin in the receptacle makes a lot of noise. But love dafka shabuche, shemishtabech b'kol ram, b'gas shuach b'nei abios, rak ikam mishemisnase b'no lebein asmo u'b'li u'b'levon. We'll say, by the way, so the Rebbe also is very interesting. Don't think that we're talking about a person who, let's say, is arrogant and boastful about his spiritual accomplishments in the eyes of others. We're not even talking about that. Even someone who doesn't say anything to other people, but in his own mind feels that he's accomplished so much, the Rebbe says that's the true detrimental mindset. A person in his own mind thinks that he's arrived. A person in his own mind thinks that he's accomplished. The person in his own mind just thinks, look where I've gotten to where I need to get to. That, says the Rebbe, is where the true personalistic danger lies. If you take a look at footnote Gimel, he says something very interesting. Quotes over here by Dover. Tzadek Kimosh Amru Chazal, Eizu Chacham, who is one who is truly wise, and once again, this is such a profound idea. Amakir Es Mekomer, someone who knows his place. Who is one who is truly wise? Someone who knows his place. Now listen, what does that mean to know your place? Who makir chesrona. Knowing my place means I know what I am, but I also know what I'm not. I know where I'm deficient. I know where I am lacking. I know where I am imperfect. Zeh tachlis hayediah shelo nada. About istira beligina kish kish this guy. So it's such a, we're often used to Ezu Chacham Halovim Kaladam, but it was wise someone who learned to every person. All of that is true. But Ezu Chacham, excuse me, Hamakir Asmakomo, knowing my place, and specifically says the Tzaddik, knowing my place means I know what I am, but I know what I'm not. And I'm fully cognizant of my deficiencies and my shortcomings. I'm fully cognizant of the fact that as much as I have accomplished, it is only the tip of the iceberg. Turn the page, the Rebbe says, Ki Ikar, this is very interesting, Ki Ikar Psul Hagaiva, Shilo Bahan Hagas and Ikaris Kapi Chutz. The Rebbe said, this is a profound statement. The Rebbe says, the most destructive form of gaiva, the most destructive form of arrogance, has nothing to do with how you interact with others. Ella begaiva hanisteres belibo levat. Rather, the most destructive form of arrogance is arrogance that I maintain and contain within. I think very often we don't think this way. I think, we often think that the most destructive gaiva is the gaiva kind of visited upon others, external gaiva. External gaiva, like the person who acts in a boastful or arrogant fashion towards other people. The Rebbe says, that's bad, don't get me wrong, the Rebbe says, that's definitely bad. But the truth is, the most destructive form of gaiva, the kind of gaiva that really pulls the rug out from under yourself, the kind of gaiva that erodes a person from the inside out, is a gaiva beinoli atzmo. Beinoli atzmo, a personalistic gaiva, a feeling that, hey, there are a lot of times a person could project, right, an air of humility, klapi chutz, right, to the outside world that can look very humble. To the outside world that can look very pious. But there's a gaiva that's inside. That internal gaiva, says the Rebbe, erodes a person from the inside out, because that inner gaiva takes away the need to grow. That inner gaiva prevents me from moving myself forward. That inner gaiva that makes me go, oh, I've arrived, I'm good, is what takes away any traction for growth. He says, Amar, To'ivas Hashem Kogiva Li. What does the passage say in Mishlei? To'ivas Hashem. The abomination to Hashem is Giva Li, the one who has an inflated, right, or arrogant heart. It's interesting. It doesn't say To'ivas Hashem. Gaiva that you express towards others, Giva Li. An inflated feeling, or I should say, a feeling of self-inflated, a feeling of overinflated self-worth, a feeling of I've arrived, a feeling of look, I'm good, I've accomplished. That ultimately is the greatest abomination to our country. Now, if you think about this, by the way, it's a pretty strong statement. Really, that's the greatest abomination. Inner gaiva, inner arrogance is the greatest abomination. I can think of a lot of stuff that seems to be much worse than personalistic gaiva. The Elamai, you see, the Rebbe says, why is it considered to be an abomination? He says, ultimately, again, Kisha Suffer Ha'adam Umedamli Atzmo Shuba Emes came. Because they'll say, at the end of the day, when a person possesses gaiva, when a person possesses arrogance, and they feel they've arrived, they feel they've accomplished, they feel there's nothing more for me to do, that's the end of the life. That's the end of life. And that is the greatest affront to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. When a person feels like there's no need for growth, when a person feels like there's no need for improvement, when a person feels like there's no need for personalistic development, that in and of itself is the greatest affront and greatest abomination to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. Let's stop over here for today. We're going to pick up tomorrow, finish the Oath tomorrow. The Rebbe has a very, very powerful piece about Cain and the original mistake of Cain, and the mention that will help to frame this concept. We'll just stop here. Alright, so let's say good morning. Good morning. We're going to get in a couple of minutes and we're just going to sit Kashat Tzadik. So we are picking up today in Os Pei Hey, Os 85, which is page Rish Gimel in Tzit Kashat Tzadik. So I'm going to follow in the Sefer Os Rish Gimel. I sent out the PDF on the chats yesterday as well. So the Rebbe here highlights a really fascinating piece. So the Rebbe says as follows. Let's follow along in the Doria Hasidus. He says, Kisha Adam Choshev B'nafsho Umedam Eliatzmo Shekvar Asa B'hisik Habi Malos B'avodos Hashem. When a person begins to think to himself that he has already accomplished much in his service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Interesting idea. When a person begins to feel incredibly accomplished in their Yiddishkeit, incredibly accomplished in their service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Rebbe says, that in and of itself is the greatest indicator that I've accomplished nothing. That's a very strong idea. So the moment that I begin to think that I accomplished something in my avodas Hashem, the Rebbe says an indication that I truly accomplished nothing. The siman legasas ruach hi anius. Cultivating the Gemara in Second Solution was quite beautiful. That sometimes the siman, the sign for arrogance, is poverty. Now, what does that mean? He says in the Ares HaGemara, Shakavana Aranius the Torah. So the Gemara explains that when we say that the sign for arrogance is poverty, doesn't have to be referring to one's financial status, but rather, again, it refers to a spiritual poverty. Shehia goremes l'gaivas halim. There's sometimes, again, it's spiritual poverty that ultimately engenders or creates a sense of arrogance. So let's say this requires a little bit of explanation because it's quite amazing. So the Rebbe says again, the moment that a person begins to feel that he's accomplished so much in his service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, actually highlights the idea of how spiritually impoverished I truly am, because he says, because the idea is a feeling that I've accomplished a lot, is a form of gaiva, arrogance. And arrogance often masks a certain degree of lacking. Right? Arrogance, so we know this, people who are overly arrogant, they're usually masking something else. There's something else that they're hiding. And very often it's some type of inadequacy. So in the realm of spirituality, when a person has spiritual arrogance, thinking that I've accomplished a lot, often what that's masking is an incredible inadequacy, that I'm truly deficient. I'm truly spiritually impoverished. He says something amazing, quotes over here in Gemara that is so profound. Kemru Chazal, Mashal Shevani Adam Megillah Lomar. This is a mashal that people often say. This is great. Astira Velegina Kish Karia, which means literally Sala Acha B'Kli Kares, the Kash Kish Umashmiya Kol Chazak. He says, if you have one coin in a large jug, it makes a lot of noise, as opposed to Masha'enkin Kismali Slow. If you have a container filled with a lot of coins, ultimately She'en Mashmiya Kol. Also, isn't this profound mashal? If you can imagine, if you have a receptacle filled to the brim with coins, it makes no noise when you shake it. Instead, if you have a receptacle filled with one coin, it makes a ton of noise when you shake it. The idea being that if a person, quote unquote, makes a lot of noise, is very confident and is very boastful about their spiritual accomplishments and feels like they've accomplished so much, generally says that it means there's only one coin in there. But if a person ultimately, again, is filled, see, they'll say, isn't this the great anomaly in spirituality? You know, we're having sometimes this conversation actually with Michael Langbaum. A long time ago, this is a number of years ago, we were learning the Silas Yisharim, and the Ramchal highlights this same type of, you find this in every military work, this idea that the moment a person begins to feel accomplished is the moment that, unfortunately, that tells me that gaiva is setting in, arrogance is setting in, and in reality, that feeling of accomplishment actually bespeaks a certain level of arrogance. So, Dr. Reina was saying, you know, so there's that, like, when is it ever enough? When is it ever enough? So when can a person say, I've accomplished? And of course, the answer is, now here's what's interesting. It's always and never. Meaning, that is not suggesting that a person shouldn't feel accomplished. Of course, a person has to feel, like, let's say, if I never feel accomplished, then most of, think about things that you do in life that you never feel accomplished in. Chances are, at a certain point in time, you just give it up. Like, just give it up. Most people don't continue down a road in which they feel no level of sequel, no level of accomplishment. The Rebbe is not saying I shouldn't feel accomplished. What the Rebbe is saying is I shouldn't feel finished. You see, what the Rebbe is describing over here is shechoshe b'nafsho shekvar asa ba'avodas Hashem. The Rebbe is describing over here a person who says, I've made it. Right? I've now reached a level, and I'm good. The moment that a person feels, and that's why his lashon is past tense, adam choshe b'nafsho shekvar asa behisig harbe me'avodas Hashem. When a person feels, I've done it, I did it, give me a shkayach, I did it, I've accomplished. That, the Rebbe says, unfortunately, is a manifestation of arrogance. So should a person take pride in his spiritual accomplishments? Absolutely, unequivocally, yes. And I should take pride in those daily accomplishments. But I should recognize that I will say, the anomaly of spirituality is I can have a host of spiritual accomplishments, but remember, at the end of the day, just because you accomplish something today does not mean it's yours tomorrow, right? Spirituality is a daily struggle. It's a daily battle. And I might have won the last 5 days, and it's still possible that I'll lose the next 17 days. That's the way that Ruchnius works. Therefore, what the Rebbe is describing over here is a person is never allowed to say, I've made it. I've arrived. It's locked in. I'm good. I got this. A person should rejoice in the day-to-day accomplishments of the spirituality, but never feel confident that those accomplishments are safe, secure, in the bag, and irrevocable. Rather, a person, again, rejoice in the accomplishment, but recognize that I have not arrived. I haven't made it. I am a perpetual work in progress. And those who celebrate their spiritual accomplishments, again, let's say, to be clear, should I celebrate my spiritual accomplishments? Of course, we have a beautiful scene in Mir Hashem this coming Wednesday, right? We're supposed to celebrate our spiritual accomplishments, but the Rebbe is discussing over here is a person who celebrates the spiritual accomplishment in a boastful, arrogant fashion, of a celebration of, look what I've locked in for myself, look what I've done, look how I've arrived, right? Shekvar asa, I'm good, I'm done. That, says the Rebbe, that means there's only one coin rattling around in the pushka, right? There's only one coin, because when there's a lot of coins, they don't make a lot of noise. Because the truth is, the more I amass in Ruchnius, the more I realize how much I do. Say, no, isn't it interesting, by the way, how, don't you feel this way after you do the daf, right? You finish a block tomorrow. So the truth is, one would think a person should feel an incredible sense of accomplishment and contentment having finished a block Gemara, and hopefully we do. But I know, at least me, I know the greater feeling you have is, oh my gosh, I have so much more to do, right? All this effort, all this brain power, this whole hour went into this daf, went into this block. There's so much more. We didn't get to this, and it's like the tip of the iceberg. This is the tip of the iceberg. So I feel there's a bit of accomplishment. There's a block Gemara locked in, but I also feel beautifully overwhelmed by what there is to do. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Mir Hashem with this tomorrow. But an incredible yesod. Celebrate the accomplishments that have been done, but don't allow those accomplishments to make you feel like you've arrived, like you've locked in some elevated state. Because that's the moment I begin to feel like that is the moment that gaiva sets in. And the moment that gaiva sets in, gaiva really precludes any future accomplishment. We'll continue Meretz Hashem with this idea tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. Need more time for the Rebbe. Right. All right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We will try to have a few minutes before we go ahead and enter into this last daf of this last daf of the Sefis Tainis. So since we're picking up this morning in Sidkas Hatzadik Os Pei Gimel. So I sent out the PDF last night, page Sadik Ches. So the Rebbe says as follows, a really beautiful idea. He says, we'll just follow along in the Biguria Hasidus just to get started on this piece. Kimoshi Yesh Pikinane or Olam Hazeh. The Famim Sha'adam Motzim Mitzir Shalhon Rav. See, the Rebbe says, sometimes it happens in the physical, the material world, in the world of Gashmis. So it can happen that a person finds incredible treasure. Olefamim Zocha Adam Begora Shikorim Lottery. Sometimes a person wins the lottery. He says, what does this mean? Umis Asher Pitom Below Shun Igia. The idea is it can happen in this world that a person could become wealthy without any effort. It could happen. Now, again, it could be more often than not that the person wants to be financially, materially successful. They have to put in work. But the concept of instantaneous success, the concept of instantaneous material success is found in this world. He says, Kach yesh, this is incredible. Kach yesh gamkin, b'kinyane ha'olam haba, levanim efsham diskos pitom lemadregos niskavos, velo amel v'yegia k'dishi yifah. So it says, that is absolutely amazing. He says the same way that in the world of Gashmis, in the world of material wealth, it is possible to encounter instantaneous success without any effort. So too in the world of spirituality, it is possible, says the Rebbe, to go ahead and reach very high levels in spirituality without any effort. And we'll say, this line seems to be, contradictory to anything and everything we've ever learned throughout our entire lives regarding spirituality. But we'll allow the Rebbe to explain. But the same way there could be instantaneous success in the world of materialism without any effort, pursuing the lottery. So it's when the world of spirituality, you could climb to reach certain levels without any effort. What does this mean? Page Kuftzad test. Let's at least begin this idea. This is the Hagam Shamru Chazal Parakam the Megillah. So we'll say, even though, and this is incredible, one Hashgacha, that we're beginning the Sefas Megillah tomorrow, and the Rebbe quotes from the Sefas Megillah. So we'll say, the Rebbe here is quoting from one of the most moving Gemaras. Actually, let's take a look. In footnote Shin Pei Gimel. Footnote Shin Pei Gimel. The Rebbe says the Gemara. In Yomer Lacha Adam Yagati B'Lamatzasi Altam. So say a very famous Gemara. If a person will say to you, Yagati, I put in effort, B'Lamatzasi, but I was unable to find success. Altam. Don't believe such a person like that. Don't believe such a person. Why? Because what is the Gemara saying? If you put in effort, you'll find success. So if a person says, I put in so much effort, but I couldn't succeed, says the Gemara, don't believe them. They didn't really put in the effort. Lo yagati umatzasi al tamim. So if a person says, I didn't put in effort, but I was successful, also don't believe them. Because there's no such thing as success without effort. How does that fit with what we just said? Hold on for just a second. Yagati umatzasi. But if a person says, I put in effort and I found success, tamu, then you should believe them. Yagati umatzasi tamu. So the Gemara says, well, 1 second. Honey, I'm going to footnote Shin Pei Gimel Page Kuf Tzadik Des. I said the Gemara Hani Mili B'Divrei Torah. By the way, when is this true? This is true with matters of spirituality. Aval b'masa umata. When it comes to business, siyato hu min shemai. This is incredible. When it comes to business, this whole model is not true. Right? In other words, the model of Yagati umatzas. I put in effort, and therefore I was successful. That's a spirituality. So in relevant spirituality, the person says, I didn't put in effort, but I was successful, or I put in effort, but I wasn't successful. Don't believe them. Don't believe them. But if a person says, Yagati hu matzasi, I put in effort and I was successful, in that situation, says the Gemara, you could believe them. But that's only in spirituality. In business, people are successful all of the time without effort, and conversely, people who put in incredible amounts of effort are not successful. He goes on, he says, well, furthermore, again, even when it comes to Torah, what are we referring to over here? In terms of understanding. In other words, in order to understand something, this model applies. I put in effort, I understood. I didn't put in effort, I didn't understand. But however, to remember things, this is incredible. To remember things, that's Yata Dishmaya. Right? What you remember, what you don't remember, that's Yata Dishmaya. Rashi, look make yourself, Shlotishtakach, Menos Yata Dishmaya, V'yesh Gaga, Ve'inamotis. Never will say. So now, watch this, back up top, just for a moment. We'll have to do one more minute, then we'll stop. So the Hagam Sha'amu Chazal, Parakam Dinigila, Shim Yomer Lacha Adam, Lo Yagata, Umatzasa Al Tam. What did the Rebbe just say? The Rebbe just said that just like in the world of Gashmias, sometimes a person can be successful with absolutely no effort. So too in the world of Ruchnius, sometimes a person can reach very high levels even though they did not put in any effort. I said, Zeb, I know what you're going to say. What about the Gemara Masechtas Megillah? That the Gemara says, Shin Yomar Lacha Adam Lo Yagata Umatzasa Al Tani Ve'im Kain Ketzad Yitachin Sheyiska Adam Lama'alos Ruchnius Lolo Amal V'Yegia. You're going to say, what about the Gemara Masechtas Megillah that says that if a person says, I didn't put in effort and I was successful, don't believe them. And if that's the case, how can you posit that a person can reach high levels of spirituality without any type of effort? Ha'askinon hare maskaras ha'gimara sham ki hani midi ha'dvarim ha'amurim rak be'inyan chidud ha'banas halimot shelazeh ein zochen below yigia aval lo'ukmei girsa liskar halimot shehu b'siyata d'shmaya. So the Rebbe says something very interesting. The Rebbe says, the Gemara itself answers this question. The Gemara says, when we speak about Yagati Umatzasi, that you're only going to be successful with effort, that refers ultimately to what? To understanding something. You're only going to understand something in the world of Ruchnius, you're only going to understand Torah if I apply myself. If I don't apply myself, I'm just simply not going to understand. But retention, that's up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's Siyata D'Shmaya. That's up to the Ribono Shel Olam. So we'll say, so what do you see from here? Yes? You see from here that even in the realm of spirituality, in the realm of Ruchnius, there are things that could occur even without effort. Even without So therefore, again, this Gemara Masechtas Megillah actually doesn't contradict what the Rebbe said. The Gemara actually backs it up. Now, while it's true that for understanding Torah, if you don't put in effort, you're not going to understand. For retention, for memory, that's Siyata D'Shmaya. That's up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So you see that even in the realm of spirituality, there are certain things that could occur even without effort. Even without effort. So we'll have to stop over here for today. But tomorrow, well, actually, not tomorrow, but we got to start down fast. Okay, whenever the next time we do episode, we're going to continue on this idea. Because I said the notion that one could reach high spiritual levels without effort, requires us to understand number one, what levels are we talking about? What levels are we talking about? And what does the Rebbe mean when he actually says no effort? All right, Emir Hashem, to be continued. All right, Travis. Good morning. Let us begin. So I just really want to spend a few moments this morning before we necessarily get to the daf, just to close out Os Pei in Sivkas Tzadik. So really the profundity of this particular Os has been the way in which the Rebbe has really taught us how to deal and how to contend with a number of difficult and challenging midos. So specifically, again, we saw in the beginning of this how to deal with Kas. We spoke about Taiva, and now again at the end of the Os, we focus on the Kuf Tzadik Dalit, the Tzikut recovers. Amazing. What happens if a person struggles with covet, with honor? I will say that, interestingly enough, the way Rabbi Tzaddik understands, or the way Rabbi Tzaddik is framing this, if you take a look in the Uriah Hasidus, he writes over here on the right-hand column of Tzaddik Dalit, the Tikkun L'Mishin Nichshal B'Tavas HaKavet. So the remedy for one who has stumbled with the desire for honor, so it's interesting because the way the Tzaddik is framing this is the situation or the case where one has stolen or one has taken the honor due to his friend. So it's interesting that the Tzaddik frames it that way. Let's kind of zoom out a little bit and just focus on the idea that sometimes we desire covet. Right? People are people, and often again the desire for recognition, the desire for honor often causes us to make terrible mistakes. So what does a person do if ultimately again they require covet? Right? At the time of a covet, a desire for covet. So that is, what do? Shinui Hashem. Change your name. Change your name. Okay, so the Rebbe says again, in Goya Chasidus, Shina Hashem, Sheyeshane es Shmo Kimo Shivad. You should change your name as we will discuss. He says, V'ze'atam. Now, interesting enough, is what change your name? What does that mean? So look at the Rebbe writes. V'ze'atam Sheshine Hashem Moya Lechola. Lifal Agura Lifua. So in other words, when we speak about name changes, interestingly enough, the paradigmatic example of a name change is when a person is killed. First thing is, we'll change your name, we'll add a name. If you should nixar alav shigamos b'chalyo, kevan shenishkan shmo, ein hu osa adam shenigzar. We'll say, what's the idea of a name change when it comes to a person who's young? So you say as follows: if chas v'shon there's a decree upon this particular person, that he should die. Chas v'shalom as a result of his illness. By changing the name, the person becomes someone different. Right? By changing the name, now panim chadashos ba'olaka, new individual, and therefore any previous gezerah, any previous decree, does not apply, does not devolve upon that individual. So listen to this. So therefore, by the other time we find Shinui Hashem. So again, by a chole, if there is a decree against a certain person, hopefully by changing the name, we go ahead and change the decree as well. Or the previous decree no longer applies to this person. Where else do we find Shinui Hashem? Is the Rambam in Hilchos Tshuva. Right? The Rambam says in the second chapter of Hilchos Tshuva, that I think it's over here also. It's in footnote Shin Samech Vav. Re'ei Rambam Tshuva, bless you. Parak Beis Halacha Dalit, bless you. Second chapter, fourth halacha. Nidarchei Tshuva Lios Hashad Mishane Shmo. One of the things that a person does in the process of Tshuva is a person changes their name. Kilomar Ani Acher Ve'eni Osa Ish Sha'asa Osa Hamas. When it comes to Tshuva, I change my name because what do I say? I'm a different person. I am not the same person who has committed these particular deeds. Interestingly enough, two examples of name changes. One in a case where a person is ill, and one in a case where a person is doing tshuva. In both cases, the theme is the same. A person is chas v'shalom ill, that means there's a gzera, there's a decree against that person. By going in and changing the name, we say, okay, the decree, the gzera shouldn't apply to this person anymore. Shuvah, I did something, I now want to become someone different, I change my name. So of course, the name change represents a change of identity. I will say, something that Rabbi Rothschild is telling us is absolutely amazing. When does a person run after kavod? Right? When does a person run after, let's be honest, we're amongst friends. Right? When does a person run after kavod? The truth is, when a person is terribly insecure and a person doesn't feel good about who and what they are. You see, if I'm well adjusted and I'm really happy with me, first of all, in general, number one, I don't need others to agree with me, which is an incredibly important piece. So people who try to foist their opinion upon others often are insecure. And if I'm insecure, I need others to build me up. I'm not comfortable in my own skin. I'm not comfortable with who I am. So I need others' approval. I need others' covet in order to be safe and secure in who I am. So the Rebbe says something amazing. Person struggles with covet. Person struggles ultimately again with the type, with the desire for covet. What do you have to do? Change your name. Readjust your identity. Figure out who you are and figure out how to be comfortable within your own persona. Now, sometimes that means I have to become someone different. Because at the end of the day, sometimes the reason why I'm insecure is because I know deep down there are profound personality. Deep down there are things which are really significantly broken. So sometimes it's just really the person who I am is not the person I need to be. There are times when I need to affect some dramatic changes in my life in order to be a productive and in order to be a happy human being. But the Rebbe says the desire for kavod comes from insecurity. The desire for kavod comes from a knowledge that I am not content with who I am. So instead of spending my life running after the kavod, says the Rebbe, Shinui Hashem, make the adjustments, make the tweaks to your own identity. Figure out what is broken. Figure out what is in a state of disrepair. Change it, modify it, do whatever you need to do to ultimately find a sense of confidence, to find a sense of happiness, and to find a sense of fulfillment in who and what you are. All right, we'll stop over here for today. So we officially closed out Os Pe Aleph. Again, you look on your own Hasidus, if something does get in the topic of kavod, he does get into this idea of taking kavod from someone else, which again you'll see it's just another example of what we're learning. But I think what we're able to accomplish hopefully is just discussing kavod in the most global sense and Tzadik's approach to dealing with it. All right, Rabbi, say good morning. Let us begin. I want to just get in a few minutes of the tzaddik. A little bit of chitkas tzaddik today, hopefully tomorrow a little bit. Also, we can't get the full 10 minutes, just a little bit. So remember again, we left off last week in Os Pei. And in Os Pei, the Rebbe was talking about the concept of how one remedies the midah of kas, the midah of anger. So now on page Kuf Tzadik Gimel, the Rebbe transitions and talks about as follows: Tikkun l'taiva. What is the tikkun? What is the way to fix taiva, desire? Now, of course, the Rebbe over here is referring to inappropriate desires. How does one go ahead and fix taiva? Well, isn't this the $1 million question that most of us grapple with throughout our entire lives? How do you fix taiva? So I say it's incredible. The Rebbe devotes 2 lines to this. 2 lines. In 2 lines to fix taiva. So the Rebbe says, listen to this. He says, Shinoi Maisa. The way to go ahead and fix taiva is to change your actions. Shinoi Maisa. Don't change your actions. What does this mean? Sheba dvar aver liyado v'nitzal himeno. When a person ultimately, again, has the opportunity to sin, but doesn't do so, through this, any earlier indiscretions are fixed. Okay, well, what does this mean on the deeper level? So if you take a look at the Be'orei Hasidus, on the bottom left-hand column of Kuf Tzadik Gimel, the Rebbe writes as follows: the Tikkun l'misha nichshal ba'aver shel taiva. If a person has fallen prey to taiva, to desire. Now, let's remember again, the Rebbe is using taiva as kind of like a catch-all category. Right? So taiva refers to all of those things where I should be resisting the temptation to do something, but I fail to resist the temptation. So how do I fix that? So, it's interesting because in general, we don't really talk about taiva, we talk about specific averos. Right? I fell prey to my desires in this or in that. The Rebbe says there's sometimes in life is a general issue with lust. Sometimes I'm just lusting after all the wrong things. So that's a midah, says Rebbe. There's a midah of taiva. I am a desirous individual and have an inability to abstain. That's the problem. That's the midah. So it may manifest itself in a variety of different ways. But the midah itself is the midah of taiva, the midah of desire, and my challenge is an inability to practice restraint. So how do I go ahead and fix that midah? So the Rebbe says, Be'orei Hasidus, bottom column, left hand side, Kuf Tzadik Gimel. He says that you need nothing for the winter. This is very dramatic. Okay, so I'm looking forward. So the Rebbe says as follows. He says, "I dishinui ma'ase dahainu sheyochiach b'ma'ase shelo yoshuv ol di'olam la'asos averazu." So this is incredible. How do you fix taiva? This is incredible. Through abstinence, by being faced with an opportunity to do something, but holding back. So I could be about taiva. I can go ahead and exercise my desire, but I'm actively choosing to abstain. Dahainu sheyochiach b'ma'aseh shelo yoshuv ol di'olam la'asos averazu. So this blew me away. So the Rebbe says, how do you combat taiva? This is very interesting. You combat taiva by practicing abstinence. That's it. The only way to break a midah, Bo says how? To break the midah. This harkens back to the Rambam. Right? I've mentioned this so many times throughout the years, where the Rambam writes in Hilchos Deos, right? That if a person has a problem with their temper, a person has a problem with kas, so the Rambam says, how do you address the midah of kas, terrible temper? What do? Stop getting angry. You really get like, shkoya, I could have been the Rambam, right? I could have come up with that one. I would say, but it's such a profound idea. Sometimes the only way, it's interesting because we're always looking, it's kind of in the same way of spirituality. We're often looking for like skulas. Everybody wants a skula for something, right? The skula for this, the skula for that. Sometimes it's not about skula. Sometimes it's about just doing the right thing. So often we're always looking for strategies or for ideas. How do I overcome this trait? How do I change? How do I this? And sometimes it's just about stop it. There's something I'm doing wrong. There's something inappropriate that I'm engaged in. Sometimes it's not about a strategy. Sometimes it's just about stopping the negative behavior. So the Rambam says, if I am a Baal Taifa, if I'm right, if this is the way I live, is that I satisfy every want, I satisfy every desire, which is indicative, says the Rebbe, of a general sense of life restraint. The only way to fix that is to exercise restraint. I'll say, the Rebbe writes it sounds so simple. It sounds so simple. Of course, it's not so simple, but Lamais, it is so simple. Sometimes the answers to our problems are actually pretty straight out. If I have difficulty exercising restraint, the only way to address that is to begin to exercise restraint. And the Rebbe says, all you really need to do, this is incredible, all I need to do is do it once. Is do it once. Because ultimately, again, once I find that courage to exercise restraint once, I show myself that I have the ability to do it. Now, again, does that mean I'm going to be perfect? Of course not. But once I show myself that I have the ability to do it, there is what to build upon. The Rebbe says, Kigon, Shebad Dvar Avera, Kizuli Yodo, Umana Es Atzmo Mila Asoso V'nitzol Yeno. All because we'll say, the way life happens. If a person is about Taiba, it is only a matter of time until that type manifests itself again, right? Only a matter of time until that opportunity, that desirous opportunity manifests itself again. He says, what's going to happen? And if I choose this time to exercise restraint, and as a result, I don't fall prey to my taiva, min avera, bazeh niskan gam ha'avon ha'kodim shizgabra v'bataiva v'nichshava v'lo etzlicha l'kapsha. So I will say, interesting, the Rebbe says that when I exercise restraint and therefore don't commit this particular Aveira again, not only have I saved myself from Aveira, but I also have the opportunity to what? To go ahead and atone for the previous indiscretions of the past. What I just point out over here, if this sounds familiar, it's because in footnotes Shin Samech Beis and Shin Samech Gimel, so he points out over here that this is really reflective of the Gemara Maseches Yoma. The Gemara says, "What is a Baal Tshuva Gimura?" Right? When do you become an absolute Baal Tshuva? The Gemara says, when you come face to face with the same circumstances that you have in the past. But in the past, I sinned. In the past, I gave in to my desires and passions. And now, I find the koach to stand up to them. That's called the Baal Tshuva Gimura. That's complete tshuva. So that's really what the Rebbe is describing over here. Rebbe is saying he's really framing it because I think all of us encounter taivas in different areas of life. Right? We all have those desires. We all have those desires that the truth is we often find difficult to exercise restraint. For some people, again, it's often it changes as we get older and in different stages in life, but we all have those taivas that we struggle with. And the Rebbe says the only way, and taiva, the issue of taiva, is I have an inability to exhibit restraint. And the Rebbe says so beautifully, the only way to address that is to become the kind of individuals who are capable of exercising restraint. It sounds so simple, but says Rebbe, all I need to do is do it once. Ultimately, again, showing myself that I possess that capability, showing myself that I possess that particular koach, and ultimately one is able to battle type. All right, well, so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up, and I'm going to try to finish up Okay. There's one more piece I will say. This so far we've done Kas, so far we've done Taiva, and now, interestingly enough, the last piece we'll discuss in today is covet. Those who desire covet, constantly desire honor, how we ultimately address that, and Meretz Hashem tomorrow. Shkoya. All right, Jabo, say good morning. We are picking up today in Sitkas HaTzadik Os Pei. So we began this particular Os yesterday with the Rebbe's idea that Tikkun Lekas, the way to remedy, the way to rectify the Midah of Kas, the Midah of anger, is Shinui Makom, to change one's place. Change one's place. And the way the Rebbe really arrived at this idea was through the concept that a person who commits an act of murder is sent to Golos, is sent to an Mikla, to a city of refuge. The Rebbe explains that at the core of the transgression of Ritzicha is Kas, is anger. So we're picking up on page Kuf Tzadik Aleph in the Be'urei Hasidus, the right hand column, right by the bracket. What would happen if a person would accidentally kill another individual? They would be exiled to the Ir Miklat, to the city of refuge. Below not benad ba'aret liolam. That is very interesting. And now what the Rebbe is really doing is bringing together a number of different things. Because remember again, the first act of murder was Cain against Heaven. Now remember, Cain was sent as a wanderer. That was his punishment. He was to wander the earth for the rest of his life. So the Rebbe says that when a person kills b'shogan, a person kills accidentally, his sentence is not to nabenad, his sentence is not to wander, but rather his sentence is to go to a particular place for exile, to an Ir Miklat. The Tamadavar. What's the reason? What's the logic for the Ir Miklat? Why is it the website that the halacha for the accidental murderer is to go ahead and go to Golos, to the Ir Miklat, to the city of refuge? This is beautiful. V'atam hadavar ki be'emes yish b'kedusha es midas pachad yitzchak shehi eish b'kedusha. So the Rebbe says we know that there is a midah of pachad yitzchak. This is actually how Yaakov Avinu referred to his father, pachad yitzchak. What does it mean, the fear of Yitzchak? So the Rebbe says this refers to the midah of eish b'kedusha. There's a concept of the fire of holiness. Meaning what? Lahargiz ba yetzer tov al yetzer hara. Okay, so also there's a lot of things happening over here. So over here the Rebbe is quoting from the Gemara Masechet Brachos. Actually, I want to do something amazing. There is a direct connection between today's daf and today's piece by Rabbi Tzaddik. Absolutely amazing. The Gemara Masechet Brachos has a statement of the Olam Yargiz Adam Yetzer Hatov al Yetzer Hara. A person should always be margiz. Now, margiz literally means ragaz, means to get angry. So a person should fire up his Yetzer Hatov against his Yetzer Hara. That's the lashon of yargiz. Create a sense of anger. So he says, what do you see from here? You see from here that, and he calls this midah the midah of pachad yitzchak, that anger has a constructive side as well. And there's a concept, ultimately, again, of firing up the Yetzer Hatov against the Yetzer Hara. He says, Ugvuras Kiddushos Levar Ha'esh the Yetzer Hara. The goal is to ignite the fire of Tov against Ra. That's the goal in life. So I'll say, we've actually spoken about this concept in the Tzaddik before. The idea being that sometimes the most powerful antidote to the Yetzer Hara is a fiery passion for Tov. This goes to a general thought in Hasidus, that the most dangerous thing for a Jew is not the commission of sin. Everyone sins. The most dangerous thing for a Jew is kind of when, like, you're just blah in life. And you're just like, you're kind of just very even-keeled, nothing really, not a non-excitable person, nothing really gets you going, nothing really gets you passionate. Like, to a certain degree, a lack of passion, a lack of excitement is the greatest danger for the Jew. So the Gemara says, if you want to go ahead and combat the Yetzer Hara, how do you do that? And the Gemara says essentially is you fire up your Yetzer Hatov. You fire up the good inside of you. Become passionate about doing that which is good. And by definition, that overcomes the Yetzer Hara. So the Rebbe says, Sheba opens there, so the world gets told. There is good anger. There is good anger. Now, we don't call good anger good anger. What do we call it? Right? We call it positive passion. Positive passion. But passion and anger are two sides of the same coin. Anger is misdirected passion. Right? And we know this, by the way. People who have very bad tempers, if you're able to channel that in the right way, we can become passionate almost about anything and everything. Because anger represents that there's a fire burning inside of me. Just anger is the wrongful application of that passion. See, the Rebbe calls that. This is what it means when Chazal say the Olam Yargi. See, it's so interesting because Chazal could have said you really should just go ahead and do more good than bad, but that's not what Chazal said. They say that you should fire up. The Olam Yargi's Adam Yetzer Tov al Yetzara. Fire up your Yetzer Tov or Yetzara, meaning that many of us possess this what he calls Givuras Pachad Yitzchak. This ish, this fire, this anger, Chazal are telling us, channel it. Channel it. You don't have to get rid of your anger. You don't really have to get rid of anything in life. You just have to go ahead and channel it in the right way. So the Rebbe says something amazing. Ki inyan masha amru Chazal. So we'll say, this is what Chazal said. Where did they say? Right? What do they say? That when a Talmud Chacham gets angry, Zet Talmud Chacham Tzoyer Shavali de Roges. That if a young Talmud Chacham gets angry, HaTorah hu meviyasolaka. What causes the anger inside of him? What causes the anger? Ultimately, again, the Torah inside of us. So where does this Gemara happen to appear? They go out. Yes, Tainis Daf Dalid. Today's Daf. Right? It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Literally, it's going to be 5 lines in the top of the daf. Right? So what are Chazal saying? Chazal is saying that where there is good, there's often a fire of passion. The challenge ultimately in life is not to allow the passion to go awry and to become anger. So he goes on, he says, so let's analyze this then. Remember, we're assuming that the act of ritzicha, the act of bloodshed, even though again we're talking over here an accidental act of bloodshed, the Tzaddik says taking life in any form is a manifestation of kas. That's the theory he's working with over here. Right? Even though again we're talking for Gola's purposes, it's talking about a very specific case of an accident. But Lamaisar Tzaddik says in its essence, so the act of Ritzicha is a manifestation of kas, of anger. So what's the punishment, right? What's the punishment for the person who kills another person? What's his punishment? Galus. Now I will say, what's the point of Galus? So yesterday we spoke about the idea that Galus itself is a reorientation, right? So you look at the world differently. But I'm saying that a step further. The goal of Galus is anger management. Right? Is to go ahead and go somewhere new. And I must remember again, where did you go for your miklat? Which cities are in miklat? Cities of the Levian. Right? Remember again. Who are the tribes who demonstrated the most intense form of kas? Shimon and Levi. Right? Next week's parsha. Right? Shimon and Levi go in and wipe out an entire city. Interestingly enough, what does Levi become? Levi becomes the seat of religious leadership. So what does Shevet Levi represent? Anger management. The ability to take the midah of anger and transform it from something destructive into something powerfully constructive. The same Shevet that wiped out an entire city, whether they deserved it or not, Yaakov Avinu clearly did not agree with that course of action. They wiped out an entire city, and yet they realized Yaakov Avinu gives them Musar on his deathbed. They realized we did the wrong thing, but the midah is good. The passion is there. Remember what they say to Yaakov Avinu? Yaakov Avinu says, what did you do? You put the entire family in mortal danger. And remember again, what did Shimon Levi respond? Our sister should be treated like a harlot. First of all, what a chutzpah. That's how you talk to your father. I'm saying, like, you're talking back to your father. You're talking back to your father. That passion was there, that anger was there, but Yaakov Avinu was saying, you're using it in the wrong way. Channel it. So they become Shevet Levi, again, becomes the seat of all religious leadership. All religious passion is channeled through Shevet Levi. Now the Rambam says anyone who wants to be a part of Shevet Levi can be a part of Shevet Levi. I could adopt that midah. I don't have to be a part of the tribe to adopt that midah. But the idea says that Tzaddik is now we understand why there's galus. Because the person who kills B'shogeg demonstrated kas, right? A wrong kas. You got to go to galus. Because what you have to learn is how to channel that passion into something constructive. And where do you go? Where do you go? Ir Miklat, cities of the Levium, because they've mastered this ability to channel this kas, to channel this trait, to channel this passion into the right way. So I will say, so we'll have to stop over here for today. But again, so you begin to see two things. The Tzaddik is teaching us how to deal with anger. That's which many of us struggle with each and every day. How do I deal with anger? So number one, gullus. Gullus on a basic level, gullus means change your orientation. As we spoke about yesterday, we often get angry because things don't follow our plan. I had an idea, I had a conception, I had a vision for how everything was supposed to go, and life didn't follow my plan. Well, to get angry that life didn't follow your plan is gaiva, is arrogance, and it presupposes life is supposed to follow your plan. Who says your plan is the correct one? Gullus is a reorientation. You see things differently. The first step in managing anger, says Reb Tzavik, is to accept the fact that the way you see the world, the way I see the world, may not be the correct way to see the world. So sometimes you have to readjust your vision about how things happen, how things occur, how things unfold. On a deeper level, Reb Tzavik says, how do you deal with anger? Rechannel. Anger represents a misappropriation of passion. Figure out what is your ir miklat. And I both say ir miklat for different people is different things. For some people, their ir miklat may be therapy. Because maybe a person just has a temper as a result of a whole bunch of life issues that have happened, and you need to figure out how to resolve it. So for some people, the therapy could be their ir miklat. For other people, Musar could be their ir miklat. For other people, Torah could be their ir miklat. For other people, meditation could be. Everybody needs to find that thing that allows them to recalibrate and to rechannel that passion into a productive and meaningful way. I have to stop over here for today. We're not finished. We'll spend one more day on Kas. And then Amir Hashem, the Rabbi is going to go from there into talking about Taiba. So this is a very powerful os. We'll continue Amir Hashem tomorrow. Shkoyach.
After autumn of 2021, and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkava, or Hello mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly.
All right, John, say good morning. Let us begin. So we are, Baruch Hashem, able to resume. At least for now, so the doc can get a little bit longer. Some of the subjects pick up a little bit in Sippas Tzaddik. So we're actually going to skip forward a couple of osos to Ospay. Ospay, which I sent out on the WhatsApp last night. And again, I would strongly encourage you to purchase the Sefer. It's such an important staple in one's library, and practicing learning from the Sefer and learning from sheets of WhatsApp. So again, if you can, it's kedai to do so. So with that, let's continue. Ospay. So the Tzaddik says as follows, quite a beautiful idea. He says, Tikun l'ka'as shinui lochel. The reason I wanted to go ahead and fast forward a little bit to this particular os is because, in the last topic we were talking about, we've spoken about a number of profound and important, philosophical tenets, and especially in the realm of growth from sin or growth from setback. The Tzaddik has given us some really profound ideas to focus on. So now, what was gripping to me about this is The tzaddik in this particular oath ventures into the olam hamigos by how to deal with negative character traits. And specifically what he's focusing on over here is how to deal with kas. Say a person has problems with anger. So how do you deal with anger? So it's interesting, because those days you come to see the tzaddik's style, which is a really incredible style, is he often says things in what sounds like very simple ways, but they're not simple ideas at all. So, for example, if someone says, Tikkun lakas, what is the way to remedy kas? What is the way to remedy anger? Shinui makom, change your place. Change your place. Okay, what does that mean? See, this is actually quite. Say first, take a look at the Goria Hasidus, page Kuf Tzadik, the bottom left-hand column. Tikkun lenefesh, lemish nefshal lakas. So the way to attack it, the way to rectify, the way to fix one's nefesh if one has fallen prey to kas, makom hakavua, is to change your place, to change your makom kavua. Now, again, of course, this is going to mean many different things. He says, "Inyon kaparas galus." Now, where do we find the concept of shinui makom, of changing your place as being a form of kapara? So, of course, the Tzaddik says the paradigmatic example of this, and he's going to get into this in just a moment, is galus. Right? A person accidentally kills another individual. Right? What's the halacha? You have to go to Galus, to go to your mikvah, to go to the city of refuge. So before we get into the Tzaddik's idea over here, he talks about Galus Nortzea. So just understand this concept of Shinui Makom is a very profound idea. You know, we often see Shinui Makom in what area of halacha? In Avelos. Like what's the halacha when a person becomes an Avel? So one of the halachas is you have to change their makom kavua. Right? You have a place in shul, you have a place, and by the way, it's true there. You have a place where you daven every day. So you have to change that makom and sit somewhere else. What's the pshat? Like why do you have to change your makom? So again, the Kesher Chaim quotes different ideas. One of the ideas that he quotes is that when a person loses a loved one, it's almost like a form of din, a form of divine justice, and therefore a person literally goes into galus. Feels exiled. But I saw actually just a beautiful idea. I don't remember it. I think it was in the Gesher Chaim as well. That when a person experiences the death of a loved one, it changes your outlook and orientation on the world. You don't see the world in the same way anymore. And it's an irreversible change. You know, when you have a makom kavua, so that fixes your orientation, right? Reuven's in front of me and Shem is to the left of me, and there's a seder. That often upsets the seder, but it resets a new seder. There's a new order. So I believe as the Gesher Chaim brings down that the other moves his seat to really highlight this new orientation and this new outlook into the world. So even before we enter Tzaddik, I was very taken by this idea that the remedy for kas is shinui makom. If you know how to deal with anger, is to change your place, meaning to change your orientation. The most I think about it in just a moment. Why do we get angry at things? More often than not, why do we get angry at things? I can only speak from personal experience. Right? I get it. I can't think of that. Right? You get angry at things because you have an expectation. I have an expectation as to how things are supposed to go. And when they don't go that way, I get angry. And I think, and it's true everywhere. It's true in career. It's true in family life. It's true. There's an expectation. People are supposed to behave a certain way. Things are supposed to go a certain way. And when they don't, I get angry. So first of all, the key is to realize that's called gaiva. Right? To think that things are supposed to follow the plan that I have for them. To think that people are supposed to behave the way I expect them to behave. That my day is supposed to go the way I expect it to go. That my parnasa is supposed to unfold the way. That's shkita gaiva, right? To think that I know how everything should unfold. That's number one. But even leaving that piece aside, because again, the truth is, as far as the Sifrei Musar point out, that anger really is a derivative of a gaiva. That's really what it is. But again, what Tzaddik is highlighting before we get into the Galus piece is often anger is a result of a skewed orientation. I see things a certain way, and that's the way I think they are supposed to go. So says the Tzaddik. What's the first remedy to gaiva? Shinui makom. Sometimes accept the fact that just because you see things a certain way and you think that they should unfold a certain way, doesn't mean that they're supposed to unfold that way. And again, that's shinui makom. That's changing your seat. That's changing your place. That's changing your orientation. So the Tzaddik says, this is what's incredible about this piece. So the Tzaddik says, Tikkun lakas shinui makom. So number one, you want to rectify kas, change your orientation. Stop assuming that you know how everyone's supposed to behave and speak and talk and do at any given point in time, how the day is supposed to unfold, how everything is supposed to fit into place. Shinui makom, change the orientation. And once I change the orientation, suddenly the kas, not that the kas necessarily goes away, but if Tzaddik says it's a tikkun lakas. Now the Rebbe goes on, he says something absolutely amazing over here. See, he says that the shinui makom, the changing of one's place, that is metaking kas, is like the shinui makom, like the changing of a place, changing of a physical, a geographic place, that a person who kills b'shogeg has to undergo as well. He says, "V'zeh kimo she'amar Torah," on page Kuf Tzadik Aleph, in the Bi'urei Hasidus, "Shagalus hiya tikkun l'rotzeach b'shogeg." That galus, right? Literally exile. Right? Also, again, you know the halacha. So listen to this. So remember, Reuven is climbing up a ladder. He accidentally falls off. The ladder falls onto Shimon, kills Shimon. Right? What's the halacha? He has to go to an ir miklat. He has to go to a city of refuge. That's the halacha. So we'll say. So the Tzaddik says, why is galus? So, well, we'll get to it. He says, "Varetzicha ba'a machmas kas." He says, why does one person kill another person? So it's a result of kas. Now, what Rabbi Tzaddik is doing is taking a little bit of liberty over here and expanding the definition. Because remember, again, the classic case of why a person goes to galus is for an accidental act of bloodshed. Like I said, Reuben's walking up the ladder and he falls down. The truth is, in Torah's example of galus, it's not really kas that really caused the death. Well, what caused the death? It was really negligence. Because remember, again, halacha, if it's an ones, if it's extenuating circumstances, you don't have to go to galus. Really, a person goes to galus because of negligence. But Reb Tzaddik is saying, well, let's drill down. Let's drill down. Why does one person take the life of another person? So Reb Tzaddik is a retzicha ba'a machmas kas. A person takes the life of another person because their kas got out of hand. Their kas just simply was unchecked. And if you take a look, by the way, in footnote Shin Mem Ches, Rambam, Midarche Tshuva Lios Golem in Komo, Shagolus Michateres Avon, if they Shagoremes slowly, Karab Lios Avon Shora. There's so much stuff happening over here. So we'll leave that Rambam for just a moment. But according to the Rambam, he says that the power of Galus is that Galus humbles. Right? So murder occurs because of kas. The murderer is then exiled. The chap of exile is that it humbles the individual. Now watch this. He goes on, he says, look in the brackets. Actually, we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Mir Hashem, so at least I whet your appetite a little bit with this. So I will say, but again, I would venture to say there are a few yechidei skula, a few people who don't have to contend with kas, who don't have to contend with anger on a daily basis. I venture to say that for many of us, anger is something that we do have to contend with. And I think if we look at many of the greatest mistakes we've made in life, they're usually because of kas. So to have an Osir of Tzaddik is going to tell us how to get a hold of this, how to get a handle on this, and how to get a proper perspective on this. And Mir Hashem is a great success in the coming days. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up with Mir Hashem. Now that we have the intro, we'll pick up with the meat and potatoes of Mir Hashem tomorrow.
With what you're doing, it has more to do with who's in control and who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So Magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe like the underdogs, the bad people, the women, Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way.
All right, Shabbos, say good morning. Let us begin. So we're picking up in Hashem in a new Os Ayin Vav. This morning, we left off with Tzadik had the last piece of about Averos in the last Os. I think we do understand the Rebbe's point. We can apply it appropriately. So let's begin with Os Ayin Vav. It's really a truly beautiful idea out of Tzadik. So we're beginning on page Kuf Ayin Ches in the handout that I sent out last night, and again in the Uriah Hasidus on the bottom left-hand corner. It says the Rebbe, there is Kishlon Ha'adam, at a time when a person stumbles, right? So Kishlon means a stumbling or a stumbling. At the time that a person stumbles, which of course Kishlon is a metaphor for sin. At the time that a person sins, Yeda Yakshol V'Atzmo, Sheba Ose Is Shal HaNefila, a person should think and know for himself that in that moment of falling, right, in that moment when I fall down, L'Hachana Le'Oso Davar, the Inyan Shenichshal Bo, she's happy at his home. So let's look at these words. So the Rebbe says, at the time that a person fails and falls down, you should know that episode, or that moment of falling down is Hachana, is a preparation, Le'Oso Davar, for that very thing in which I failed, that it will be turned around for good. Now, what does that mean? Remember, this idea actually has been espoused by the Rebbe a number of different times, which is, up until now, what we've kind of learned it as, that whatever I sin with, the Rebbe said, that represents my greatest koach, right? My greatest weakness is just the other side of the coin of my greatest strength. Because sin is a misdirection and misuse of personalistic energy. So if I can harness that energy and turn it around for good, by definition I can accomplish an incredible amount. So therefore the Rebbe says, when I sin, when I commit an Avera, the beauty, so to speak, of the Avera is I now know the koach I possess. I now know if I just harness it and turn it around, I can accomplish great things. Whatever here is saying, we're going to see basically a similar idea, but a little bit different. What the Rebbe says is, the moment that I sin, my lowest moment, what he calls the moment of kishton, the moment of stumbling, the moment that I'm down and out, the Rebbe says that moment, by definition, is ripe for a dramatic turnaround. The moment that you fail is the moment of life that is most dramatic for a positive turnaround in the exact opposite direction. So I say there's almost a profundity of that. You see, most of us in life, when we're down and out, right? Most of us in life, when we fall, right? We feel like, okay, I've fallen and I have no options, right? I'm down. I'm in the pit of despair, the pit of failure, and ultimately, again, that's where I feel that I'm stuck. The Rebbe says, in that moment when you are in the pit of failure, in the moment after I've just stumbled and fallen, that moment is actually the ripest moment in life to turn it around and to do something great. Bim Yiske. Now, we'll define why that is in just a moment. Bim Yiske ba'osashav, page Kabayinkas. And if I'm able to take advantage of that moment, this chazik mikishton or v'lashuv la'avodas Hashem yisbarach, to strengthen myself in my failure and to return to Hashem, yuchal az la'alos l'madreka gidol l'mol. I have the ability to ascend to a very high and lofty level. Kigodel kishlon v'filasavara, as deep as I've fallen as a result of my mistakes, if I capitalize on the moment, I can catapult myself to an area that is equally as high. So we'll say, it's really a fascinating idea. What Rav Tzaddik essentially is telling us is that the moments of failure in life are the moments that are ripest for dramatic ascension. See, I often think the moment I fail is the moment I'm most compromised, and that's the moment that I'm least capable of accomplishing something. Therefore, think about it just a moment. I commit an Avera. You fill in your own blank, right? You commit whatever Avera. How do you feel in the aftermath of that Avera? First, in the aftermath of that sin, I feel like often I can't believe I did this. I can't believe I compromised myself. If it's an Avera that I've committed many times in the past and pledged to myself not to do again, I feel an incredible sense of disappointment. And I just feel down about myself. Again, do I believe that at the end of the day I can turn it around? Sure, I believe it. Do I believe that I can affect a dramatic turnaround right now? I think most of us know, because I feel really badly about myself. I'm really disappointed. I'm not giving up on myself, but I'm really disappointed in myself. The Rebbe says, the moment I sin and the moment I'm lowest, that's the moment that is ripest in life for dramatic growth. In that moment, I can literally turn it around and experience a meteoric rise. In that moment, not only that, I can experience an aliyah, an ascension that is directly related to the depth of my fall. So the further I fall in that moment, I can turn it around and catapult myself up. So I say, what's the shot? What's the shot? So I think what Tzaddik is saying on a very basic level is like this. The moment in life that I'm most receptive to change is the moment I fail. Right? Meaning most of us don't think about change when everything in life is going great. And if I'm having a good day, right, everything in my relationships are good, with myself, with my spouse, with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, life is fine. Life is good. Everything is going fine. Not great. I know that it can be better, but at the end of the day, everything is just fine. Most of us don't think about change when everything is kind of just trucking along. When are people most receptive to change? When I realize that I need it so badly. And when do I realize that I need it so badly? In the immediate aftermath of failure. In that moment, and I will say, I've come to appreciate the fact that Tzadik's wisdom, we speak about failure, so sometimes you think about like big things in life. But I started thinking about this a lot as I try to examine our own failures. The failures I think that we so often encounter in life, it's like what I described before. I struggle with a certain thing, pledge to be better, I make a plan to be better, I am better for a while, and then I relapse. Like that moment of disappointment when like I could have this. Like I could have kept it together had I chosen. It's not the pshat that there was some overwhelming tidal wave of Yisahara that caused me to sin. I don't know what it was. I don't know why I just didn't keep it together. But that feeling of like being demoralized in the aftermath of that relapse. Again, I don't mean like dramatic failure, like a person worships that movie. I mean like that thing that I struggle with all the time, and I couldn't keep it together, and I failed again, and I'm so disappointed in myself because I know I could do it. In that moment, you feel so low about yourself. Whatever says that moment, that's the moment of greatest aliyah. Why? Because in that moment, I recognize I need to change. Something about me needs to change. Something needs to be different. And if I capitalize on that desire to change, in that moment, in the immediate aftermath of sin, the Rebbe says, I can shoot up. In other words, I can experience this meteoric rise more than any other time of life. The reason I think why this is, I don't know, I saw this and I was like, wow, where have you been the whole life, right? Because I will say, what this does is, this, instead of wallowing in the self-guilt, and instead of feeling bad that I can't believe I didn't keep it together, and I have to feel bad because feeling bad is part of the tshuva process, I can say, okay, I'm low. But as low as I am right now, if I accept upon myself to change and tap into, how you tap into that power, I can have an aliyah in this moment that is greater than any other moment in life. So it takes those moments that occur in the immediate aftermath of failure, where we normally feel lowest and most powerless, and changes them into incredible moments of cathartic change. He says, "Kikafi godol hafeit sheyitzim esiso, kachu godol hatova shiyuchal lot az ba'os az lanam." This is the concept we've seen before. The Rebbe says, because the greater the sin which I am enticed to commit, that corresponds to the greatness and intensity of the good that I could collect. Liklot az ba'osas man mamish. Im yapok teshuka zu, dechem dazu, shebiyasa lekishlon tov, v'yitabe atzmo ba'ashim misparcha b'saraso, and we're also in mamish shere b'kishlon, u'mesugaz l'asanisos. So we have to stop over here for today. We'll expound on this more tomorrow. But the idea of tzaddik is going to say, so how do you do that? Right? How is it that I go from the depths of failure to the heights of accomplishment? And the Rebbe is describing this. We'll say, how long does this process take? How long does it take? How long does it take? Well, it sounds like to a certain degree, part of it can be instantaneous. How do you do that? The most basic answer is identify the koach that led me to sin, identify the energy or the power that I used inappropriately, and figure out in that moment how to use it for something great. If I could figure that out in the moment right now, then I can experience that meteoric rise in the immediate aftermath of sin. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up from here Hashem with this Yisod tomorrow.
It's not a condemnation of the practice per se. It's a condemnation of those kinds of people being in your community. And as we'll see in just a minute, right? Many Israelites, one Israelite, the famous one, had to consult with one of those people. So the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically. They're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why?
All right, Jehovah, say good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing in Meretz Hashem in Ois Ayin Hey. I left you off on the cliffhanger yesterday on with your topic. So remember again, we're on page Ayin Zayin in footnote Reish Tzadik Tes. And your topic was quoting over here the tshuva from Rav Haigo. And the following tshuva was that to try the individual who had undertaken a series of fast days. And then after he had undertaken those fast days, he wanted to know, could he sell his hus, could he sell the merit of those fast days to another? So we're continuing again on page Kofayin Zayin in the footnotes on the bottom left-hand column, second line in. Hayish mizeh kolu hana, we also shenitin l'kol, v'dei shenitin la'adam zav amna sheyikra Torah, v'tiyeh schus hakriya lo. Oh, by the way, you can apply standing. Let's say I go over to Shimon, and I say to Shimon, listen, you come to Shir every single morning, you come to Dafyomi every single morning. Here's what I want to do. I'm going to pay you $1,000 a month, and I want the zuchus. I want the merit of your Talmud Torah. So they ask Rav Hai, can you go out? Excellent deal, right? So I want $1,000 a month, I'll give you, but I want the merit of that learning. So Rav Hai going, can you do that? Can you do that? Shubha, the he writes, is incredible. Kach ra'inu, kitvarim elu divrei hevel, she'in lismoch aleim. So Rav Haigon, according to Rav Haigon, Haigon says foolishness. Foolishness, divrei hevel, absolute foolishness, nothing to rely on. Ve'ech ya'ala aleim, hischaro shal zeh, shamaisim tovim, sha'asa zeh lazeh. How can you ever imagine that you could purchase the merit of a mitzvah from another person? How can you ever imagine such a thing? The pasuk says, according to Yechezkel, the righteousness of the tzaddik, the righteousness of the pious man, alav tihya, will be upon him, meaning the righteousness of the righteous man belongs to him and cannot be, it's a non-transferable entity. The Chaim Amar, the same way, interestingly enough, he compares the same way that I can't be held responsible, or I'm not involved in the sin of my friends, I'm also not involved in the averos of my friends. Now that comparison of tzaddik chips away a little bit. But the point of Haigon says is that you cannot purchase the merits of someone else. What do you think, that merit from a mitzvah is something you carry around, that you could choose, okay, you know what, I'll give it to this one, I'll give it to that one. So he goes on, he says, someone who tries to purchase the merit of his friend through money or through a gift, this is a disparagement of the mitzvah itself. No, so we'll get to that in just a moment. So he goes on, so essentially, Haidon Pashkins in this tshuva, you cannot go ahead and purchase the merit of a mitzvah from another individual. Now, what about what Sadie was talking about Yisachar and Zvulun? Sheva said this is very different. So it's very important to understand what Yisachar, right? I'm sorry. So Yisachar was learning what Zvulun got from that was a partnership in the performance of the mitzvah. It's not the pshat that Yisachar got all of the schar, and then Zvulun purchased some of it. Yisachar and Zvulun were partners. In other words, Zvulun was able to do what he was able. Yisachar was able to sit and learn because Zvulun helped them. Zvulun supported them. That was a partnership. That was a premeditated partnership. In a premeditated partnership, there is a sharing of merit. That's not what Rav Haigon is talking about over here. Rav Haigon is saying is, I go over to Reuven and say, Reuven, you come to shir every single morning. I want to purchase that merit from you for $1,000 a month. I don't need to facilitate this proactive partnership. I want to purchase it. This is a transactional piece. Rav Haigon says, can't do it. You can't do it. It doesn't work. Now, I will say, you see the difference? There's a difference between a premeditated partnership, where again, in this case, the funds of Zvulun enable Yisachar to go ahead and sit and learn. That is a sharing of reward. Now, the proactive purchase of reward, I should say, the ex post facto purchase of reward does not work, says Reb Hai. I will say, why is Reb Tzaddik bringing this down now? Because remember again, this goes to highlight his point that a mitzvah, when a person does a mitzvah, it becomes part of who you are. Right? It becomes part of your essence. And because it becomes part of your essence, you cannot sell something that is inextricably linked to you. Like something so the same way I can't go ahead and sell my heart. Right? Sure, what's the going rate for a heart? Tell me what you're willing to offer. I can't give that to you because that's a part of me that I cannot live without. My mitzvahs become a part of who and what I am. And therefore, by definition, they are a non-transferable entity. So again, remember, Rav Tzaddik is contrasting that with Averos. When I commit an Avera, remember again, the imagery we had is the Avera sits on top of it, right? It sits on my neshama, but it doesn't permeate inside. So it's there, I have to rectify it, but it doesn't seep inside. The distinction Rav Tzaddik is trying to make, Kedushas Domim, Kedushas Haguf. Financial sanctity, physical sanctity. Avera is like financial sanctity. Financial sanctity can be redeemed, can be removed. The mitzvah is like physical sanctity. It devolves upon the entity in its entirety. So the Rebbe goes on, he says something amazing. Back on the top of Kufay and Zayin, goes to the very halacha l'mai. So this is Parsha. The Inyan Mechiras Habachor de Esav. What about the fact that Esav sold his birthright? Mamish, this is Parsha. What about the fact that Esav sold his birthright? Isn't the birthright by definition representative of mitzvos, representative of kiddush? Remember again, what the birthright represented, at least biblically, was not just simply a piece of inheritance. What the birthright represented again was an elevated status of holiness. So says Reb Tzaddik, if it's true that my mitzvos become a part of who and what I am, they become part of my persona, then at the end of the day, how is Esav able to sell the birthright? Look what he writes. Lahakriv Karbanos. Shenira. Kimechiras Davar Kiddusha. This seems like he was selling something that has by definition Kiddusha. Shamati, look what Tzaddik says. This is so beautiful. Shamati Lefi Shuhu Haya Bachar. Page Kufay has the Dinyon Below Be'emes. Leficha Cholam Mechira B'Dinyon. This is so beautiful. The Tzaddik says Esav was never really the Bachar. It was never really the Bachar. The Rebbe's Lashon is doing Bachar B'Dinyon. B'Dinyon means like in imagination. right? He was the Bechor, he was the firstborn in an illusion, but he wasn't really the firstborn. And Reb Tzadok, again, in the footnotes over here, discusses this concept a little bit about what it means to be a Bechor B'Dimyon. He gives the mashal of Rashi, that Rashi says that in reality, Yaakov Avinu was created first. Right? He gives the example of if you put two items into a tube, the item that goes in first comes in last. So therefore, again, he says Yaakov Avinu was actually created first, but came out of the womb second. The idea being that the reason why Esau was able to sell the Bechorah was because of Tzaddik Pazich. It was never really his. It was never really his. He was the Bechor B'Dimyon. But Enoch Inami, had Esau been the true and legitimate Bechor, the ability to sell the Bechorah, which represents the entitlement to Kedusha, would not have been there. Would not have been there. So we'll have to stop and go for today. But again, I just want to highlight over here this idea about, actually let's just do one more paragraph. But interestingly enough, what you can do, says Reb Tzadok, is you could sell, actually, you know, stop it, we don't have to get to this yet. So I'll say, so again, so just pointing out, Reb Tzadok is constantly highlighting this yisod, right? Averos is like ultimately what we'll call Kedushas Damim, financial sanctity. It's there, it becomes part of who and what I am, but it does not take over the totality of self. A mitzvah, like Kedushas Haguf, physical sanctity, takes over that complete and totality of self, becomes part of who and what I am. Based on that, says Reb Tzadok, in halachic sense, you cannot sell your mitzvos. You cannot sell your mitzvos. You cannot sell the mitzvos because selling your mitzvos would be selling a piece of who you are. What we'll end off with tomorrow is, can you sell your averos? Can you sell your averos? Right? And if you can, what a market there's going to be for that. So that'll be continued tomorrow. We'll see. I'll finish off since Os Ayin He tomorrow.
But there's at least a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period in the Apocalyptic period. And we see it again as early as things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon in some
All right, Rabbi, say good morning. Let us begin. We're gonna resume this.
All right. The other place, right, where
Good morning, time in the morning. We can spend it all on the dot.
the first temple and the second temple period was kind of.
The truth is, it's important to get a little bit of Hasidus thing, a little bit of Musar to start our day. So remember, again, we're picking up from where we left off, I think a week ago now, in Os Ayin Hey 75. So just to reorient ourselves a bit, in Os Ayin Hey, the Rebbe was talking about the idea that when a person does an Aveira, that Aveira doesn't become part of who and what they are. So that was explaining a person commits an Aveira. So that Aveira is something that sits on me, in other words, it sits on top of my neshama, but it doesn't become part of my essence. And the Rebbe explained the mashal he gave, which I think was a very powerful mashal. It was a statement that something could be vested or invested with financial sanctity. Right? So something has what we call in halacha kedushas damim. Financial sanctity. Financial sanctity, Kedushas Dam is different than Kedushas Haguf. Because Kedushas Dam, the sanctity is there, but the sanctity can also be removed through redemption. Which shows you the fact that the sanctity can be removed, shows you that the sanctity has not devolved within the entirety of the item. As opposed to Kedushas Haguf, when something has physical sanctity, that sanctity devolves upon the item through and through. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says the fact that tshuva is possible, right? The fact that I can commit an avera, and at the end of the day, I can then cleanse myself of it. I can then remove it from who and what I am. I can then become someone different. Indicates to me that although chait has an impact on who and what I am, you know, Menachem was mentioning to me after we did this. He's like, you know, we always learn that what we do impacts who and what we are. So to be clear, the Rebbe is not arguing on that idea, but there's a difference between impact and ultimately becoming part and parcel of who and what we are. everything impacts us. Everything impacts us. Every avera, big or small, impacts us. What the Rebbe is saying is, sometimes we think that when I commit an avera, I'm fundamentally, comprehensively, and unalterably changed. Right? I'm damaged goods. I'm damaged goods. So the Rebbe is saying that's not true. That's not true. Have I changed? Have I been impacted? Absolutely. Have I been irreversibly or irrevocably altered? No. No. And of course, the proof to that is tshuva. That's the proof. And he says, if the fact that tshuva is possible indicates that sin has not comprehensively and truly changed me. Now, listen, let's pick up on page Kufay Zayin. It's the same PDF that I sent out a week ago. Kufay Zayin. Aval mitzvahs, I'm looking in the Be'uria Chasidus on the right-hand column. Aval zechuyos, sheyish l'chol adam yisrael ha'makayim es hamitzvos, shayochim lo lechalutin b'niknim be'esem ahus nafsho. I will say this is so beautiful. The Rebbe says, herein lies the fundamental difference between averos and mitzvos. When you do a mitzvah, says the Rebbe, shayochim lo lechalutin, that mitzvah belongs to me in an absolute sense. The nikmim be'esem mohus nafsha, and the mitzvah becomes part of the essence of who and what I am. You know, say, isn't this incredible? What Rabbi just summarized for us is the fundamental difference between averos and mitzvahs. Right? There's an obvious distinction between averos and mitzvahs, right? Averos bad, mitzvahs good, right? That's an easy one. But l'maisa, a mitzvah becomes part of who and what I am. A mitzvah becomes an inextricable part of my spiritual persona. A mitzvah embeds itself not just like on top of my neshama, but in my neshama itself. He says, "V'lachein, in kidavar sheniskadish b'kedushas haguf, v'efshar laha'avir mimenu es kedushaso, v'lefdoso b'chefetz achar tachton." So the Rebbe says in our mashal, he says something very beautiful. He says a mitzvah is like kedushas haguf. Remember again, an avera was kedushas damim, financial sanctity. What happens when an item has financial sanctity? The sanctity rests kind of on top of the item, but does it permeate the item in totality? The answer is no. V'haraya, you could redeem something. Right? What's the proof that you could redeem something from its financial sanctity? You could remove financial sanctity. But when something has kedushas haguf, when something doesn't just possess financial sanctity, but rather, again, what we'll call, for lack of a better term, physical sanctity, that sanctity permeates the item in its entirety. How do you redeem something that has kedushas haguf? How do you redeem it? You can't. You can't. Right? You also remember again, this is why the severity of temura. Right? If you take a carbon and you swap it for another carbon, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Vayahu usmura so kodesh Hashem. Both become sanctified. Because when something has physical sanctity, it's permeated through and through. The Rebbe says that's a mitzvah. That's a mitzvah. A mitzvah is kiddushas haguf, a physical sanctity. But those are the chayvus. When something has physical sanctity, you can't redeem it. Redemption is only for financial sanctity, not for physical sanctity. So I will say it's the same idea with the mitzvah. Whenever you do a mitzvah, the mitzvah belongs to your neshama and becomes an inextricable or irremovable part of who and what you are. Which I will say, you understand the comfort. First of all, the profundity in it, in terms of the power of a mitzvah, which means every single time I do a mitzvah, I alter my spiritual persona. I alter my neshama in a positive, irreversible fashion. There's kedushas haguf. Of course, the beautiful part of this is it also tells me that no matter what I do wrong, right, I can't go ahead and lose the power of that mitzvah. And therefore, says the Rebbe, this is the power of a mitzvah. And I will say the model is such a profound model. Averos kedushas damim. Averos are like financial sanctity, so they're there. They impact. They create realities, but they don't seep into my permanent sense of self. Mitzvos Kedushas Haguf, physical sanctity, become an irrevocable or irreversible part of who and what I am. And therefore, no redemption, so to speak, no removal. He says something very interesting. He says, he says, Emiting ishes kolhom beso bi'ava vozu vozu v'darshu chazal medrash emitnu umos ha'olamas komamonam v'davar echa min haTorah voz yavozu lo sheYisrael lo ya'aviru lahem zechuyos elu ba'ad kolhom. And that's it close over here, the pasuk in Shira Shirim, that even if someone were to pay you all the money in the world, right, it's not the nations of the world, even if the nations of the world would pay Klal Yisrael all the money of the world for their mitzvahs, can you transfer a mitzvah? Can you transfer a mitzvah? And the answer is no. Because a mitzvah, when you perform that mitzvah, the mitzvah becomes an inextricable part of you. And therefore, by definition, you can't be transferred to someone else. And I will say, I'll just point out something. He says, V'ayin v'tshuvas v'chaygon, shehidi ma'aram al-shakar, v'inyan echad, shemachar etz mitzvosav. So I'll say, I'm going to mention this now, and then we're going to stop. We're going to pick up with this tomorrow. If you take a look on footnote Reish Tzadik Tes, this is fascinating. A shayla that was asked to Rav Haigon, and he says, Zeloshono, Shaluas Rav Haigon Zal, Misha Yenoig Lisano Sheni Dechamishi, Ubisof Osa Hazman Amar, Macharti Tainis Zu Hashana Bekach Lafoni, Bekano Kinyan Alzeh, Hayesh Mizeh Kulo Hana La Oso Sheniti Elokum. So we'll say, so they asked Rav Haigon the following shayla. This was the situation. There was a guy who had fasted a series of fast days, a bunch of Bahab fast days, right? Monday, Thursday, Monday fast days. And then the guy decided at the end of the year, right? Paul and Reuben did the fast days. Shimon made him an offer he couldn't refuse. I want to buy the zechuyos of the fast days. And Reuben sold it. They sold it, they solidified the sale, they made a kinyan, and then they came to Rav Haigon and they asked him, does it work? So we'll stop over here for today. We're going to pick up in Miras Hashem with this shayla tomorrow. Rabbosai, the transferability of mitzvot. The halakhic question is going to have a dramatic hashkafic impact as well. Miras Hashem, they continue tomorrow. Shkoyah.
Magical pottery, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that survived from the ancient and late classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Difixiones, right? Difixiones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people.
All right, Rabbi, say good morning, and let us begin. So we are continuing this morning in Miras Hashem. In Tzidkas HaTzadik Os Ayin Hey, we began this particular os yesterday.
And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the three small devices.
Okay, we began this particular os yesterday, and Rav Tzadik introduced us to what I think is a really fascinating idea. I wanna fine-tune it a little bit from yesterday. Rav Tzadik introduced us to this concept that when a person commits an Aveira, in the Rebbe's Lashon, that Aveira is viewed as Davar Mikri. Is viewed as episodic or happenstance, and ultimately, again, does not fundamentally affect what he calls a kinyan atzmi. Because it's mikri, because it's episodic, it does not create a kinyan atzmi, a personalistic acquisition. Meaning what? Rav Tzadik is saying is like this. Somebody called me yesterday after Shir, and they said this seems to go against everything we've always learned. Right? We always learn that what we do shapes who we are, and what we do has an impact on who we are. So how can Rav Tzadik say that a faith doesn't become part of who I am? So remember, what Rav Tzadik is trying to highlight is the following idea. It is true, everything we do affects who we are, and everything we do leaves a residual effect on our self. What the Tzaddik is saying is as follows, that hate does not go ahead and fundamentally erode my inner core. There's an inner core that is always kaddish. There's an inner core that's always holy. There's an inner core that cannot be tainted by hate. Does hate leave an impact on me? Of course it does. Of course it does. Does it impact aspects of self? 1,000%. Everything we do shapes who we are. But there's always a little piece of me that remains untainted. There's a piece we'll call the personalistic self that remains unimpacted by hate, that retains its kedusha. That's the piece of me, that's a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu that can really never be tainted. Remember, we have to accept this premise, because it's this premise that serves as the source for tshuva. Right? If I believe that hate fundamentally undermines me in totality, and that hate taints everything, then by definition, there's no ability to do tshuva. Because the ability to do tshuva has to start with some mitzvah, some spark of kedusha. If there's nothing that's there, then at the end of the day, there's nothing. There's no platform. There's no springboard. There's nothing to start from. So that's what the tzaddik is saying. He's saying that therefore faith ultimately, at the end of the day, is Eino Kinyan Atzmi. It's not Kinyan Atzmi. So I want to go on. If we on page Kufayin Vav. So Tzaddik says, Urkach Yishtan P'diyah. Therefore, again, there's the ability to redeem oneself from sin. Now, of course, the most basic example of P'diyah would be tshuva. Why is tshuva possible? Tshuva is possible because I believe that at the end of the day, fate does not fundamentally tarnish my entire self. I believe that at the end of the day, faith does not go ahead and totally undermine who and what I am. Therefore, there's redemption. They say something beautiful. I read this yesterday, but it's going to repeat it. Moshe Kasub, Yifta Es Yisrael Mikol Avonosov. Ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will redeem Klal Yisrael from all of their averos. Now, I never thought about this before. We say this pasuk all of the time in Kuf Lamed in Tehillim. What do you mean, Yifta Es Yisrael? He will redeem Klal Yisrael from their sins. What does that lashon mean? What should it say? Right? Meaning, the idea over here is we want forgiveness. The idea over here is that I want HaKadosh Baruch Hu to forgive me for all of my transgressions. What do you mean, Yifta? What is the lashon of redemption? And the Rebbe here says something truly beautiful. He says, Ukimo davar shenis kadesh rak b'kedushas damid she'ein gufo kadosh ele shavyov sheyesh la pidyon. Listen to what the Rebbe says, and this is so profound. He says, "What's pidyon? What's pidyon? What does it mean to redeem something?" He says, "Pidyon is when you take a simple example. I go ahead and have an item that belongs to the Beis Hamikdash, right? A piece of wood that belongs to the Beis Hamikdash. I would like to use that piece of wood to build myself a deck. That's what I want to do. Can I do it? Can I do it? No. But what can I do? I can go ahead and redeem. There's a concept of pidyon. I can redeem that piece of wood by going ahead and paying its value to the Beis Hamikdash. And then what happens? The identity, or I should say in this case, the sanctity of the beam is removed and put onto the money. Removed from the beam, put onto the money. Now, why is one able to do that? Why is that possible? Why is that possible? Because the beam is not kula kadosh. Right? The beam doesn't have complete and total sanctity. What does the beam have? We don't. What does the beam have? Kedushas damim, financial sanctity. And because it's only financial sanctity and not what we call total sanctity, the sanctity can be removed from the beam and placed onto the money. So Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. When I sin, when I commit an Aveira, what happens? What happens? So let's say, before you opened up the Tzaddik, you would assume that what happens when you sin? What happens when you sin? You become a sinner. That's what happens when you sin. Right? When you sin, you become a sinner, which means what? That the faith itself defines the totality of who I am. I'm now a sinner. And the more I sin, the the more reinforced that identity becomes. The tzaddik says, David HaMelech uses a lashon of V'hu yifte es Yisrael mikol avonosav. So I could be redeemed from my sin. I could be redeemed. The same way that the beam could be redeemed from the Beis Hamikdash, because the sanctity of the beam is not total, right? It's not complete. It's just quote unquote kidushas damim. There's a layer of sanctity that's there, but that sanctity can be removed. Lahavdil, when I sin and I commit an avera, there is a layer of hate that sits upon me. There's a layer of hate that I've now existed. Is that hate, does that hate overtake me in totality? Absolutely not. It sits there on my soul. It sits there on my heart. It sits there on my identity. But it doesn't overtake everything. And therefore what? I can be redeemed from it. Isn't it incredible? There's a concept of pidyon by faith. HaKadosh Baruch Hu be podem me, redeem me, because this is not who I am. This might be, I might have done some really bad things, right? And I certainly have to figure out why I did that, how I did it, and the impact the residual impact that leaves on me. But it doesn't take over me in totality. It doesn't define me in totality. So therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu be podem me. Go ahead and redeem me from my sins. The fact that redemption is possible means that sin does not color my persona in totality. It is like a layer that sits on top of me that I need to be redeemed. So it's just such an incredible and overwhelming so. Now, conversely, I'll point out over here, if you take a look in footnote Reish Tzadik Vav, he says something so beautiful here. He says, Re'ei Masha Kasav Rabbeinu L'Pri Tzadik. He's quoting over here from Tzadik in Pri Tzadik, who says, Yachel Yisrael El Hashem, Ki Ha'im Hashem HaChesed V'Harvei Imo Fidus. So says the Medrash, Shemoshe Rabbeinu Alav HaShalom Nizkan Sheb'Machzis HaShekel. Moshe Rabbeinu could not understand the concept of Machzis HaShekel. Right, Rashi quotes this. Now, what couldn't Moshe understand about Machzis HaShekel, the half shekel contribution? He called Asher Li'ish Litain Ba'ad Nafsho, Ve'heich Yuchal Ha'adam Litain Kofer U'Pidyon Nafsho B'davar Katan Kazeh. So let's just remember again, the whole, what is Machzis HaShekel? So we often think of Machzis HaShekel ultimately as a mechanism for taking a census. Right? You can't count Jews directly, so you take the census, you want to shekel. That's partially true, but remember again, how does the Torah in Parshas Kisisa describe the Machzis HaShekel? It's a pidyon nafsho, a redemption for your soul. Pidyon nafsho. Now again, Rashi says, how is it a pidyon nafsho? Because remember, what would they do with Machzis HaShekel? Let's remember this from our Shkalim days. What would they do with Machzis HaShekel? Tiklin Chadutin. Remember again, they would buy Karbanos Sivor. So the Pidyon Nafsho comes in the form of the fact that ultimately, again, we purchase Karbanos. Karbanos are used to affect a level of atonement. The Tzaddik says, in its essence, Machzis HaShekel was there as an atonement for Klal Yisrael for their Averos. Moshe, so the Medrash says, Niskasha Moshe Rabbeinu.
Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic in history is the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is a name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMalach, which is still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions that you can carry around in your house or put in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic script from the Sefer Raziel. These devices are meant to allow you either kamayot or amulets, which guarantee various things like success or even powers. So in here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, they die all the way, some of them all the way to the Greek magical empire, up to the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year-long process of practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, but like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm. And the idea is, as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, and the book still has magical power, then I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the sfarim. So this book, the Angel, the Sefer Razia Hamalach, is said to have power even just having it. Like to have several copies lying around. And so here again, we can see these magical images, and this idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism. It occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy.
All right, Joel, say good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up today in a new os in the Tzaddik. We're going to pick up in os in Hay 75. I sent it out yesterday on the WhatsApp group. So we, even though there's more to do in Netz Hashem in os Hayim David, but I think we covered the dramatic theme, the major idea about our Tzaddik, and we can move on. So we now find ourselves in Hayim Hay. This is a truly beautiful and profound piece by the Rebbe. So the Rebbe writes as follows: Ha'averos hana'asim b'nefesh ha'Yisrael. So we're going to follow along in the Orei HaChasidus. So the Rebbe says when a Jew commits an avera. Now his lashon over here is very interesting. The averos that are committed b'nefesh ha'Yisrael. So the averos that are committed, and then again that leave a ramification, have an effect on the Jewish soul. Einam kinyan atzmi. It's not considered to be a personalistic acquisition. What does that mean? Because these averos have no real direct connection to the essence of my soul. But rather again, we're just considered to be something happenstance or episodic. Kolomar, davar sheshpia alei mibachutz, b'derech utzra, below ba'ofen tamidi. So let's talk about this outside for just a moment. So Tzaddik introduces us to an incredibly beautiful and magnificent idea, which is that when we sin, our sins, our averos, do not define who we are. So when I commit an avera, the Rebbe says, the way that HaKadosh Baruch Hu views me is not a bad person, but rather as a good person who unfortunately, occasionally, does bad things. So the avera doesn't define me. He says, and that's his lashon, the avera is not what he calls a kinyan nafshi or an ofed tamidi. Ultimately, rather, it's a davar mikri. Davar mikri means something happenstance or episodic. So what Tzaddik is really over here is the very core, the very essence of self-definition. How we view ourselves is one of the most important things in life because our self-perception drives so many other things. The way we act, the way we behave, the way we see the world. So how do we look at ourselves? Do we look at ourselves as a sinner, or do we look at ourselves as someone who is inherently pure, inherently beautiful, inherently ruchni? But sometimes, or maybe even many times, I do things in life that are just not good. So the Rebbe says the latter is true. The way we view sin is that hate does not become a part of me. Hate, he says, doesn't have a shaykhus to the essence of my nefesh. Rather, it's something that unfortunately sometimes I engage in, but it doesn't become a part of who and what I am. If you take a look in the footnotes, the Rebbe says something very beautiful over here. It's footnote Reish Tzadik Hey. See, right? So the footnote says, Re'eh, Mashekasa Rabbeinu Beresisei Laila. So Tzaddik has another work called Resisei Laila, in which he writes, Amru B'Sanhedrin, Mashal La'asa Dekai Beni Chilfi, Asa Shmei, Shimshilu. So listen to this. It is like a rose amongst the thorns. Right? So if you go ahead, think about this for just a moment. If you have a rose, or literally is a close a myrtle amongst the weeds. But if you have a rose, we'll go with the rose metaphor. We'll see why in just a moment. If you have a rose amongst the thorns, and let's say there's an incredible amount of thorns. So do we ever say, well, you know what, there's so many thorns, so the rose is no longer a rose, right? It's like Batal Barov. You know, so many thorns around over here Come on, what does one little rose in a whole bed of thorns really do or really mean anyway? So the Rebbe says we don't do that. Even if there is a voluminous amount of thorns all around the rose is still a rose. The rose is still a rose. So the Rebbe says, what's the Rimshal? Right, what's the parable? Shimshidu ha'chatam ha'sovavim la'adam kikotzim ha'sovavim l'shoshan. The averos that we commit in life are comparable to the thorns which surround the rose. Right? I'm the rose. Each and every one of us is the rose. And the Neshama is the rose. And the averos that I commit, those are the thorns. The inam me'etzem ha'adam. So we'll say, so there's two pieces here. Number one, no matter how many thorns there are, the rose is still a rose. And number two, interestingly enough, the thorns are not part of the rose. Right? The thorns themselves are not part of the essence of the rose. They surround the rose, they're next to the rose, but at the end of the day, they are not that part of the rose itself. Rakshasovim umakibin also inside the spashto shalad. So it says, this is really an incredible and beautiful idea. So the thorns are there. The imagery is a little bit better. Not with thorns that are on the rose itself. But imagine a rose that is surrounded by thorn bushes. So the idea is, no matter how many thorn bushes there are, the rose is still a rose. That's Aleph. And number two, since the thorns themselves, they're not part of the rose. Right? The thorns themselves, they're not the rose. The thorns are the thorns, but the rose still remains the rose. What a profound statement. From the perspective of the Neshama, there is no hate. There is no sin that's there. Rak hamadregos b'ma'alas hadvegos. Bazeh hechilugim hu be'etzem hanefashos shemitzad kol masayoshi yesh madregos b'nefashos. So I will say really an incredibly profound yisod. That when we sin, when we commit an avera, that avera does not become part of the nefesh atzmi. That avera does not become part ultimately again of my actual neshama. Rather, it's something that's next to me, it's something that's by me, it's something that's around me, but it does not impact my inner core. The inner core always remains intact. The inner core always remains whole. Such an incredible yisod. Now, why is this important? Go back up to the Orei Hasidus. See why this is so important in such a meaningful way. So the Rebbe writes, he says, Yesh lohem b'tiyah. Therefore, the Rebbe says, this is why there is a concept ultimately again of pidyon. What does pidyon mean? Pidyon is redemption. Right? It's redemption. So the Rebbe says, yesh lohem b'tiyah. The extra litaher as nefashos Israel me'avonosehem. We have the ability to go ahead and redeem ourselves. We have the ability to go ahead and do tshuva. Why do we have the ability to do tshuva? Why does a person have the ability to engage in pidyon? Why is that possibility in existence? So the Rebbe says it's incredible. Alright, because Baruch Hu can redeem Klal Yisrael from all of their sins. Why is pidyon possible? Right? Why is it that I can be redeemed from my sins? Which he really is asking is, why is tshuva possible? Why is the ability to overcome my averos, no matter how terrible they may be, why is that possible? And that explains so beautifully because they're not part of my essence. Because at the end of the day, the fact that there is hate does not go ahead and impact my inner core. My inner core is intact. My inner core remains. Who I am, what I am, does not change even when I sin. That's why Baruch Hu, what he's picking up on, we'll continue with this more tomorrow, but what he's picking up on is this lashon of Baruch Hu Yifta Es Yisrael Mikol Avonosai. He will redeem Klal Yisrael. The lashon of pidyon, right? What does it mean when you're told there's something, when you redeem something? What does that mean? You remove some aspect. Right? There's wood that belongs to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to go ahead and now use that wood for my own personal use. How do I do that? Pidyon, I redeem it. I redeem it. How do you redeem something? You remove a status and transfer it onto something else. So in the case of Beis Hamikdash, I remove the kedusha from the wood, I transfer it onto the money, and I go ahead and I give that to the Beis Hamikdash. So the fact that that government uses the lashon of yifte es Yisrael mikol avonos of pidyon means that the avon, the chait, can be lifted. The chait can be redeemed. The chait can be removed. There's only one way that happens, which is what? If it's not part of my inner core, if it's not really part of who and what I am. Because once faith becomes part of who and what I am, then by definition, there is no way to go ahead and redeem it. There is no way to remove it. The fact that it could be redeemed, the fact that it could be removed, ultimately highlights the idea that when I sin, it does not become a part of my essence. The essence, the nefesh, the neshama, always remains intact. Just sometimes there may be layers of impurity that are superimposed on top of it, but just as easily as they come, it can be removed as well. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up again soon. This is an incredibly important episode that paves the way for tshuva, and ultimately paves the way for the way we look at ourselves as well. We'll stop here for today.
I couldn't do even close to what I usually do, and I was like, what is going on? System shit. I didn't realize that your system just goes, nah. Unless you're like, it's really getting used to it. Yeah, so I took a few days off from the gym, and then I was still getting through it. It wasn't like, bedridden, but it was shitty. I had to go to fucking, where the hell was I? Did you ever do that? Like, what was that last week? All the time. It's called CT. Yeah, but it's not from getting knocked around in the head. It's from I don't know where I'm at right now. I was in the DR last week. Oh yeah, what were you doing there?
All right, so good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing in Eretz Hashem this morning in Tzidkas HaTavnik in Os Ayin Gimel. So we began this particular Os yesterday, and we saw that the Rebbe introduced us to this idea of what he called Tshuvas HaMishkol. Tshuvas HaMishkol, this weighted tshuva, is a type of tshuva that is only truly complete when a person is put into the same exact circumstances in which he initially sinned, but this time around, he summons up the courage to resist the temptation to sin. The truth is, this is, as we discussed, this is not a novel idea. Rambam already codifies this in Birkas Tshuva and just calls this a Bal Tshuva Gura. Right? Bal Tshuva Gura. What is a complete Bal Tshuva? And again, everybody pointing to the same idea. Namely, the only time a person's tshuva is truly complete is when it's battle tested. When I'm put in the same exact situation, but this time I resist the temptation to change. Everyone says, so let's continue now. Page Kuf Ayin Gimel. The left hand column in the B'nai Hasidus. Now, what the Rebbe points out, however, is of course one is not permitted to go ahead and place themselves in a situation of spiritual danger. So here's something fascinating. So remember, as we pointed out in yesterday's shir, it's always interesting to see how this concept is always illustrated with lapses in morality, like immoral acts. So obviously, if a man is seen with a particular woman, it is also for him to place himself in that same situation. The Shem Mitzvah. Right? I want to place myself in the same situation because I want to show that this time I can resist the temptation. So the Rebbe says, of course, that's usher because A could just inadvertently lead to certain isurim, and it's also a significant roll of the dice because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not ready. And again, if I end up sinning again, I've created that situation myself. So this creates an interesting anomaly because on one hand, what we're saying is, I'm not really about tshuva until I'm placed back in that same situation again. But this time I resist the temptation to change. But yet what? I'm not allowed to put myself in that situation. So how do we reconcile that? So look at the left-hand column. Upar hadavar. So therefore says the Rebbe, it is clear. She'in Hashem yisparach mazmun lo nisayon zeh, elo k'sheyodea bo b'veror shelo yikasha od, ubevadai ya'amod b'nisayon. So this is truly beautiful. So the Rebbe says, the Rambam also commentaries on the Rambam highlight this same idea as well. So the Rebbe says, you're right. You don't put yourself in that same situation. But you know who does? You know who does? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the Ribono Shel Olam will only put me back in that same situation if he is absolutely unequivocally clear that I have the ability to resist that temptation. So His Baruch Hu will put me back, but only because He knows that I can be omed b'nisayon. That again, I can resist the temptation. Ulekach Yada ha'adam, Yeda Adam, Shekasher Hashem Yisbarach mazmun lo nisayon, k'fi shahaya lo b'shas cheto, davar zeh u'siman tov lo. This is beautiful. So this is so incredibly beautiful. So that says, therefore, basically, so let's follow the progression. And let's just use his example. I sinned in a particular way. I committed Avera A. And now I've done tshuva for Avera A with all the various steps of tshuva. I know at the end of the day my tshuva is only complete when I resist the temptation after being placed back in the same circumstance. But I can't place myself in that same circumstance. So what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu places me in that circumstance. The Ribono Shel Olam allows me to test my own truth. You know, said HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't need this. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't need to place me back in the same circumstance. Why not? Why not? HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the in the bubbles. He knows what's happening inside of my heart. He knows if my tshuva is sincere. He knows how I feel. He knows what I'm holding. He doesn't need to put me back in that same situation. You know who needs it? You know who needs it? Me. I need it. I need to show that I have the ability to resist temptation. I need to show myself that I have the ability to remain strong. I need to demonstrate to myself that I have the ability ultimately to resist that temptation. It's necessary for me. It says Rav Tzadok something so amazing. HaKadosh Baruch Hu only puts me back in that situation where He knows that I have the ability to overcome the temptation. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu never sets me up for failure. And this is incredible you say. He never sets me up to fall, never sets me up to fail. So if He's placing me back in that circumstance, that is because He knows that I have the ability to meet that particular challenge. And he said, look at this lashon. He says, "Lekach Yeda ha'adam." A person should know. Shekasher Hashem Yisbarach mazmun lo nisayon k'fi shahaya lo b'shas cheto. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu creates and places me back in a difficult situation. Davar zeh siman tov lo. It's a good simon for me. Why is it a good simon for me? Shekvar niskan me'avera hahi v'niskabla tshuvasa b'shamayim. And listen, what an incredible way to look at things. If I find myself back in the same exact situation, this is a simon tov, because what does that show? That HaKadosh Baruch Hu believes in me. That my tshuva has been accepted, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu is placing me back in this situation because He knows that I have the ability to overcome this difficult matzah. That's the simon tov in this entire thing. Let's say I'll mention something very interesting. It is very cliche and overused and quite trite. You know that phrase that God never gives you any challenges you can't handle. So let's say very interesting. So someone actually said to me, it's not really the right phrase. The right phrase is that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu never gives you any challenges that He can't handle. In other words, perhaps I can't handle it myself. The good news is HaKadosh Baruch Hu can handle anything. So the Ribono Shel Olam never gives me any challenges that He can't handle alongside me. But anyway, so perhaps that this Yisod really comes from here. That what Rav Tzadok is saying is, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu puts me b'makom nisayon, He only puts me there because I have the tools to be able to overcome that challenge, And in fact, again, he doesn't need me to do it. He needs me to see that I can do it. And therefore, again, his lashon over here is davar zeh siman tov lo. This is such a profound yisod. We often think that when we find ourselves in the midst of an Yisayim, in the midst of a test, especially if I find myself kind of in the same situation that I've been in the past, we think that's often reflective of having made poor decisions. How did I get here? I got here because I made the wrong decisions in life. Now, sometimes that's absolutely true. But sometimes I've made the right decisions, but HaKadosh Baruch Hu chooses to put me back in this situation so that I can prove to myself that I have evolved and I have become someone different, and my tshuva is sincere. The Rebbe goes on, he says, it's very interesting. He says, because the Gemara says in the Inyan, Chazarasan Shal Psula Ibus. So said the Gemara talks about over here certain people who are pasul leibus, right? Certain people who are not permitted to give testimony. So, for example, we have a lot of examples of this. Misachim Pukuvia, a gambler. We're going to see Mochre Trefus, a person who goes out and dafka sells non-kosher. So there are examples of this. So the interesting part with being pasul leibus is what? How do you regain your cheskes kashrus, right? What does a person need to do in life to regain their cheskes kashrus? Which is a fascinating question. So the Rebbe says, listen to this. He says, okay, go. Chazara shali shechoshet amikidas treifas la'achirim kedei la'arviach mamon. He says, for example, he says, what does a person do? Reuben sold treifas. Right? Reuben sold treifas. Right? Reuben went ahead and sold non-kosher meat. Okay, so that's also. Why did he sell non-kosher meat? Right? Not because of the truth. Not because he doesn't want Jews to eat kosher, but why? Why? Money. Everyone knows there's more money to be fed. There's more money to be made in non-kosher meat than there is in kosher meat. So he sold treifas. And I will say, as a result, he's pasul leibus. So how do you rectify that state? Right? How does a person go ahead and regain their cheskes kashrus?